Man, fuck all that, man. Keep it by his sister, so let's do a tranny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
He cheated on Molly May with you?
Yeah.
So wait, are you the reason?
I've never done anything to anybody. I've never done anything to anybody.
Man, fuck all that, man. Keep it by his sister, so let's do a tranny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person. I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm doxing
You can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
No, she can't dox me either because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun. I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah,
Would you like that?
that's fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole obituary
Do you mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about
Before I fuck you in the arse, you cunt.
Well, you know, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So fuck you. Fuck you.
Wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
Do you want me to send you some up-to-date pictures of everyone bleeding?
Cunt. No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date ones of. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
because
out.
You're not getting it. I
don't
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right.
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but...
I've never done anything to anybody.
toward his back foot. He's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But this seems so simple. This.
I'm love.
Come on, Yaga. They in the Benz like Spragger. One bag of weed and bomber clock grabber. One bag of gal like Shabba. Lord. One bag of gal like get dagger. Lord, lick the gal them with the hammer. Lord, make the gal bath with the mama. Lord, make a rascal ball up. Cha-cha. Oh, go on. What you telling me? It's chit-chit up in this biatch. Yeah, man. So, you know, some people are now trying to pretend to be victims out here and all that. It's wild. Crazy. So obviously we have to show like the bipolar personality. You know what I mean? Like, you know, hey, let me say this though, yeah? At the start of the show, innit, yeah? Say this here, like, yo, I keep asking you guys, you weirdos, like all of you weirdos, Isaac Travers, Enons, the other two weirdos, I'm not even gonna call their names. They're just straight weirdos and I can't take them anyway. Yeah, they're not even allowed to type or whatever, like. Yeah, just stop this doxing thing, innit? Yeah, leave my name alone. Leave my family alone and all them shits there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's you lot that can stop this doxing bullshit, because it's you lot that's doing it. So you lot stop the doxing shit, yeah, and then that's just like the end of the beef, innit? Like, you know. So I'm telling you guys to stop your doxing and all that. Yeah, allow it. Leave my family alone. Cease and desist, as people like to say. Cease and desist from the malicious communications you're taking part in. Yeah? Alright. Yeah, man, so we got the people them in the place, man. Slap the like button, share the stream, type your name in the chat if you want to get a big up. Yeah? Yeah, man. So, walk on. What's going on? Come on, wait, hold on. So let me get to the chat page. Jeez. Yeah, my bad, yeah. I kept on getting phone calls in the middle of the intro, innit? So I had to run it again. I can run it again still, yeah, but you know, cause you got the point, innit? Yeah, you got the point. So yeah, alright. So shout out. I'm late. You must have missed the morning session, man. We done an early session as well, you know. But like I keep saying, man, that I enjoy live streams, chatting to people with opposing views and so, or whatever. But, you know, at different times, there comes a time when you have to do what you want and take a back foot on some of the things, do what you need and take a back foot on some of the things that you just want to do, innit? Yeah, because like there's literally no benefits to this YouTube live streaming thing, man. Just arguing back and forth with weirdos and so. But you know how that goes. All right, man. Let me get to the big ups in the chat. Yeah, you had enough time to type it out and all them things there. You had enough time to slap your name in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, when I do the setting up the thing, Bob, it puts the notification for about to go live in it, but it doesn't start until I press the live. Yeah. All right. Mad, Mrs. West, you know, moving like Kanye's mom. Hey. Yeah, man. Sorry, man. Let me just put a bit of agua into the agua tank. Alright, so I've scrolled back to the start now, yeah? West Side. Come on. Number 1 in the building. Yeah? Victoria winners. Hashtag Nemesis. Oh, go on. What are you saying? March, she said, you're late. I said, I'm always on time. I'm never late. You was just early. Yeah? Alright. So come on. Old tight girly give thanks. I want them feel like some granny too toughy bleed. Mad. I know why Girdy trying to GDO here. He thinks he's smart, innit? Yeah? What it is, when he's chatting GDO in the chat, really he's trying to use double talk to say Girdy Defense League, yeah? He thinks he's slicker like that. You little slick bastard. How are you, cuz? Yeah, I've got my eye on you all the time, cuz, man. Yeah, you can, you know what I'm saying? You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all of the time. Let it play. Oh, my days. Yeah, man. All right. Big up. That's it. Go back home. See? I told you, cuz. Yo, man will go to Jamaica. The man them are saying, go back home. A man going to England, the man them are saying, go back. Even Bumper Club foreigners are telling you to go back home. Oh, fuck it, oh, mate. What's this world coming to, mate? Has it come to this? Oh, mad. Original pirate material. Yeah. Mad. Yeah, it's come to this, fam. Oh, my, did it? Mad, alright. So shout out Licky. Don't smoke no ciggy. When we ride out, it's Tupac and Biggie. Come on. How you mean? Bye. Jeez, let it play. Shout out Annabelle Rush True. I want them feel like Judge a blessing. Mad. Come on. Old tight gangster Babs UK. Are you fucking kidding me? I swear that tune's never gonna get old. Yeah, don't worry, I'm gonna run it back soon, yeah? Yeah. I'll run it back soon, man. We gotta bring back the drum and bass intro. Mad, ba-ba-dan. Bad from me, man. Mad. How you been? Jeez. Alright, so shout out Adam Smithy. Oh, go on. Come on, Smith is there. Abdul's there, you know. Man like young Abs. Out there, you get me, on the Tottenham side of the game. Mad. Oh, go on. Come on. Big up man like young Abs, man. Like Abdul Smithy. Mad. Yeah, man. You gotta change the Smith, though, man. Like, you can't be Abdul Smith. Like, that is, like, far, you know what I mean? You gotta be Abdul Salah. Mad. Yeah? Change your name to Abdul Salah. You get me? Yeah, come on. Big up. Hold tight. Man like Stu Me, you know. Come on, there, you know. Come on. Scotland gangsters there, you know. That's it, Braveheart in the building. Hey, Bravehearts. Man. How I them feel like? Offline, not shopping. Veli, you're done. Out here. Your time is over. It's a new era, and you're not invited. Cheers. Thanks for giving me my P60. You know what I mean? Is that a P60? No, that's it's the P45, isn't it? When you get sacked. Yeah. They handed you your P45. That's when you're done out here, yeah? Oh, shit. My bad. I didn't even see you there, cuz. You got a little echo, though, brother. We finished bigging up the people them in the place.
jump out and jump back in.
What's that? Parkour. Is it parkour? Yeah, you still got an echo, bro. Check. Oh shit, you dropped off.
Mic check. Must be working
mic
now.
check. Yeah,
working,
yeah. Still. Alright, but wait though, man.
If not, bro.
I need to do the shout-outs. Yeah, man. So offline not shopping handed me my P45 cuz. Said I'm done out here, you get me? You're finished. Wallahi, you're finished. British Gas, no. Oh my days. British Gas, no. Mad, man. So man got sacked from your own channel. The fuck's going on out here? It's crazy, cuz. You should have never sold no shares in the company. Should have never sold no shares in your own company, fam. Mad. Some dude I don't know called Offline Not Shopping just sacked me. So, yeah, man. Said I'm finished still. Yeah, man, but, yeah. I say it gone, man. No worry, man. Is it? Alright, so... Is your name Parkour? Yeah, or Parkour? Yeah, what? But big up yourself, though, yeah? He said, no genocide in Gaza, fact. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Old time, man, like, ask Getty, you know? Oh,
yo. Oh, really? What did he say? Fact. No genocide, fact, yeah?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said there's no genocide, fact.
But bro, man, where's that end? But carry on, brother, do the shout out. But today,
wait. We are not
working class. Yet. Come back, man. Working class.
The register needs to be The register needs to be read out. Yeah. So let the register get read out, and then we can get into war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. You hear me? Yeah. So alright, go big up. Old time. Man, like Uncle Barber Studio, you know. Hey Dave, listen, yeah. My brethren's in Birmingham, yeah. Uncle Barber Studios. He's got a barber shop, and he's giving out free trims. All you have to do is go there and say NF, BNP, or Reform Party, or UKIP, and you'll get a free trim, a bag of weed, and a fucking.
Yeah, you lost me at Birmingham. Yeah, you lost me at Birmingham.
Supermall and a supermall as well.
As soon as I heard Birmingham, I just stopped listening. Yeah.
He's out. Yeah, alright.
Yes.
Maybe you know the biggest.
Danny Roscoe can go and get a trim. You know what I mean? Like in the no-go zones. It's in the no-go zone as well. You know what I mean? Like so.
But hold on. I swear, Nigel Farage is saying there's about 10 Turkish barber shop down Birmingham. How does that make any sense? It's walking past, yeah, and you see an English barber shop. Finally, that's an English barber shop. Let's go in here, Kula. Yeah, man.
Listen, listen, it's not debate time yet. Yeah? It's not debate time yet. Let me shout out the people them stores. We're never going to get to that.
Debate with Asketty, yeah? A debate with Asketty.
No. The time will come, mate. We need to address why the market is great.
Listen, stop getting drawn up. Yeah, you can't bark at every single comment. You have to let
this guy's a fucking retard, man.
You have to let some
That's what I'm saying, Benny. You let this guy talk shit, but I beg you shout out so I can bury this guy 6 feet under.
So I can,
he just told you to shut
finish off the. You get me? I'm telling both of you to allow it so I can finish off the big ups for the people them in the chat. Like the man them typed in their name to get the registration call. Yeah, so the registrar for read them out. You get me? Yeah, so let me big them up. You get me? Shout out Barry Coogan, Walkwad. They are all type working class patriot. Dave's in the building. Sky no we man, gal my pre man. Come, mad. Okay, old tight. Whee. Anyone new? Keir Starmer. Man said 2 Keir Starmer, you know. You're supposed to write 2 tier. You forgot the tier in your name, cuz, man. You know? But I big up Keir Starmer anyway, yeah? Hey, Dave, you want to give Keir Starmer a shout out? The good work he's been doing for the economy and that, yeah?
Not really, no. We're in decline. What work? Our projected forecast is like fucking...
Ending the race riots. Ending the race riots is the best thing you did. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Race riots. Don't forget, give thanks sound system. Give thanks, South
Yeah,
System.
yeah. I shouted
Where
him
you
out
at,
early,
man? Southall, where you at, man? I need some South System in my car. Give thanks. Man, still carrying handbags, bro. He's still carrying
Let me
Jupiter's
shout out
handbags.
Sosa. One sec, cuz there. Big up Sosa and my G. A family tree, that man. Come on. How you mean? Jeez. All tight. Who else is in there? Louise Geffen. Come on, over there on the Welsh side of the game. Mad. Jeez, we say one finger dance, yeah? You wanna bring them old school videos back here? Oh, see Belly raving, you know. Oh shit. Go. Old tight gone. Man said, are you going to speak to the murder of Sher Maxim at Notting Hill? I did actually just see that before we started on Sky News that the person has been found guilty and all that. But he was arrested 2 weeks after, innit? But he weren't in the news, so yeah, maybe tomorrow or a bit later. Here, man like Carnito, you know. How you mean? Jeez. Mad, big up, old tight. Man like Dean, you know. Yeah, big up. He said like number 3. I don't know how there's only 3 likes. And we're down like 70 something people.
This community is shit at hitting likes.
I lied. These men don't want to give you
miserablest people on planet Earth.
God damn, the man don't want to give you no love for nothing, fam. Yeah,
I gotta admit though, a lot of your audience don't like you. I gotta be honest.
Hey, I lie.
I think the feeling is mutual. I think the feeling is mutual.
You know, it's funny, yeah. It's before, yeah. The man then was like, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, we like Felly. He's really neutral, yeah, that Felly."
And you know why? That was when the Muslim was.
We like Felly.
That was when you were when the Muslim was onto you. Remember? The Islam.
Yeah, but that's
the
what
Muslim.
I won't really give my opinion too hard. But yeah, I will just give my opinion on religion, innit? It's just on religion, innit? Where's your boycott gone? All them days, yeah. I'm saying, like, yeah. Shit, these times there. Remember them days where, like, fucking man them queuing up a half hour backstage, waiting to jump on and question Raspets about it's a test, fam. Mad. Yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
Oh, Ultra was mad, bro. Ultra, bro, couldn't sleep at night at them times. I think Ultra couldn't sleep at night them days, man.
Yeah.
My brother, are you done the shouting now? I just got.
You know why? Because
little small question from my man.
That's why, man. But wait, I ain't finished it.
Definitely not jumped on to talk to Asketty. He's a retard.
I'm not gonna talk to you, mate. I'm not talking to you, mate. Talk about
bro.
Your market is red, mate. Your market is red. Bro, you are alone that you're familiar for, man. What are you talking about, bro? You can't even debate. If I give you one question, you can't even answer it direct. Go on.
I'll smack up all your big boys all the time, man. What are you talking about?
There's not even a debate towards you, man. We're here to embarrass you, bro. Today, you get me?
Old time Reverend Myler, amen. Come on, man. You know, allow it. Let me finish the shouts for the people, then, man. Like, cuz at least you changed the smoke alarm, though, man. Well done.
There's no change.
You ain't heard of one ping yet, still, so something positive.
It's on solar now, bro. It's using the solar lamp, the fire alarm using what's it called? lithium battery right now.
Lithium battery, yeah.
The fire alarm in the house is solar.
It's never gonna die, man.
Solar fire alarm. Hey, bruv, calm down, man.
It's never gonna die, man.
Solar fire
That's one of the most stupid things I've ever heard.
All right, wait. Where was we? Shout out Mulatto says, yeah.
He's got a solar fire alarm.
You just shut the cool immigration.
Oh wait, man, the time is coming, bro. He's gonna have a good question.
I think that's everyone, yeah, man. Everyone got a shout out still, man. So there's a lot more people watching than typing still. Yeah, so slap the like button, everyone that's typing. The silent listeners, obviously not. The ones that hate me though, don't worry about that still, man. Like, slap
What's your What's your returning viewers on your channel, Valley? What's your returning viewers? What number is it?
I'm not even too sure, you know, bro. I ain't even really checked the analytics.
Have you not looked?
Lately,
Would that be interesting to know how big your audience is?
What are you talking about, bro? You used to have 4 viewers and you got about 50,000 subscribers. It don't make sense, Dave. You got about 4 viewers at that time. You got about 20 viewers. You got about 20 viewers in your live chat. And you're talking about you got 50. But anyways, forget about that. Do you not see the news today? China's slapping an 84% tariff.
Not for the live streams. So
yeah, that's it. In the last 28 days, I've had 428,000 returning viewers. So that tells you what my channel is.
So
people don't subscribe to me for live streams. My live streams, I've got an audience for my live streams. They're doing yeah, of course. Like they always get like over 1,000 views. It's not bad.
If I call my channel Coconut Somali Black Turn Far Right, how many views do you reckon I'm gonna get? How many subscribers do you reckon I'm gonna get if I post my video on X?
If you called yourself what was the name again? That was actually
Coconut Somali Turn Far Right. Hate his own kinds, man. Hate his own kind, man. Coconut Somali. Where views is gonna come out? Me and arguing with the Somalian elders, you know. Go back to your country and that. How many views will I get, bro, if I went outside the Somali camp? Not telling people go back to your country and that. But brother, anyways, but I got a very good topic today. You don't see the news, yeah? China.
The last live stream I did.
Hold on, bro.
The last live stream
your Messiah is Trump, right? Your Messiah is Trump.
It was 13 minutes long and it's got 1.2k views. So
you should go on TikTok, man. If you want to make money,
my audience in it. I don't need to go live for like 12 hours to get 1k.
Bro, but go on TikTok, man. Dave, go on TikTok if you want to make money. You're not gonna make no. But anyways, bro, did you not see the news today? China slapping. Did you see the news today, Veli? China slapping 84% tariff on the Messiah and Trump, Dave's Messiah. So, Dave, what do you think about that? Now, when your Messiah now is turning the whole world into an economic crisis, the way things are going. What do you mean, brother? Are you low IQ? Don't you know economics? Do you know economic, though? Do you know economic, man?
Do you understand the basics of conversation?
There's not that guy to debate. There's not the debate.
Do you understand
what do you think about that, bro? China, like, you know, Donald Trump being the bully, and China says,
you ask a question, and
you want to slap 34% tariff on us. We're gonna slap 84% on you.
You're just a belligerent degenerate.
China, man.
Keeps talking. This guy's a
bro, that's no answer for you, bro. We already know your answer. What's the point? The point is to expose you. So, anyways, what do you think about that, Veli, man? Their Messiah now. Their Messiah now have turned. Now their kids are in danger. Their future is in danger.
Cheeto.
Come
Cheeto
on, man.
Emperor.
And the other question is, do you think Britain should follow the same direction as America and slap tariff on China?
You ask a question and you keep talking. You're retarded.
Go on, man.
Yeah, let him answer.
Wait, this guy's a spastic. I've not come here to talk to this retard.
Brother, your next door neighbor, your neighbor, your family member, everybody on your street are retards, man. You're from Middlesbrough, bro. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? And he
it takes about 5 minutes to leave your city center, man. I can walk 5 minutes out of your whole city center, bro. This is what you talk about retard, bro. Where do you live? 5 minutes, I could be literally walking out of your city. I can walk from one side to the other side in 15 minutes.
Mean?
I'm outside Middlesbrough.
5 minutes.
Don't tell me about nothing, bro. 15 minutes, I'm already walked past. Forget about driving past.
What kind of logic is that?
Literally, my man is in a village, man, telling us. I bet you look outside your window. I bet you can see a cow, man. Anyways, yeah, I'm waiting for his answer, Veli. 84%.
The question
what do you think about that? You think China have done the right thing?
I have a quick answer in it, because I got a fucking videos in to play.
Answer? So, what do you mean? Answer what?
About 86%.
There's no point answering this guy, bro. What I'm saying, Veli. Yeah, man. Do you think China has done the right thing? They're not accepting no bullying. What do you think about that? Do you think China now and the position China is in, they can do way better than America? As we know, China is investing in Africa, Jamaica, all over the world.
Yeah, so your team China.
Watch
Yeah?
this. You see the low IQ Valley. Man said I'm a retard, but he just switched the thing. Now your team China. He can't answer a simple question. What this is what the far right does, you know. They're trying to. Did I say anything about? But just answer the simple question. Is it beneficial for you and your future to be
You
slashed
live in the
84%
West.
tariffs?
You live in the West, and you're happy that China is going to
Well, now you're turning to me. I never supported
dominate
Trump.
the economic
You
market.
guys are
Wait,
supporting
China
Trump,
ain't got
man.
tariffs, 86% tariffs on the UK. That's what America.
No, not yet.
No,
I'm
that's what
100%. But what I'm trying to say is, so UK follow the
the
same
UK is actually in a good
direction.
position. If Keir Starmer plays it right, then we're actually in a good position because we don't really need to get involved in this. We can negotiate
If we
a
had a
deal
low
with
IQ,
America where there's. We can negotiate a
Trade
deal with
wars are
America
done.
where there's no tariffs.
And
We
trade
can
wars.
negotiate, and we
this
can
is a proper
negotiate.
trade war, man.
We can negotiate a deal with China where there's no tariffs.
But
So we
how
can.
can you,
We're in a
when
good
you getting
position.
bullied
Now,
by
Britain's
Donald
already
Trump?
got an
Remember
area
this?
deal with
as well.
China, innit?
You,
And you know
what
what?
did
Yeah,
the gangster
China's
say?
got a couple free ports in the UK. Do you know what the free ports
Yeah.
are? I need to do a little bit more
Well, no
research
tax.
into the free ports still, but
Hold on. Are you saying there's no
China's
tax?
got a couple free ports in the UK, you know.
So they're just dropping
Yeah.
goods here without paying tax.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
sick,
think
man.
at the moment,
Big up China,
I think
man.
it's
now
got a
And
lot
you
of the
lot talking
BYD
about
cars through them.
America's
But
in trouble, man.
Belly,
I don't know how they're
Belly,
gonna
on the
get a
trade
trillion a
part,
year.
yeah, the BYD cars ain't shit. They're better than American cars, and soon they may be
100%.
better than Teslas. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
what?
Here, Starman should let
the
Chinese car
BYDs
come in,
build
man.
your dreams.
I swear to God, bruv. Who even look, big up Alan Sugar. What's his name? Alan Sugar, whatever his name is. Nobody cares.
Alan Sugar.
Look, if you look at ourselves, yeah. I don't know what his name is. Alan Sign, yeah.
Lord Sugar, yeah. Lord
My
Sugar.
man said, "What do we really buy from America? Nobody buys American cars. Yeah, there's probably 1,000 American cars on the road of the UK.
Digital services.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe some Jeeps. You know, Jeeps karaoke and that. That's different. But when we talk about Mustang and these Vipers and all these other cars, where are the American cars? So we're not gonna really suffer when it comes to buying American goods. You know, import American goods.
This guy
But
just hates America.
On the
That's
other
the
hand,
bottom line in this whole
look at
thing.
this. Look,
He
you
just
see
hates
this low
America.
IQ. This is what he does. He cannot debate, and he talks about debate with Ascari.
There's no
This
debate.
is what they
You're,
do, you know.
you're seal clapping for China. You're a spastic.
Nobody's still clapping. I'm saying, look what Donald
You
Trump
just
done
said
to you
big up.
guys. When
You
you
just
lot
said
was still
big up
clapping.
China. You just said big up China. You
Big up
spastic.
China
You live in
again,
the
bruv.
West.
Big up China. Big up China. What have China done to UK,
Right.
bruv? Right now, look at your clothes, mate. Go and look at your clothes, bruv. It's probably made in China. Don't
Yeah,
chat shit,
Ford
mate.
is American,
Look at
but Valley
even
don't
your-
count it for some reason. I don't know what's going on around here.
I'm gonna come back, bruv. Somebody's.
Yeah, Ford is definitely American. Yeah, but look, bottom line is we just negotiate a deal with America where there's zero tariffs, and that's good. We're in a good position right now. We're not in the EU, and we can do business. And it seems like at the moment, how do you word that?
Yeah, because it's the closest trading.
Oh, you've cut out. You cut out.
Partner. It's the biggest trading partner. So having tariff-free trading, and the biggest trading partner, closest trading partner, having trade-free barriers with your closest trading partner and largest trading partner is beneficial to you and the partner.
Right. Okay.
Like, remember there was the talk before Brexit, yeah, was we couldn't be able to make a deal with America, right? Trade-free deal with America. So what's better in your opinion then? A deal with America where we pay 10% and 25% tariffs depending on what trade we get, or a free trade deal where we pay 0% tariffs and free trade?
Did you not listen, Veli? Did you not listen to what I just said? I said we can negotiate a deal with the United States of America where there's zero tariffs on both sides.
How?
What do you mean how? This is what America's angling
Donald
for,
Trump's
right?
put on a 10% tariff and a 25% tariff already.
Yes, of course. Yeah. And that
tariff
in
coming
turn
to place
then. Yeah, but he's done the same with Japan. He's done the same with all countries.
Right,
Now
so
this
right
is the time
now
where
they're
people are
under
going to
tariffs, right?
negotiate, and this is now where people are going to negotiate.
Okay, so
we're in a good position.
No, it's not, because the things that's in a surplus is charged at 25% tariff. The things that's under or equal is at a 10% tariff. So even if the shit's equal and it's just a 10% tariff, it's like obviously a cost on a charge that you was already paying, or a price that you was already paying, a rise in the price that you was already paying for the same service. Obviously, it's not good, innit? Like, so removing the tariffs would be good or whatever. But yo, if removing the tariff, if free tariffs and free trade comes with having to accept hormone-injected beef and chlorinated chicken and all that shit, all them American foods or whatever start becoming the norm in the supermarkets and decimates the British farming business, is that still a benefit of Brexit?
Yeah, that's obviously not something we're going to agree to.
So, what sort of leverage do you think England's got with America in it? Because I think
we're part of the
Anglosphere, trade,
the Five Eyes.
Yeah, in the part of this trade, yeah, in this trade of having a trade deal with America, like basically, England would have to accept whatever trade deal America offers in it. They ain't really got no bargaining chips. What's the bargaining chips that England's got with America in it? Like,
no, GOJ just said zebra nuggets. Fucking hell. It's hilarious. It's early days. Like, I think they're ready to negotiate. This is as simple as that. I believe if Starmer plays this right, we can have zero trade, and we might even get a zero tariff trade deal with China. Why not?
Ain't no zero.
We're open for business.
Trade deal with no America, man. Donald Trump ain't giving no zero tariff trade deal with the UK. He's already started off at 10%. Innit? What do you think? That realistically, what's the lowest he's gonna go on stuff that is a surplus, like the vehicles and the steel industry? Is he gonna?
Is that true? What Bonga Bonga just said?
What's that? Trump
no, I don't have faith in Starmer, but I do have faith in the Trump establishment.
I'm just saying that you got faith in the Trump establishment, but they're just fucking up constantly. They've wiped $2 trillion off the American stock market. They've done the biggest American security breach in history.
It's all short term, Belly. It's all short term.
The biggest fund that's got on stage and done a Nazi salute. Like, what the hell? What they've done so much shit in this small time.
We're still living in the world of public opinion, yeah. We're still living in the world of public opinion. Oh no, people think that Elon Musk did the Nazi salute. Oh, the world will stop.
That was funny, mate. That was funny.
It's not relevant to anything. But it's not relevant
to anything.
It is.
You know what's funny?
Implementing national socialism, then I'll say yeah, something's gone wrong.
That guy left.
If that is the direction then we're
so
going,
is Elon Musk in support
the
of
white
the closest
nationalists
party to national socialism that Germany has ever seen since the fucking National Socialist Party was in power right now? Is he in support
People
of
are
the
taking the
closest
Tesla
party
logos
that
off.
is leaning towards national socialism than any other party apart from Adolf Hitler's party since Adolf Hitler's party?
You're back to the AFD, yeah?
Actually, you're right, Belly. I didn't even look at that.
Yeah.
There's not been a party in history that's ever done that salute.
It's not, listen, you know that it's not slander for you to be able to call Bjorn Hocker a Nazi in Germany, right? Because he was found that like there was
that guy is German, bro. What are you talking about?
This is just public
and he's
opinion.
not African.
This is all this perception. This is all this perception in the media, right?
No. It makes sense.
Why it's weird, isn't it? Like, because if we was talking about some nonce with 10 million cases against them, yeah, you'd be like, bro, they fucking convicted. Like, we're talking about some fucking Nazi that's been convicted. You're like, right, it's just public opinion. The fuck
yeah, it is though.
Not even that, bro. Let me just say something. Elon Musk, yeah, he lost so much money that he had to shut down Deutsche. He had to quit his government position because he lost so much money because of that salute he did. You know how much money Tesla has lost in the last 3 months? Over 100 billion.
Is China included in that?
And at the same time, the same guy who created something called Dutch, where they were coming out after, and
listening to you talk about Elon Musk is a hilarious one.
Bro, you are the lowest IQ, bro. You can't even answer a simple question, man. What's the point, bro?
Right.
See you, bro. We're only here to try and help you, but you're beyond help. You might as well just. Why were you not in Southport, mate? You should have been in jail by now. People like you need to be in HMP, man. At least to start thinking. Because, bro, The same guy, you know, your Messiah, Donald Trump,
Let me ask
who
you this
started
question, yeah? I was
trade
chatting
war
to
against China.
Danny Roscoe the other day, yeah? Let me see if you hold the same point of view, yeah? So, I was saying that any of the people that attended the South, I'm calling them riots, yeah? He's calling them protests, that wasn't peaceful, that was attacking the mosque or the police and all them sort of bits there, were part of the race riots, yeah? And his opinion was, because I'm against them, that I'm anti-white. Do you believe that I'm anti-white for being against that? Them attacking fucking police and the mosque at that Southall riots where it kicked off. Southall race riots, I'm calling them.
No, not the way you presented that necessarily. But I would say when it comes to the sentencing guidelines, you do seem to always fall on a certain side. You don't really.
You're lying, man.
No,
you're lying, man.
Come out on the side
it's
of
like
because the sentencing guideline thing was pretty clear, wasn't it?
I'm actually, you know,
what are you talking about?
The sentencing guidelines that ethnic minorities are more likely to be flipping mis-sentenced, like receive a longer sentence in jail or a harsher prosecution in court and by the police. Then
look at that stop and search, bro.
The sentencing guidelines.
Well, why does this guy keep?
For how long are we telling these people about stop and search? But they don't care about no stop and search.
Ask stop, bro. Let me finish what I was saying, cuz, man. I was in the middle of a piece, bro. Like, so the sentencing guidelines was, or not even the sentencing guidelines, the way that sentencing was supposed to be handed out and dealt with was supposed to be taking a little bit of a restructure, with the sentencing guidelines coming in to take into consideration the reasons why and how the persons and the circumstances, how the people that have committed this crime have ended up into this crime. It didn't mean that people of ethnic minorities were now not going to get found guilty or whatever. Sentencing guidelines after you've already been found guilty. And sentencing guideline is like just a guideline. You can still go to jail, and it can still show statistically that ethnic minorities are receiving a harsher sentence than others, even if those sentencing guidelines reviews come in. But without them coming into place or being tested or tried or whatnot, because obviously it doesn't look like it's
the guidelines that were introduced. So the guidelines that were introduced. Guy, please, man, this guy is an idiot, man.
No, bro, you're chatting shit, but you're acting like the guideline just came out now. It's been there for how long?
Hey, Askey, let him answer the question, man. Let him answer the question. He's talking about the guidelines that was institutionally racist.
So you're saying that the guidelines that were going to be introduced were not unfair. That's your position, yeah?
I'm saying that they could have still been unfair, but they was looking more into the background of the offender to see whether the sentence matches or is equal to help rehabilitate them after they've committed said crime, innit? As you know, jail's not working for most of the people that's in jail, innit?
Yeah, but it works for the people on the outside. He stops them being hurt by certain people, right? I don't necessarily believe prison every time has to be
when they come back out, yeah, these people are doing a lot of people that go to jail are coming out and doing worse crimes than when they went in.
I'm gonna make a very short, really. Sentencing guideline gets harsher when it's racist or religious motivated. So what these people done, it was religiously motivated. It's like now if I commit common assault, yeah, against a normal human being, I'm only gonna go down for maximum 6 months. But if it was racistly motivated or religiously motivated, best believe that sentencing guideline starts for at least a year prison. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so this is why you have to understand this. Their thing was racistly and religiously motivated. They were attacking a mosque. They turned this whole thing into that was a Muslim thing. That's why that guideline was harsher on these people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Yeah, but Veli, my position is we should be all equal under the eyes of the law. I'm not advocating for people to be treated differently. That's my position.
We're not advocating for people to be treated differently. They're looking into the background of the offender to see, like, what can rehabilitate them better, innit? And why they ended up in the circumstances they're in. And that's all offenders.
That is
like, so.
I have
was that?
I have brought that up before.
I don't see how it was going to be like. For me personally, yeah, I don't see how it was going to be used to single out English people. and give them harsher sentences. Like, I don't see how that.
How can you not? Even Labour said it was unfair. Labour of all people.
So what if Labour said it?
It can't be unfair when it's a sentencing guideline.
In red suits right now.
Let me just say this, Billy. It's a sentencing guideline. This guideline didn't come at the time of Southport. It was in there for how long, man? This guideline is not something they're reading off now because these laws commit racist and religious crime against minorities, right?
What JB
this
saying
guideline has been there for how long? They're reading this guideline.
A lot of minorities do seem to go take things to trial. That's why they're getting higher sentences. A lot of them seem to not take pleas. So that's why the sentencing does seem to be a bit skewed with.
What plea, bro? What if you're not guilty? What are you talking about? If you're not guilty, you have to claim you're guilty, sign. What you talking about, man? Trial. Of course, we have to take a trial.
Listen, whatever. Listen, the sentencing guidelines comes after the guilty verdict has already been given in it. So extra people getting found guilty and not like that can't correlate with it. More people go in jail of one ethnicity than another. That can actually still happen.
No, they're saying there's it's disproportionate in the sentence that's being handed down. But if you went not guilty, fella, and you got found guilty at court, and I went guilty and didn't go to court, me and you were going to get two different sentences.
Now, when they do the measure up, yeah, they do like for like, get it? It's not like we're having two different, like you that went not guilty and I went guilty or whatever. They're talking about people convicted of the same crime, innit? The different sentences that they receive.
Yeah, they give you an assessment and they advise what kind of sentence should be given to you, right? And then ultimately that wouldn't have been afforded to if you was white or Christian. That you would have been given more of a favourable assessment after sentencing if you was not white or Christian.
Alright, but there's no statistics or evidence that shows that people of ethnic minorities plead not guilty at a higher sentence rate than at a higher rate than people of
that's what I was gonna say as well.
Ethnicity.
You know what he just done here, really? Yeah, he said what he just done here, yeah. What he just done here, he's saying these people who commit this crime admit they're guilty, but still got a harsher sentence. Where's the evidence? Show us receipt that these people.
Stop talking, you fucking spastic, man. You ask a question.
Your dad is a spastic, mate. Remember this, your family are related, man. That's why they created you. But look how big your head is, man. Your head is the size of a balloon. But anyways, bro, Belly, what this guy is saying is chatting shit. There's no evidence these people committed. Because he cannot, bro. You know this is what they do. You know these far rights. These low IQ grooming gangs, grooming Robertson gangs. You know, when they hear the truth, they always turn it. This is what a racist does. Like, and what's it called? Look, you're spastic. You're Mongol. You're this. Who's the real Mongol, bro? Have you seen your face, bro? You look at least like you have 3 different illness, bro. But anyways, Belly, this guy where he just gone now, he said these same people in Southport admitted they're guilty, but still got a sentence as like they were not guilty.
I would rather debate bullshit, that. I would rather debate that.
What's the point, man? You're answering now. Nobody wants to hear your answer, man. Nobody retard. Your mom is, bro. Your mom is a retard in the grave, mate. Your mom is a retard in the grave because you never accepted Islam. Right now, she's suffering in the grave, mate. Your mom is suffering, man.
Ask Katie. All right, come on. Let's get back to
conversation. He makes, but he makes.
Wait, listen though.
I hope you go the same direction as your mom.
Wait. Ask Katie loud.
I hope you go where your mom is at the moment, man.
You know that you're doing the wind up tactics with him as well, isn't it? Like, but obviously every time he asks a question, you just call him a retard or whatever.
Yeah, but you can't have you can't have a.
But there's not even a question to him, bro. You know what it is? He's using white privilege, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because when he hears the truth, all I said is that idiot. He said these people are made they're guilty and still got a harsh sentence. What? Where's the evidence, bro? Don't come here trying to brainwash us or trying to groom us, bruv. We've been dealing with, bruv. Go and do your thing. Go and talk to Nixie and them people. Go and talk to Nixie or these victims of their circumstances, mate. You might groom them, you know. But what he does and they do it all the time. They keep acting like this victim narrative. But there's no black people that are gonna support your cause. You know what I'm saying? Best believe that, man. You motherfucker, man. Best believe that, man. So go on, bruv. This thing, you're a retard. I can't. Nobody wants to debate you, bruv. You live in Middlesbrough, bruv. You have no value in life, bruv. You can't even afford a ticket to come to London, mate. Have you ever been in a protest here in London? You are a keyboard protester, man. Go and keyboard over there, man. Fucking idiot, man.
You live in Middlesbrough.
But anyway, Betty, what's up, Betty, man? I don't want to speak to this white privilege and black eating pudding prick, man. Go and eat some black pudding, man. Go and eat your black pudding, man. That's all you can afford, bro.
All right. Calm down now, man.
Waste, man, bro.
Let's get back on point. You got. Alright, listen.
Like
Now,
some
you
white
man gotta stay on
point.
point. I skate. Stay on point. Don't let man just trigger you and start the insult.
TOJ, man. Fuck you, no.
Just have fucking make points.
TOJ just said alien head privilege.
TOJ, come back to Somalia. Best believe. TOJ, I beg you come to Somalia, man. If you're
you
man.
don't even want to live in Somalia. Shut up,
Somalis,
man. Why would I go
Come back again, man. Come again.
You don't even want to live there, you dickhead.
You're a waste, man, bro. People warrior talking shit like I was in Somalia. I used to shoot Somalis, yeah. Come back there, man. Come back. Let's go and fight some pirates, bruv. You're a little waste, man. You think, bruv, go there, man.
Privilege, you know.
Go in there, man. You know what happened to you in Black Hawk Down, 1993. It's the same guy that ran away from Somalia.
Anyone's just triggering you with everything, man. So just
nah, bro, it's this white privilege, man. There's white racist, brother. You know, this white, I hate this white laugh. Whiteness. You know, your whiteness is just. Big up Julius Malema, man. I hate your whiteness.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't
Shout out Julius Malema, man.
I don't think Dave's racist. I think the thing with Dave is he just doesn't like Islam. And this is
no, his dad is racist. His grandparents are racist. He's got a racist inheritance. All his family left him behind is a handbook how to be a racist, and it's literally implemented.
He seems to be hurt by
something. Use that
I don't know what it is. But
you know what I'm saying?
Go and tell someone who cares.
And that guy, Betty, the problem is that guy, yeah, he's literally speaking down to us. You know, whenever people are, whenever people are trying to give a point or address a point or try to expose the these low IQ far rights, yeah, all they do is this guy is a moral. This is a Mongol, this is a moron, this is you know what I'm saying? And what it is, Betty, yeah, is only because you tell the truth. Because what he done here, he said that these racists that was burning down mosque and looking for
listen, if you want to jump on the panel, jump on the panel direct, because I've got to jump off for a second.
Dave would be out.
Betty, let me just say this. He said these people committing this crime in the Middlesbrough, yeah, burning down Muslims and black people and slapping Muslims and that, yeah. They admitted that they're guilty at court, yeah. They admitted that they're guilt, and they still got a past sentence like that. They were not guilty, you know, like they went on trial. So what I said to him, yeah, can you prove that? But what he done is because he know the truth, yeah. There's no evidence. He can't prove it. Like we don't live in this country, like we don't see the news. Where's the evidence, bro? Are we not on X?
No
Are we
idea
not on
what
TikTok?
you're talking about.
Shut up, man. So anyways, Betty, this is what he does, you know, these white people. You better learn from them, you know, Betty. For years, this is the same people that are saying we are CivNav. We're not racist to migrants. We're not against colored people. Today my country is getting taken over. I don't want to open my door and see a brown person living next door.
I don't know.
This is what they come to now.
Look, honestly,
I just watch the next 5 years. The next 5 years is for nigger bashing. He's going for nigger bashing. This same guy you're saying is not racist. In 3 years' time, he's doing nigger bashing. So he's just doing what his answer used to do.
Dave do nigger bashing.
They're going back in history.
I've never heard him do that. But the thing with Dave is, what I heard him say is, he's concerned. He wants to keep the majority of Britain white. I don't think it's a bad thing.
That is not white, Betty. They've stolen the whole world. Give us back what you're stolen. That is not white. England is not white. There's got 3 lions on their shirt. Lions are from Africa. Where's the lion from? What do you mean England are white? Their lions are from Africa.
White and Christian. So I don't know if it's a bad thing because those are the
majority of the country is white, but I don't know if the majority of the country is Christian. Like most of the English people don't go to church. themselves, isn't it? Like,
No, that's not true. That's not true.
The majority of the country don't go to church. That's true.
You've still got older white people.
He's a liar, man. Dave is a liar.
No, I said the majority. Majority, innit? The majority do not go to church. The majority of the country don't go to church.
Well, majority are atheists, brother. Let's be honest. This is an atheist land. This is an atheist land. Even this guy here claiming that he's a Christian don't believe in God's will because he's against migrants. You know, he's against migrants, so he doesn't believe in God.
No, but
because if you're against God's will, this is God's will. Migrants coming over here. So he's not really a Christian because he don't believe in God, this Dave guy. Because if he believed in God, he wouldn't have no problem with migrants because God is the one doing this. You think a migrant and what's it called, a smuggler from France? Nobody want to address you, man. I'm talking over you, man. I'm here to embarrass you, bro.
You're belligerent. You're a degenerate drunk, man. And you have no time, bro. You just spout rubbish. Like you're not someone
who created alcohol? The white man created alcohol, right? So who is that to blame? The white man who created this poison.
This on fucking YouTube, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Taffy, mate, have you finished trimming my sheep, mate? Remember Ramadan? I'm still waiting for free halal sheep.
Doing my head in, bro.
Taffy, mate, when is my sheep coming, bro? Remember this. Make sure you say Bismillah and cut the neck, and then put them in a van, bro. I don't know what racist is. I can't.
Come and get him. Yeah. Right, that's better. Right, wait, guys. Oh, you're another racist.
Oh, fuck.
An egotistical racist.
Fucking hell. How'd you get on the panel, you fuck? I thought you had a job, you fucking bum.
Up your own
I thought you just got a fucking new job.
I hope this guy is sober.
How long did it take you to get a fucking new job, you cunt? 2 years. 2 years.
We don't need two drinks on
fucking lazy bastard.
Surrounded by racists.
Well, you can't even afford a ticket to come to London. Wait, I beg you, just I'll send you £10, not I'll send you £20. You pay for the rest. Let's see if you can pay for the rest. Come to London, mate. Come to Victoria Station, man. Let's see if you can afford a ticket. Same thing for Taffy, mate. Taffy, buy a ticket to Victoria Station. Prove you can afford a simple train ticket, man. Prove that you can afford a simple train ticket. Come to London. Come to Victoria Station.
Not productive at all.
Come to Paddington, man. Come to Paddington or sign.
Literally, I jumped to shut him up, like, yeah.
Literally, I jumped, mate. I just finished filming 4 sheep, you know. I still got 1 sheep left, you know. Give me a minute, mate. Oh.
Shut up.
Them Pakistanis in London are buying all my sheep. MashaAllah. Halal. All my sheep are turned halal now. Alhamdulillah. Why not, man? Without us Muslim, you think anybody will buy your sheep? All meat soon, all meat in this country is gonna be halal. What are you talking about? All meat is soon gonna be halal. Best believe me. Look everywhere. Halal butcher everywhere. Your Tesco's got halal meat. Everywhere is halal. Best believe me, you're gonna eat halal. Everyone be eating halal in the next 2 years. And nothing you're gonna do about it, bruv. Your sheep already been labeled for halal slaughter. It's already been labeled. Come on, they already got the tag. Go and check your sheep, mate. They already got a label on the same. It's going somewhere in London in the next 6 months. Just wait for it to grow.
People, because what other people need to
Alhamdulillah, man. Yeah. More halal for all the people.
Yo, but listen, wait, one sec though, yeah? Is man them wanna have conversations or whatever, innit, yeah? Have conversations or whatever, innit? Like, don't wind each other up and then complain about when one person gets wound up. Like,
have you ever heard Asketty have a productive conversation?
That's what I'm saying, Dave. You hear that, Belly? Man went at you just said something, but he went direct from You just hear what Belly said, bro.
Have you ever heard him do that?
I beg you, fuck off, mate. If you can't debate, just fuck off. Nobody wants to hear you, man. All I said is, let's talk about China. Oh, but this guy got triggered because of China. Yes, man, big up China, man. You want to hear it again? Big up China.
Fucking say is a fucking
84% on you, man. Why not?
Talking about productive, right? You ain't intelligent. You just
That's what I'm saying, Triller, man.
Everyone fucking knows that.
Shit, bro.
Everyone knows that.
You can't answer a simple question.
You just make shit up.
Coming here trying to use white privilege, man. Nobody care about your whiteness, man. Fuck off with your whiteness, man. Where are you, man? You're on a black channel, man.
You both
coming here acting like you're better than us because you're white.
Yo, listen.
About your whiteness.
Listen. Yo, listen, man. Stop the fucking race arguments and whatever, man. get back onto the actual topic in it. Yeah, there's enough topics that have. Wait, listen. There's enough topics that we got lined up or whatever. Yeah, let me run this video real quick here. A short one.
Nobody cares about funerals. Nobody cares about thrillers and footage, Kelly.
Shortly before dawn on the 23rd of March. The first rays of sunlight can be seen as a convoy of Palestinian Red Crescent ambulances are travelling on a road to the north of Rafah, searching for missing colleagues. The Israeli military would later claim that they didn't have their emergency lights on. This video shows very clearly that in fact they did. The convoy spots the missing ambulance on the side of the road, so they pull over. The paramedics wearing their uniforms get out and start to move towards the vehicle. Israeli soldiers then open fire. The video goes black, but the mobile phone keeps recording for another 5 minutes, much of which is almost constant gunfire. One of the paramedics, Rifat Redwan, can be desperately heard reciting the Shahada, the Muslim prayer before death. Forgive me, mother, he says. This is the path I chose to help people. He was later found with a bullet in his head and this mobile phone still on him. It was 5 days before the IDF gave permission to the United Nations to retrieve the 15 bodies. They were found in a mass grave and their vehicles crushed beside them. The Israeli military has claimed that 8 of the dead were Hamas. They have not yet provided any evidence of that. The Israeli military has also claimed that the vehicles were travelling without coordination in a combat zone. But a Sky News investigation has revealed that an evacuation order was not issued by the IDF for that area until at least an hour after the incident.
Their ambulances were clearly marked and they should have returned to the families. They did not. Even in the most complex conflict zones, there are rules. These rules of international humanitarian law could not be clearer. Civilians must be protected. Humanitarians must be protected. Health services must be protected.
Following the emergence of the video, the IDF has released a new statement saying that all claims, including documentation circulating about the incident, will be thoroughly and deeply examined to understand the sequence of events and the handling of the situation. More than 400 aid workers have been killed during the 18 months war in Gaza, as well as tens of thousands of civilians. Israel's version of events, often claiming that the targets were Hamas, have rarely been proven or disproven because of the lack of public evidence. On this occasion, this video undermines and contradicts the IDF's justification for attacking the Palestinian ambulances. And it will, inevitably, confirm in some people's minds the accusation that war crimes are being committed in Gaza and covered up.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
Wow, it's like handing back
أشهد أن لا إله. I respect that brother, man. He's inshallah. Look at this guy. He's already doing hate.
Dead hostages.
You hear what he's doing, Billy? You see the hate, bro. This is the people you want us to be show humanity to. You know what I'm saying? These animals. You know, you see them animals, bro. Brother, I don't even want to speak to him, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna return you.
I don't want to speak to him, bro. This animal, bro. But Trilla, brother.
Are you Israeli?
Trilla, what do you think about that, brother? What do you think about that, bro? Trilla, what do you think about that?
Are you Palestinian?
You see that hate, brother? Even innocent ambulance worker, yeah, getting executed on the road. That hate is showing.
Did I say we? Did I say we?
So what about the
this dumb fucking twat did, didn't he? You don't even know where he's from.
You see that, bro? No respect for humanity, bro. This is the people we need to take. They're trying to tell us about morals, you know. This is the people trying to teach us about morals, you know. Trilla,
This
Trilla,
is
what do you think about that? This is that. These two here, brother, you
don't
know.
even know where they're
You
fucking
see,
from.
and I don't even want to start an argument, Trilla. Trilla, let me just ask you, brother. You think that was just, brother?
These two
You know what you
people are
just
just
done.
hurt, man.
Hold on,
They're
bro.
just coming
I'm
here to
telling you,
cry,
we know
man.
you're white. We
They're just
know
coming
you're
to
white,
cry.
bro. Wait your turn.
You try
White
to
man, wait your
dehumanize
turn, man.
people. All right.
Exactly, bro.
That's the biggest fucking crime. All
You
right.
think giving
You
black
trying to
hostages
dehumanize
in a
people.
coffin is
And he's
Oh,
telling
there
us
you
why
go. Run
people hate
away.
English people.
Wow.
Why people hate English, bro? Because of you, bro. People hate English people because of people like you.
return your hostages, but they might be
He's
in
not English, he's
Look at
Welsh.
this. Look at this. Even both, no, both of them. Wales is another person, but I'm talking about to Dave. I know, no, that's not. No, I'm talking to Dave. Betty, relax, relax, Betty. I'm talking to Dave. You know Dave from Middlesbrough.
Somalia. What are you chatting about? It's Welsh.
We're gonna return
Fucking hell, man. Kathy's Welsh, she's not English.
You're gonna return your hostages, but they might be in a coffin dead.
But this guy's gone. Hey, but Trilla, and I was gonna ask you something, but do you think that's what excuse have they got? But Trilla, 1 second. Oh my days, you know, white and white, innit? We are white and white. We know this, man. Don't worry. But Trilla, I was gonna tell you something. Yeah, the IDF, you know, the bulldozers, all those ambulance and bury them. You know, the bodies and the ambulance try to hide the evidence. You know, imagine this, bro. You literally buried ambulance. You know, you had to bury the ambulance to hide evidence. So, Trilla, what do you think about that, bro?
Nothing wrong.
Yeah, dude, it's a mass crime, bro. You get me? All hopefully should be
Mass
revealed.
crime,
you get
innit?
me? Yeah, it's just...
Hi.
The only way people are not watching it because like these people, man.
The problem is in that part of the world, everyone lies about what happened.
Out of the
But
world.
you are outraged. You are outraged, Asketi, right? But you weren't outraged about October the 7th, were you?
I don't know, no, October 7th. In Palestine has been
you see. That's the problem we have here.
Since
That's the big problem we
1946.
have.
Since 1946,
That's a lie.
Palestinians have
That's a
had
lie.
October the 7th every single day.
Why would you
Every
say
day
that
they've been
about
having
Asketi?
October 7th.
I'm
Why
sure
are you
Asketi
Every day
is
Palestinians have been
appalled
saying
by what
October
happened
the 7th.
in that day.
Every time I just mic, I bought a new mic. Then I'm going to try and see if I can find a different mic. It's so annoying. It keeps adjusting it on my. I don't know what's going on with this
But
mic.
anyways, Trilla, yeah, big up. I was gonna say, what justification have they got to get away with this IDF?
What
And even trying
justification
to hide
did
the
Hamas
evidence. You
have
know,
on October the 7th?
hold on.
Huh?
Hold on.
What
And what's it called?
justification did they have?
And Trilla, remember that this is aid workers, yeah? This is aid workers. And then taking their vehicle
I do
and
believe
burying
that
a
they were
hole
actual
and literally
terrorists.
burying the whole vehicle and the bodies in there.
Hamas.
This is what we're dealing with, you know. This is the same. This
Don't
is
expect
England is
people
fucked, you know
to
that.
be
Hey, Trilla, you know
sorry for
England is
Hamas.
finished. The same England that used to have democracy and human rights. This is what they come to now.
Why don't you get your big boots
They're
on?
letting these people on the
Get your
streets.
big boots on and go
England
over
is
there and
finished, man.
have them.
That
Go
great
have
England
them.
we all knew
As
back
bad as
10
the
years
crimes
ago.
are.
That was so great. This great country, you know, that was great 10 years ago. Look what happened now.
Yeah,
So, bro,
get
as
your
bad as
big
the crimes
boots
are,
on
right?
and go and have
I am
them.
also really appalled by, you know what I mean? You see the feedback that some of the panelists, right, have, the lack of sympathy and empathy towards what's going on, the dehumanization,
for the victims of October
the
7th.
dehumanization of the people.
And it's not only, bro,
It's insane. Honestly, your lack of sensitivity
and Arabs,
is
you know,
a
they're not
crying
Arabs.
shame.
Some of them are
It really
European.
is.
Some of them can't even. Some of them could be English. You know what I'm saying? Some of them could be English. Some of them
we
could be. Some of them are
all
white. You know
attacks,
those
right?
victims.
And I say we, most people on this planet, right, have a heart and they condemn. They condemn all these kind of attacks.
Part of the country.
Why can't you condemn? Why can't you condemn the IDF? Why can't you condemn the IDF? So I condemn Hamas. Most people do.
Trilla, let's see how far. Let's see how far the conversation without.
You support them, you said, or condemn them.
I beg you, don't engage with them, Trilla.
You condemn them or support them. Askety, 1 second, bro.
Let's see how far.
Let
them talk to
Askety, 1 second. Askety, chill out, bro. Alright, so you're saying you support the IDF. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, because they're an army. They're not a terrorist group.
No.
Hold on.
Do you
support the killing of innocent people? Of innocent people?
I don't know of any killing of innocent people.
You don't know of any?
Witness now, no, Wendy, what you just witnessed now on the camera? Do you support that? The ambulance pulling over. and IDF opened fire.
Were they alive?
Oh, well, 8 of the killed were Hamas fighters. Oh dear.
You hear that? Hey, bro, why am I even talking to this motherfucker, man? I swear down, God. How long you got? How long you got left to live? How long you got left to live? 8 of the dead
were Hamas fighters. Yeah.
You don't deserve to live too much, man.
Why don't you take the pill, man? Fighters embed themselves within a vehicle of safety. The IDF find out about and think, sod that, I'm still going to attack it.
Fucking dickheads.
Trilla. Forget about that, Trilla. Have you seen in My Man the Wasteman and Give Tank System? Man's been holding two handbags for too long, man. He's still holding the handbags, you know.
You really
brother,
have.
Trilla, I beg you, brother, for the respect of the victims, let's change the topic. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I'm not here to.
I hear you. But at the same time, let them expose themselves. I'd rather let them expose themselves. Take your personal feelings aside.
Save life.
Yeah, ask it. Don't get upset. Let these people expose themselves,
brother. Well,
right. So there you go then. So let them expose themselves. Yeah, because all Wendy said, right, is that she's completely unaware of any innocent people being killed. So she thinks that children, right, it's okay for children and newborn babies to be killed. She doesn't consider them to be innocent.
You think it's okay for children and newborn babies to be killed in Israel?
By her? No, I don't. I condemn all of those killings. I condemn all of those killings. You don't even recognize. I condemn it. You don't even recognize innocent people are being killed in Palestine. You don't even recognize that. So you are trying to dehumanize these people and trying to say that their lives they're not even innocent. Right? You are trying to but I'm not trying to guilt trip you. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
You don't want to be around migrants. People don't want to be around you. You need to fuck out of this country. Get out of this country. We don't want you in this country no more. We need you to go.
I don't know how to stop that from lowering your volume. I don't know how to stop this Matt from lowering my volume on my mic. Has anyone got any ideas how to use this?
You're not lowering. You just got high. Your volume is gone high.
Yeah, it's getting a bit louder, Betty.
It just keeps lowering.
I was gonna say, Wendy.
You know how to stop it from lowering the mic?
No.
Betty, that's lovely.
Change the default. Change the settings. Change the settings to headphones or speaker side.
It's all right for a mass to use it.
I did, but it keeps lowering it.
Bro, you need to talk about chiefs, man.
So it's okay for IDF to go and shoot children in the head,
right? I don't even know what is Hamas.
Yeah, literally trying to flee, trying to run away. It's okay for IDF to bomb refugee camps after they bomb the cities and move them out, and then people have to move out to refugee camps, and then they bomb the refugee camps. When they're told, right, to leave a certain area, they go and bomb the area that they're all going towards. It's insane. The evidence is all out there. You like to read online. Go and read.
I don't go looking for
we got show respect to the ambulance.
Lots of people have shown you.
Stay there. Talk, and then you're gonna stop. Don't adjust the mic. I mean it now. I'm getting really fed up with this mic. Definitely. I think I should get a PC. Like this. I don't know. I put a brand new mic in, and it's still doing the same thing. No, I'm talking to you. You're meant to help me with my PC and the secretary. If the secretary's got a problem with the mic, you can't just ignore me. I am on the settings.
No,
I am on the settings.
Backstage. So when you get on, the mic should be working. Just look at the green line. Make sure.
Yeah, I've looked at the green line. Oh no, it's an echo.
At backstage, you can pick your mic at backstage.
Is echo disappeared now?
Shut up, man. Go and count some sheep, man.
Echo's gone now, babe.
Did you hear, brother? Did you hear the ambulance worker last word? I died loving what I'm doing. Pick up that brother, man. And he took his shahada before he got shot in the head. Man is, inshallah, bro. God knows, but this is what we call a martyr. You know, martyr. This is how you end up in heaven. Martha,
Israel,
helping human lives and getting killed at the same time. And you took your shahada.
Yeah, you want to believe that.
Bruv,
You believe
how
anything.
many sheep, mate?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I swear one of the sheep has gone to the neighbor's house. Neighbor's fence. Go and catch that sheep, man. Why are you even talking to me, bro? I swear you're supposed to look after the sheep.
Shut up, you dumb cunt.
One of them is near the neighbor's fence, bro. I bet you go catch it. This idiot.
If you want to believe that propaganda,
I don't know how
right
I've
ahead
been
and
chatting to
believe
these
it.
people. They expose themselves, bro. These
Israel's
animals, you know.
army it's like it's up there. It's nearly top army in the world.
He believes every bit of propaganda that they pump out. He's the idiot.
With a fucking good army, yeah, being Palestine.
We all witnessed it, right? From where? Sky News, you know. It's not even an Al Jazeera. That's not exclusive, you know. This came straight out of Sky News, BBC. All the news broadcasts show this.
As I said, propaganda.
It's all over the internet, you know. As I said, don't shout. Yeah.
When Israel return hostages, they breathe.
Wendy, you know, I've seen your face, you know that, Wendy. And I've never wanted to expose this, you know. But Wendy, remember one time, many years ago, about 4 years ago, you're driving a Suzuki and a Jeep Suzuki, and you're literally leaving some farm, yeah. And you had your camera on, and I heard you talking. You and Esau, I've seen both of you. You know that. I've seen Esau another time, where in COVID-19. And this guy, he was threatening me. I told him, throw your camera.
Am I meant to be worried about that?
No, not at all. I swear.
You don't bother me. I'll just report you to immigration,
not at all.
mate.
I swear.
Yeah.
Betty, what's going, Wendy? I'm not that kind of human being. But I'm saying, your face is still out there and you talk like this. Don't you think like sometimes?
I'll report you to immigration.
Your family might hear you. Your savageness. Your family member might hear your savageness.
I got all your minerals.
My family members know exactly
and you'll never be able
to
get a job in anywhere on the planet.
My family members are aware of our
Wendy,
you're in your 8 black sons.
You might even lose your pension. You might even lose your pension. What are you talking about? The way you're speaking right now.
Because I don't believe Sky's propaganda.
Nah, because you're savage. You just you don't care about human rights. You're savage, basically. And you should keep to yourself.
I wonder if your son that works in the
NHS
has your same beliefs as you do. I wonder if he shares your beliefs.
And accept it.
Why would he question my beliefs? I'm his mother. He's got no right to question.
No, but I wonder if he shares your beliefs. I'm saying. And he works with a lot of different people across the country. People from all different ethnicities.
Any child would have told them.
I wonder if he shares your political beliefs.
He's too busy working, Triller. Yeah.
Oh, so he doesn't have any beliefs, yeah? No political beliefs.
Send him the clip.
Yeah, it doesn't align with yours. Fair enough. Just wondering.
Political, no.
Yeah, just wondering.
Send him a clip. Send him a clip.
So I would have to say that, yeah, he doesn't agree with your
she's already got, look, she's already got a Muslim carer washing her backside from her shit in the care home. And she's hating
That would never happen, you
Why
see.
don't you tell, hey, Babs, why don't you tell your son and your daughter to come and wash you, you know, in the care home? Why do you have to get Muslim carers?
Trick.
And you hating on Muslim or minority.
You can only imagine the mindset of how.
Mate, Babs ain't even from this country, yeah? Babs should just pack her bags and go fuck off back to Canada. I don't know what she's doing here, spreading her racist fucking bigoted views out here. Yeah, you should fuck off. You don't belong here. What are you doing here? Spreading your racist views out here. Why don't you take your racist, bigoted fucking views back to Canada?
Canada, man.
Why don't you fuck off back where you came from?
Okay, I come from London, you dumb fucking bitch. I was born here. Where were you born? Where were you born? Remind me, where were you born? It does matter where you were born, you dumb bitch.
Have you ever been to Canada? You know, Canada and America, Niagara Falls. You know Niagara Falls? She was born on the Niagara Falls. She was born on the fall, man. Niagara Falls.
You're paying a sellout to her.
She was born on that cliff in between America and Canada. But Babs, I'm gonna ask you something. Babs, how can you be racist when you piss yourself and a minority comes and clean you?
If I turned around and I said I hate black people, you would
hate black people. You hate white people. What are you talking about? You hate black people already.
Country, you said you hate white people.
Yeah, you did.
You're an
I never
illegal
said that. Did you hear me
immigrant.
say that?
You're an illegal immigrant. You need reporting.
Let me act like you guys. Can you prove that? I never said that. I never said that. When did I
You
say that?
fucking did earlier.
Man, that's what you guys always do, right? This is what you guys always do, right? I never said that. When did I say that?
Oh, what's the matter? You drunk?
I don't drink on weekdays.
I can't see
And
that.
today, I don't have no white girls coming to my house. When white girls come to my house, you know when the white girls call me, if she calls me later, best believe I'm start drinking. That white girl, you know,
because we
that
won't
white girl,
fall for the fake propaganda that Sky
that
News
white.
shows.
Yeah, I know.
I'm waiting for.
White.
I'm waiting for the white
They don't
Lauren. You know,
care
I'm waiting
about
for Lauren. If
the
Lauren
children
calls
of
me,
Israel
I'm
that get
buying that
murdered.
Hennessy today.
No,
I'm going to. I'm already. In fact, I'm gonna hang up and call that white girl now. Why not?
What happened on
White girl is the
October
one who
the 7th? Neither of
who
you have
who-
ever
If
condemned
it wasn't for the
that.
white girl, I wasn't even drinking
what
alcohol.
I'm
She's the one who
offended
introduced me to alcohol,
by.
bro. She's the one who showed me what alcohol was. I didn't even know what alcohol was. That white girl tricked me one day. She told me this is this is soda. Start drinking it, man.
Told you?
That white girl, man. That Lauren.
Shame on you, bro.
See, it's always
Use and
white
abuse me, man.
girls, white girls.
Let me tell
Why
you
are
now,
you
Anna,
here
you're only
asking
having
me?
to go at me and Babs because they're white. Let me
Why
tell you,
don't you
Anna.
just fuck off back where you fucking
Shame on
want to
you, bro.
be?
Shame on you.
Where's that? Canada, right? Canada.
Because you're a racist little cunt.
He
No,
is
I've never heard
Well,
someone's
ain't you supposed to?
racism on this panel.
While you sit here and call everybody else racist. And you're the same, Trilla.
Disgusting.
Funny how the white people who want us all out of the country, don't want to be called racist, but then literally they accuse every other immigrant in this country of being a problem and being racist themselves. And every person on this panel being racist. That isn't white. It's crazy. It's so fucking funny. You lot are being bullied. You lot are being fucking. Yeah, you lot are being targeted. Yeah, but we're the fucking problem. It's crazy.
People like you.
It's crazy. You're the ones literally you're the ones making it out like everybody's the fucking problem apart from
We're going to be
your lot.
standing up against people like
Fucking,
you.
and you're telling me that's not racism.
You're not going to get away with it
That
anymore.
white supremacy has never existed. It's crazy.
What about your black supremacy?
Yeah, colonialism never happened. Crazy.
What about your black supremacy, Trilla?
Fancy
crazy. You lot are funny. You lot are actually funny.
Fancy living in a country you
No.
don't even like. You don't like the people.
You are
don't like
fucking
the culture.
pathetic.
Yeah, fancy doing that.
You are
Why you've got
fucking
millions and millions
pathetic,
of pounds
Trilla.
and you can move.
Babs, I wonder how you spoke before you came to this country. I mean, fucking hell, I'm pretty sure your grammar improved drastically when you got here. Fucking hell. Can't even imagine you speaking fucking before you got here.
Imagine how you spoke, yeah?
How do I speak? I speak a hell of a lot better than you. I'm more eloquent than you, I love.
No, you're not.
You speak. What do you mean? How do I speak?
You feel like the British.
Your English is terrible.
You speak like a common
You've got
fucking
millions
little
of pounds in your bank, and yet
the
you
way
choose
that you
to live
talk
here.
about women.
Way I
Saying,
talk about
you know, I'm
women.
so good looking. I
Oh,
have this
yeah.
girl, I have that
Oh,
girl.
I
have
love women.
no girls.
Yeah. I've got no issues with
You're
women.
a fucking ugly mug.
Yeah, I've got a few issues with a few racist ones.
So that video that Valley showed, it's questionable because of the time of night when this ambulance service or whatever was on the road.
Really? Betty's in the back.
It's very questionable.
Well,
and there's no evidence. There never is any evidence from Sky News. Never.
So Wendy, the fact that he had to dig it out of the sand was interesting, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so
the thing
no,
is,
I don't
Taffy,
fall for the propaganda
Sky News
anymore.
and all of them are known to be bloody liars. So why is he quoting that anyway?
Hey,
Because
listen,
it's
if
full
you
of
give it back
bullshit.
hostages in coffins, then you haven't got a fucking leg to stand on, like, yeah?
Exactly, but these lot fall for it straight away.
Yeah, there's atrocities on both sides of this argument, and there is.
Yeah.
Betty in the back. Betty in the back.
But like Israel, when they give back hostages, at least they're breathing. At least they're breathing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, unlike those
the other
two,
way
unlike
around.
those
And then
babies
when
that
they
were in
hand them back,
coffins.
they're laughing about it.
Yeah.
Fucking absolutely fucking
They
abhorrent.
comes out and goes, whoa, happy days. Yeah. They celebrate kids fucking in coffins and that. Yeah, they celebrate
Right.
that.
So you're telling me that you're telling me that basically there have been no Palestinian hostages, right, or prisoners of war or anything like that. People were detained and imprisoned by the IDF have not
Let me
died in
tell
their
you now,
custody.
no
Are you
fucking
telling me that's
no
never happened? Are you insane?
If
There are
if
literally
they belong,
videos.
wait a minute, if they
You got
belong to
literally
Hamas,
videos about how they're being raped
outrage,
in prison,
Triller.
right?
yeah, and
How a
so
lot
are
of them
the
are
other
children
ones.
are being put in prison. Are you insane? They're literally imprisoning
All he
children.
cares about is the
No
Palestinians and Hamas.
Palestinian
No, you're making an argument, right? For the IDF. So I'm making a counter argument. That's all I'm doing.
No, you're not making a counter
Yes, I am.
argument.
That's all
No,
I'm
you're
doing.
not.
Yes, I am.
You counter
Stop
argument
falling for the
because no
propaganda.
Palestinian hostages have been returned in coffins.
I've
It's
not
the
heard
well-known
you
fact
once
that Hamas
condemn.
use propaganda day in and day out.
And the IDF don't? You said the
I've
IDF.
not heard you once condemn what happened on October the 7th, Triller. Not
Oh, I
heard
know
you
what
once
happened.
say
I
fuck
condemn
all
it.
about
Yeah, but
it.
you condemn the IDF, Babs.
Oh, what on October the 7th, what happened? Yeah, was a bear got poked. Yeah, and now the bear's bitten back, right? Yeah, and you fuck around with a fucking literally a better army than yourself, and what's going to happen to you? What's going to happen to you, like?
What do you mean, who? What do you mean? What's going to happen to who? Are you saying that the children living in Palestine were causing those attacks? The women were basically, to blame. Are you saying that the general population, the civilian population, are to blame for all of that? It's ridiculous.
Well, they did vote Hamas in.
Yeah,
Israelis actually wanted Hamas to come in. Thanks to the Israelis. The Israelis wanted Hamas to come in. Next one, next.
Yeah, and
Hang
now
on
the
a
bear
minute,
is
hang on a
bitten
minute,
back,
Triller.
yeah? Right.
In the
Bear's bitten back.
inventory, when they said that what they were going to do, it actually said about eradicating all the Jews, and they
Yeah,
were still
exactly.
voting in. So the people of Palestine are absolutely disgusting.
So
You know the way they blame us for the British Empire and the things that were done wrong in that. Yeah, we always getting blamed. I've noticed they don't blame the Palestinian people for the same thing.
Look, it's total nonsense, right? At the end of the day, right, you've got troublemakers in every community, right? But the majority of the people aren't literally causing trouble. So we're talking about today's time, by the way, right? So in every group, in every country,
No.
we're trying to make it out like the entire population of Palestine, right, are supporting Hamas and should all be killed.
No, I'm not there. Right, just like Sky. Isn't it funny how Sky News was right there when it happened? Isn't that weird?
Oh, think of this. If Israel, right, didn't have an Iron Dome, what would the casualties be in Israel?
Well, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about if they didn't have an Iron Dome. No, that's a good question, right? So at the end of the day, right, a lot of those rockets and everything else, where are they coming from? You think that they can equip themselves, with those kind of rockets, making themselves?
Well, they're supposed
yeah, because they use the
No,
money that they get given, to make
So
Palestine a better
it's coming from
place
elsewhere.
on fucking rockets and everything.
It's coming from elsewhere.
They're supposed to be spending the money on Palestinians, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, look, dude, you can all see, right? Look at the way that
Hamas couldn't care less about the Palestinian people.
Please
They
turn
don't
your
care.
mic down, bro. Please turn your mic down, Triller, please.
Oh, sorry.
At least the Israelis gave the Palestinian people they dropped leaflets to say that they were going to be carpet bombing it and to get out. At least they warned them.
Yeah. What army committing genocide would do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, to me, it's clear genocide. All right. Is the mic better, Taffy? Taffy, is the mic better? I'm in my garage, so it's a bit echoey.
Yeah, drop it down another notch, please. Just another
Yeah,
notch.
all right. 1 second.
Drop it down a bit more,
Yeah,
bit
Babs.
more.
Yeah, no problem,
Still
Babs.
too loud.
Let's make. Yeah, I know, man. My voice is powerful. What can I say?
Yeah.
You see, Trilla, I don't think you know the difference between what is really happening and propaganda.
Look, I believe in something a lot deeper. Generally speaking, I believe that it was all propagated, okay, and things were always going to end up this way. That's generally what I believe. And taking sides generally is just another distraction as to, the bigger plan. And yeah, so, this whole, I think generally it was all kind of set up. I think they were all in coercion, like all basically kind of working together in terms of, as mad as crazy as it sounds, I believe those attacks were planned, right? Like other attacks have been, to allow the war to happen.
So you know, so like.
So you believe the Israelis were in on it? Oh, yeah, all right then.
Oh yeah, totally.
yeah.
I mean, look, seriously, the most guarded fucking place on the planet, right?
No, it wasn't.
The most guarded border in the world, literally, had
so
just
Donald
been
Trump
taken over by some
Gaza
fucking
now
guys jumping over the fucking fence and taking it down with a fucking, you know what I mean, a forklift. It's fucking ridiculous.
So Donald Trump now turning Gaza into a Riviera is all planned.
Look, mate, if I can believe 9/11 was fucking set up, I can definitely believe that this shit was set up.
Well, you're talking to people who... Well, I certainly don't believe that 9/11 was set up.
You didn't know Donald Trump was going to get into power?
Sorry? Well, the first time, I definitely thought he was going to be elected. The second time, that was... Yeah, I thought... Yeah, I actually did. Yeah.
It's more worrying that you believe all the propaganda.
I think people just need to be really honest about this and like this, and see that as atrocities on both sides. But like one army is unequipped and is literally using kids as fucking shields. Yeah. And the other army is organized. Yeah. And is built on a democracy.
I mean, you can't constitute the Palestinians to have an army. They're militia. They're not an army.
Moab Youssef, right, who was born in Palestine, he says that as a child, he was made to go to the Israeli lines, throw stones at the soldiers by their dad, throw stones at the shoulders of the soldiers. So when the cameras were there deliberately, so that the whole world would just see, oh, look at those little kids throwing stones at the soldiers.
Actually, in my spare time, I've actually been watching. What's the guy's name again? It sounds like.
Yeah.
Belly in the back. Belly in the back.
Yeah, it sounds like the Israeli Secret Service's name. What are they called again? Mossad. But it's
but you can't take away the fact, right? That man, he's the son of one of the co-founders of Hamas. You can't take that away from him.
No. Honestly, look, I've been listening to some of the debates, right? I find it very interesting. I'm not going to lie. At the same time, because the thing is, it's so hard to tell, because I've already kind of like got my mindset on some things, right? But then listening to him, everyone thinks he's a shill. Everyone thinks that he's a fucking, puppet, just working for Israel for money. Right. No, that's generally what people think of him. But when it comes down to him making certain points.
Hold on. Betty.
Go on, Khan.
Hi, Betty. Who else is here?
Hi, love. Yeah, it's good.
No, man. Calm's
racist Khan here. A racist Trilla here.
We're allowed to be racist. We're allowed to be racist.
Somebody who wipes his ass with Israel Bogro.
We don't owe you nothing. We're allowed to be racist.
You're allowed to be racist.
We're not English. We're not English. We're not English. We didn't have empires. We didn't invite you to come and live in our country.
Oh, so you're allowed to be racist, but we're not.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to be racist. Everyone's allowed to be racist, apart from people who've had empires.
Yeah.
What about your Ottoman Empire then?
I'm not Ottoman. I'm a Cypriot.
Yeah, they subjugated Africa for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's true. But my descendant. Listen, but I'm the descendant. But Betty, I'm the descendant of those Africans.
Ignore him.
What do you mean? Just ignore him? I'm on the panel.
Yeah,
what do you mean? What do you mean just ignoring me? You asked me a question about the Ottomans, and I'm saying that yes, they did subjugate Africans, and my ancestors were those Africans.
You were whiter than me, bro.
Well, there were parts.
Yeah, all North Africans are white now.
It doesn't matter whether your grandma's an African. Majority of your ancestry is an African,
but it don't go by majority.
Yes,
majority
it
doesn't
does.
matter.
You're white.
Why does it?
You're a white
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you ain't got black ancestry.
I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say
Hold
that.
on, Betty.
Saying
Let me ask you a question, Betty. When we look, Betty, let's be fair. One sec. I'll prove to you that your criteria is wrong, right? Listen to me.
No, you
in
can't.
America, all right, but let me try. Let me try, because I'm being fair with you. In America, there is a movement called the Descendant of African Slaves, right? And they have a claim for reparations. Some of them are white passing. Some of them actually look white. Their whiteness doesn't stop them claiming reparations for being descendant of African slaves. So by that argument, Betty, you can't say that you have to have a black skin color to be a descendant of a black slave. That's ridiculous. It's not even logical what you're saying.
One thing of brown freckles.
First and foremost, nobody's getting any reparations in America except the Native Americans.
That's irrelevant from the point. Try to stick to the point. Try to stick to the point. I'm showing you. I'm showing you that it goes by your ancestry, not by the majority of your DNA. You're wrong, Betty. You're wrong. You're wrong. If you can't admit that you're wrong, then we can't talk. It's irrelevant. No one's saying anything about that. No one cares if you get reparations or not.
America, and I'm telling
I said there's certain people who are, listen, there are certain people who are regarded as eligible to put a claim in. Whether that claim is honoured or not is irrelevant. They are eligible to put a claim in.
No, it is irrelevant.
You was lying about Garvey the other day. You was lying, but you're a known liar. You was lying about Garvey. You're lying now.
They're not getting any reparations, man.
You're lying about Garvey and you're lying now. You're lying. Betty's a liar. Because she said that Garvey's ancestors didn't want his crime to be lifted. They were happy just to have it squashed or whatever. Belly put up an article showing that she lied. She was wrong.
Garvey wasn't a good guy. He wasn't a good guy.
No, but he's had his crimes overturned.
Right, but
no, we hasn't. No,
you put up the proof.
No, we hasn't.
Really put up the proof.
America got
a presidential pardon is not exoneration. It means you admit guilt.
One sec. You know I'll be waiting in the back, truly. You can jump back on in a sec, yeah. But yes, he has been found not guilty. Yeah, so they yes, he has. He literally. Let me show you what it says on the actual screenshot.
Okay.
Two joint coming
because
in
men like, women like, papers don't. You get me?
Yeah.
So
You got thrown in the back for one.
What it was, was that the thing's not loading. The thing's not loading in it, but basically what they found was that if he was tried, listen, wait. If he was tried today, then he would have been found not guilty because it was like more of a racial reason of why they found him guilty, not due to any fucking evidence or whatever. And after 100 years, they've absolved him of committing any crime. So they removed it. No, it's in America. It was in America still. Biden done the pardon, innit? So.
Oh, well, no shock there then.
Yeah.
No, Benny, don't believe him. Don't believe him. I'm going to bring up my thing now, man. I'm on my laptop. I'm the secretary.
Come on, Benny.
I don't know what this idiot girl keeps chatting about, man. Hey, listen, stop trying to chat shit about Marcus Garvey, man. Yeah, it's literally written there. You do, man. You're chatting shit about Garvey, man, because you got banned up by a Jamaican somehow. It's not Garvey's fault, bro. Garvey weren't even alive when the Jamaican banned you up, cuz. You know what I'm saying?
Fund
Stop
you.
taking out your Jamaican hate on Garvey.
Is Marcus Garvey.
Nah, forget that, man. Forget all that Jamaican thing. Share my screen, man. Share my screen, please.
Share my report. What are you talking about?
You haven't even shared your bloody report. I told you. You said no, you can't find it.
No, it won't load up. What are you talking about? It won't load up. I'm gonna
put it in the back.
Collective punishment that he hates all Jamaicans and all Ottomans.
Aye.
Veli, I told you drop it in the back and then I'll share it, but you've not shared it. So
remember,
I'm sharing my report.
No, he went and had talks with the fucking KKK.
I know.
He couldn't trust that man.
Wendy, that is why
the former worse than the KKK.
Went against Garvey because he went and spoke to the KKK. I'm going to about why they got rid of him.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I can't even find the tab.
We just done Candyman. Fucking shit. Oh my
tab. I can't find what tab we was on.
Veli, what's the name of the article that you're reading from? Is it the Washington Post?
And the Guardian one. I don't know, Guardian one still.
The Guardian.
Go on, read your one and then read my one next to it.
In London named after that bloke. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh my God! Let me put.
Wendy, does a presidential pardon mean you've been exonerated? I thought
It means
it did.
sod all when it comes from Biden.
Okay,
it's the highest pardon you can get. It's the highest pardon.
Them arguments are just like stupid feeling arguments. It means nothing when it comes. No, a presidential pardon is a presidential pardon. Is a presidential pardon. That's it.
It's not going to do Garvey a lot of good, is it? 100 years later.
Well, it has. It's cleared his name in it and showed that he wasn't doing any bad.
But he was. He was.
Like you paid. No, it wasn't. What was the bad thing that he was doing?
What did he do?
What's the bad thing that he was?
He was bad towards his own people. I mean,
why do you care about that? But why would you care about that? But Wendy, why would you care about that? Why would you care?
The only thing
I learned about Marcus Garvey years ago.
To bring out some fake hate. You don't know nothing about Marcus Garvey.
I do.
Who is he, a boxer?
I've argued with Matthew, all of them over Marcus Garvey.
So what? Matthew don't know shit about Marcus Garvey either.
That doesn't mean nothing.
Man?
Oh, Belly, who is this guy?
That doesn't nothing, Wendy.
Marcus Messiah Garvey, behave yourself, man. You know who Marcus Garvey is, yeah?
No, I'm
he's the first
at least
Jamaica's first national hero. Yeah, how you mean? Rise up, Marcus Garvey, because no man can chat shit to me about that.
He won a boxer.
Behave yourself.
He won a boxer.
No,
he
was a freedom fighter.
Oh,
he was trying to get
Taffy.
Taffy.
It's as if I said, Taffy. As if I said, right? I want all Muslims to leave England, and we're going to have a whip round to buy a big boat, and we're all going to sail off into the sunset, right? That's what Marcus Garvey was trying to do, and Wendy's for some reason saying that that's a bad thing. But if I was to do that, wait. If me, Alidawa and Ghost was to have a whip round tomorrow to get all the Muslims out of England, you'd be clapping from Dover Docks, love.
Yeah.
No,
what happened,
were inadequate. He stole the money.
Yeah, he didn't steal the money, you stole. You're so thick, yeah? You stop lying in it and chatting shit, yeah? Let me tell you what actually happened, yeah? Like, the ships were bought from South America. There was FBI agents working inside the UNIA to make sure that they bought bad ships and actually damaged the ships even more after they bought them. So,
why would they want to do that?
Because they didn't want the blacks to leave.
Oh, shut up,
They was working with the FBI, you donuts. What do you think? That's what happens. You think people don't work with the FBI?
Yeah, Garvey was working with the FBI. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
So was he like a Malcolm X?
Listen, you just... did you listen to anything that I said? Wait, hold on. Wait, did you actually listen to anything I said? No. J. Edgar Hoover was literally... Wait, hold on a second. J. Edgar Hoover set up his thing to make sure that people like Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all these guys would be killed and their movements will be destroyed. So they do get no sort of power, no rights for any black people within America or outside.
No, I think you're being disingenuous there, because
literally says it in the paperwork.
Dr. Martin Luther King he managed a lot of changes, more than Garvey did.
Yeah, this is why it's funny. Yeah, is that Martin Luther King's after Marcus Garvey. You don't know, man. This is why it's silly when you make these arguments, because again, you're trying to do this sly racism thing where you want to compare Marcus and Malcolm. Like we need to have only one good black in the village or whatever. Like, man, behave yourself, man. Get out of it.
No,
No,
I didn't see Dr. Martin Luther King going to visit the KKK and having cups of tea with them.
Okay.
How do you know
okay, so I'm
who Ali was visiting? You don't know who he met. You don't know who he met.
my evidence and put all this to. I'm going to look at Veli's evidence, then we're going to look at Betty's evidence.
Right.
Nah, look at yours first. Do yours first, innit? And then we go through mine. Because you had yours on the screen already.
Okay, then. So Veli brought an article where he was talking about there were insiders, agents working against the is it the
UNIA.
Marquis movement. So I want to show you the person. I want to show you the person that brought Garvey to an American audience. This is Phil Randolph. Yeah, he's an African American man. He was the first person to bring Garvey to a Black American audience. Yeah, but he's also the person that went and spearheaded the Garvey Must Go movement. And what happened was Garvey had a lot of grandiose titles. Like he made himself presidential, provisional president of Africa. He was, like a lot of the Garvey had called him Messiah. He wore like.
What does this prove about the exoneration? Because this is some side.
Let me finish.
You make the point to the point, innit, man? Because this is like pillow talk.
Let me finish, man. Yeah. So basically, what happened was it antagonized the African Americans, like Philip Randolph, because he was the one that brought Garvey to a Black American audience. Yeah. When he then went on to make a meeting with the KKK, that is what put the nail in the coffin. Yeah. Because this Philip said that Garvey is a messenger boy for the KKK. And what happened was Philip received a white man's severed hand. He received a white man's severed hand in the mail signed by the KKK, but Philip believed that the hand was sent by the UNIA, meaning Garvey's organization. And Garvey's followers were violent as well.
Yes.
So that is what. So then, all Du Bois, who was another African American leader, and people that had newspapers started opposing Garvey because they believed that he was doing fraud. And then they went to the FBI to get rid of Garvey. And Garvey has said about African Americans. He basically said that why do you want to share a train carriage with white folk when you black folk never built the railways? So it's things like that, Wendy and everybody else, that got Garvey in.
No wonder I didn't know him.
You don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Becky, listen, wait, hold on. Literally, everything you said was nothing to do with any sort of exoneration. All that was just your own opinion. None of that was actual any sort of facts. Listen, also,
I'm reading from an article.
Wait. Let me reply. Yeah, like I was saying, the remix that you made up about the FBI stuff, yeah, was that like the people went to the FBI because there was FBI spies working within the UNIA to try to make sure that the business crumbles and the ships don't sell and don't make it. It literally says it in the paperwork or whatever.
I'm reading the files. It's not my words.
The files will be the files will be redacted.
Don't like it,
wait, let me finish, man. Let me finish it.
She haven't made it up, bro. She haven't made it up. It's article.
It's on the article. It's not me.
It's the okay, but the actual papers say that the FBI agents were people that were pretending to be workers within the UNIA, but were working for the FBI to actually bring it down and destroy it. So that story about.
I didn't deny that. This story doesn't deny that. This article doesn't deny that.
It said something different, though. That's what it said. What it said is that. Wait, hold on. It said that the people went to complain to the FBI because of the meeting, but that's not what happened. The people didn't go and complain because of the meeting. The people that movement was that separate movement, that anti-Garvey movement. That was that separate movement outside of the UNIA. There was people within the UNIA that was working with the FBI to make sure the shit comes down. There was people within the UNIA to make sure that the sails didn't float, that the ships didn't float and wasn't going to be workable for the
So when it says that he was convicted of fraud, mail fraud, you say
he was
he was convicted of mail fraud. But like it says in my report, what will get read out after is that again, every court worth its salt today, probably not this new DEI, KKK court that they got under Trump or whatever, but any court before that, up to the Joe Biden, what's it called, would have not found Marcus Garvey guilty of any of the crimes, that mail fraud crime. So that's why they've removed the guilty from his record, isn't it? Like,
so when America kicked him out, where did he go?
He came here. He came to good old Blighty,
He died in Britain penniless.
Yeah, he died in Britain, yeah.
Yeah, he died in England.
So, Velly, what did he do for black people? What can you show me anyone?
Started up the UNI.
How did the black people gain out of that? They didn't, did they?
They did, but he started up the UNI. He started up business. What are you doing, man? You are. This is what's dumb about you spazzers when you do this like spazzy shit here. You want a fucking answer to a question, yeah? When the question starts getting answered, you start going man, doing all this fucking spazzy shit.
Why you come to Britain?
Calm down.
Let
the answers roll, isn't it? You want to hear it or not?
Yeah, go on.
All right. So he started up the UNI. There was loads of businesses and other things that was going on. There was a meeting with the government of Libya, Monrovia, I think it's called, that they set up for UNIA to have their headquarters within Libya. Then that government was toppled and a new government took over. The deal went south, and then from then onwards, it was a sabotage thing to make sure that the UNIA and Marcus Garvey's movement, especially the Black Star Line ships, transport and all that, and any of the representatives that had gone to Libya and struck up a deal with the earlier president had been cancelled or whatever. And it literally says it in all the actual reports. If you take time to read the actual real reports
this is mad,
of what it says.
100 years ago, like.
Right, so that didn't answer my question at all. What I'm asking for, from a layperson's point of view, is can you show me categorically where black people benefited? Because as I understood it, and I could be wrong, but as I understood it, Garvey never set foot in Africa. Not
he
once.
Didn't. No.
The UN. Listen, the Negro his newspaper was distributed all over the colonies in Africa, in the Caribbean, and America or whatever. So his UN, like I said, his UNIA company, should we call it then? Yeah, a movement had set up to have a base in Libya with someone that was favorable to the movement. Once that movement got removed, the representatives that went over was told to leave and all that sort of stuff there. So it crumbled from there. Like so, and also every time.
So before that, what did they actually? What show me something.
That is the thing. That's the thing. That they were supposed to be setting up the trade between Africa, America, the Caribbean, and any of the other flipping places where any Africans would have resided, a trading route, and any sort of businesses, education, and all them sort of things to make black people start to be independent. Stop being whipping boys underneath colonialism.
What's that country that was set up for American
Liberia?
Liberia.
Garvey was behind that, and he messed that up as well.
Nah, how did he mess that up? It was a new government that was unfavorable.
Oh, so he was in charge of the stuff in Liberia, was he?
Was he Jamaican?
No, he wasn't.
Guys?
He wasn't in charge.
Was he Jamaican?
You lot are crazy, man. This is crazy. You know what's crazy? Yeah, is that Marcus Garvey has done more for Jamaicans, Black Americans, even Black British people than fucking Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage, Nick Tanconi, and any one of them people would ever do.
How?
By being inspirational.
doing
things at a time where people were being held down and told to sit down and shut up. Do you know what I'm saying? Starting up movements and at least putting in the
about
things to start to make its way.
Jamaicans. Can I just say that if I hated you, first and foremost, I don't like Umar Johnson, and he's not a Jamaican, and I expose him too. So no, it's not about being Jamaican, because I wouldn't be exposing Umar Johnson, who's a Black American.
So checkmate.
You ain't exposed Marcus Garvey, man. Behave yourself, man. Chat. Listen, stop your gas bagging, man, because you've not exposed nothing.
No,
you literally jumped on the other day, and we're saying, wait, hold on. You literally, wait. You literally jumped on the other day, and wait. You jumped on the other day. Wait, hold on. You jumped on the other day, yeah, and then you were saying to me, yo, oh my God, I didn't know that the people them set him up. I didn't know that fucking, obviously all skin folk ain't kinfolk and all that sort of stuff there, so come on, man, you know that.
Zeli, you believe like me and you gonna debate this forever. The fact of the matter is the presidential pardon is not exoneration. It is admission of guilt, and then you're asking.
No, it's not an admission of guilt. Of course, it's not.
Yes, it is. Legally,
read out my article, man, because this.
You didn't let me read out my one. You didn't read out my one.
You literally just read it. Haven't you just read it?
No, you didn't. You just started saying I was saying it when it was an article. I'm going to read out yours now.
Haven't you finished reading your article?
But I shouldn't really be doing it.
Is that him?
Push up, then let me read the goddamn thing, man.
Right,
Don't let me get
read
stressed
what
out.
Belly thinks is proof, and then we can go on to have
which one in the picture is him? The white left
the
or right?
fat one who looks like a general. There you go.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, Joe Biden's pardon of Marcus Garvey capped a decades-long campaign to restore the reputation of one of the most significant Black leaders of the 20th century. This is Marcus Garvey shown in his military uniform as the provincial president of Africa.
The black
during
bloke
a
sitting
parade.
next to him don't look that impressed.
What?
You look like he shit himself. You look like you got constipation.
Yeah, it looks like
the
he's giving him the side eye.
Man, shut up, man. You broke haters are chatting shit, man.
No, the dude next to him looks like he's
broke ass haters.
Yeah, you win.
Broke ass benefit haters are chatting shit about Garvey. Like, you, man, will never achieve anything close to what Garvey's achieved. Behave yourself, man. Speaking on a boss like that.
Why is everybody chatting when I'm reading this thing, man?
Go on,
you know what I mean? You're making a dyslexia. This is how I resigned last time to being secretary because the working conditions were too stressful.
Come on, love.
I need to win. Okay. In the days before President Joe Biden's final movements in office, Justin Ford, was it?
Yeah, Hansford.
Howard University law professor received a call from the White House staff. Hansford that Marcus Garvey, the revolution Jamaican leader who pushed for unity of Black people and collective return to Africa, would be posthum. I don't know how to say that word.
Posthumously.
Yeah, pardon for mail fraud. And what's this guy quote? So Justin dialed Garvey's son, Dr. Julius Garvey, for the three-way call to break the news to him before it hit the newspaper's circuit. Yeah, as he thought of his nearly 2 decades of legal and advocate work to help exonerate Garvey. Ford remembered that Garvey's wife, Amy, Jakes, who began the effort to pardon him in 1923. It just bore witness to the accumulation of over 101 years of people trying to accomplish something. Hans Ford, the founder and executive director of Howard
University.
Howard, I don't know, Howard, whatever. Is it Good? Marshall Civil Rights Center told the Guardian. After working on this for all these years, it was a great honor for me to be able to be able to the person on the phone when Garvey's son got the news. Garvey, the Black nationalist movement, anchored. Do I have to read the whole thing? Because you didn't let me read the whole thing. I had to paraphrase mine.
Betty, if you want me to, I'll read
Yeah,
it.
You do it. You do it. I'll
Yeah, you can read your one
All right.
after, you know. I did say you could read that.
All right.
You could have carried on reading your one, you know, but I thought you'd finished.
All right.
That's what I said
All
to
right.
you.
So where am I reading? Where am I reading from?
Yeah. You read it from this bit here, this one, and I'll go and get whiskey.
Right. Garvey's Black nationalist movement, anchored by the Universal Negro Improvement Association (UNIA), began in the 1910s and spread throughout the world after Garvey moved to the US. His organization advocated for the celebration of African history and culture and championed a Back to Africa movement where the descendants of formerly enslaved Africans would return to their roots. The idea of pride in your heritage for African Americans, all of these ideas are what we vindicate when we vindicate Garvey Justin Hansford. But in 1923, Garvey was convicted of 1 count of mail fraud and served nearly 3 years of a 5-year sentence at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. He was deported from US in 1927, and the UNIA soon lost momentum. Garvey's supporters, including Hansford, said that the trial was politically motivated and designed to quash the global movement. The conviction had far-reaching effects. It sullied Garvey's reputation during his lifetime and cast a lasting shadow over the movement. Is that it?
Nah, it's more about Maze run away, innit, man? Should go to get a whiskey.
Okay, here we go. Garvey's posthumous presidential pardon on the 19th of January followed over a century of legal teams poring over trail transcripts, volunteers gathering tens of thousands of petition signatures and supporting sending several US presidents letters seeking Garvey's exoneration. Hansford 2024 book, Jailing a Rainbow, The Unjust Trial and Conviction of Marcus Garvey, provided a legal analysis in support of his exoneration. While the conviction did not define Garvey's legacy, Hansford said the posthumous pardoning will help restore the dignity of this global movement. The idea of pride in your heritage for African Americans, all of these ideas are what we vindicate when we vindicate Garvey. The Negro has a soul. The son of a stonemason and a domestic servant, Garvey formed the UNIA in Jamaica in 1914 to achieve what he called Black self-reliance. The idea that you keep it still. Economic and political independence could lead to liberation. In 1916, Garvey moved to Harlem, New York, to spread UNIA message and soon set up the movement's headquarters there. Within 4 years, the movement flourished among working class people, with nearly 1,000 UNIA divisions cropping up throughout the US, Canada, Africa, Central America, and the Caribbean. After the First World War, Garvey saw an opportunity to unite the African diaspora in a non-colonized West Africa country, Liberia. And at a 1920 conference, he organized in Manhattan called the International Conference for the Negro People of the World, which was attended by African delegates and tens of thousands of his followers. The UNIA adopted a human rights document that detailed abuses towards Black people throughout the world and declared the need for unity, along with his idea of Liberia becoming an empire for Black people in the Americas. Garvey created a shipping company called the Black Star Line, and that would trade between the continents and reparate Black Americans to Africa. People could buy stocks in the Black Star Line for $5 a share. If you believe that the Negro has a soul, if you believe that the Negro is a man, if you believe the Negro has endowed with the senses commonly given to other men by the Creator, then you must acknowledge that what other men have done, Negroes can do. We want to build up cities, nations, governments, industries of our own in Africa, so that we will be able to have the chance to rise from the lowest to the highest positions in African Commonwealth. Garvey said in a recorded July 1921 speech. Even though the Black Star Line vessels transported people to Latin America, the ships never made it to Liberia. The Bureau of Investigation, a precursor to the Federal Bureau FBI, began investigating the fleet soon after it launched in 1919. The company quickly failed and lost up to an estimated $1.25 million, laying the groundwork for Garvey's charge of using the mail to solicit company investments. To Hansford, Garvey was solely guilty of launching a business at an unfortunate time at the beginning of the Great Depression, when many businesses financially struggled after the First World War. Ships that once were used for warfare sat idle. So many had begun entering the shipping business. Hansford said, if you could try to business and suddenly everyone in the world has access to ships, then you can open the same business as you can. It was really hard to be successful in the shipping industry. While gathering research for the pardon, Hansford learned from the FBI documents that undercover federal agents had infiltrated the Black Star Line in order to sabotage it. The Bureau of Investigation, J. Edgar Hoover, made it clear in the documents that he wanted this to fail. Some of these agents were the same people in charge of operating some of these ships. Hansford said, so it's a number of things working against them. He had a Great Depression. He had the shipping industry. He got infiltrators operating the company. Additionally, black leaders such as Philip Randolph, who opposed Garvey's ideology, began a Garvey must go campaign to discredit him. And in 1923, wrote a letter to the Attorney General encouraging the government to continue its prosecution of Garvey for mail fraud. Hansford said he had laminated the fact that the policy debate around the black leadership was decided not on his merits, but it was decided in the fact that the government and J. Edgar Hoover was able to intervene and convict, frame, and deport one side of the debate. The trial led to Garvey's deportation, in effect, dismantled the UNIA movement, and contributed to his death, Hansford said. After he survived a stroke in 1940, the media prematurely published obituaries for Garvey, made of which focused on the mail fraud conviction and caused Garvey's distress. He suffered another stroke and died shortly thereafter. The false charge was the very thing that took his life, Hansford said. It was very, very difficult pill to swallow. Garvey's son Julius approached Hansford about 20 years ago after he discovered a paper that Hansford wrote about the trial. Soon after, Garvey asked him to join the legal team to help exonerate his father. Over the course of several years, Hansford wrote over the transcripts from the trial. Jamaica to view museum archives and drafted an analysis of why Garvey deserved a pardon. When Hansford...
Pause for 1 sec, yeah? Pause for 1 sec, yeah? Because, like this original argument started, yeah, when Betty made a claim that Marcus Garvey's son accepted that he was a fraud and even commented some sort of same sort of commentary like that. And so far, we haven't been able to find that, yeah. And then also, it's also shown about the FBI agents that was working to try to make sure that the Black Star Line didn't work out or whatever. Also, there's other issues like we were saying about it being a bad time to start the company or whatever, and blah blah blah. but you know, along with obviously insiders trying to crash your company, yeah, it's definitely not gonna fucking work out. And like again, obviously, so the pardon was for the false charge of the soliciting the mouth fraud thing, innit? Soliciting business by mouth fraud or something like that or whatever. And that's what you're reading at now still. But rather than continue still.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't have a clue who he was like 15 minutes ago, but I got a good idea now, to be fair. So there is it. According to Hansford, Garvey was solely guilty of launching a business at an unfortunate time, at the beginning of the Great Depression, when many businesses financially struggled after the First World War. Ships that were once used for warfare I've read this, haven't I? I swear I've read this. No, I'm trying
to keep up so I can push it.
Oh, no.
I know where you read it from.
I was looking on YouTube, then. So, right, okay. Garvey's son, no, where am I on now?
I think you were somewhere, Garvey's son Julius. I think you were around there. Up there, weren't you?
Deserved a pardon. When Hansford became a law professor at his Almeida Howard University, he encouraged his students to read the trial transcripts, to glean new angles, and hosted campus events to highlight the injustice of Garvey's conviction. Gouda A. Downer, an associate professor at Howard's University College of Medicine, also spent nearly a decade pushing for Garvey's pardon. At the head of the Caribbean American Political Action Committee, which politically advocates for the Caribbean Americans in DC, Downer fell 50,000 short of gathering 100,000 signatures needed to send a pardon petition to the White House in 2016. She tried again 6 years later and successfully got required 6 signatures by working with advocates throughout the world, but said she didn't hear back from the White House at that time. For several years thereafter, Downer helped organize Caribbean American community events to inform people of Garvey's legacy and regularly met with attorneys, including Hansford, to brainstorm new ways to secure posthumous pardon. We are the beneficiaries of Marcus Garvey's vision, Downer said, because he clarified for us the question of our identity, and I think that was something that we always wanted to make sure that the community knew. That we hadn't stopped, we were continuing to fight. Downer and Hansford were uncertain what made Biden pardon Garvey after a century of global efforts, but they saw it as a long time coming. For Hansford, it was symbolic that Garvey's pardon came on the eve of President Donald Trump's second inauguration. Garvey had an outgrowth of activism and was fascinating and powerful and dynamic and energized. And those ideas are still relevant, Hansford said. Those ideas could still empower resistance movements today. He was thrilled to see videos circulating on social media of youth learning about Garvey after he received his presidential pardon. Hansford said that advocates were planning a large celebration at Howard University in February, with global celebrations continuing into the summer. For Downer, a posthumous presidential pardon served as a form of justice for Garvey and his family, and had potential to restore his legacy. He really inspired us to take pride in ourselves. Downer said he changed the world.
Oh, thank you, Taffy, my Welsh dragon. For
Thank you very much.
I can't help but notice there's no mention of his love of the KKK where he, I
Because he
mean,
didn't love the KKK, you dickhead.
actually,
That's stupid, man.
I'm
Stop,
reading where
listen,
it says,
listen. Stop saying
no,
spastic stuff, man, like a fucking
no,
idiot. If you don't want
no.
me to be disrespectful to you, stop
He
saying dumb
agreed
stuff,
with the
man. Because
KKK. Hang
there's
on.
no
He
fact of
agreed
him
with the
loving the
KKK.
KKK, you idiot. And you're more likely to be a KKK member than Marcus Garvey, you fucking
It's
spaz.
here. It's
You've said you've been more racist than Marcus Garvey's ever been. I've got a fucking mixtape of you calling
he
fucking a
did,
million
and he
N-words.
also
Talking about, man.
didn't
You're a
like
lunatic, man.
mixed
Get the fuck
race
out of here.
black people. He didn't like mixed race black people.
Behave yourself, man. There's nothing that
No,
even
it's
says
true.
that, man. You're chatting shit, man.
It's true.
You don't like fucking black people or mixed race people. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not
You don't
Marcus
like black
Garvey,
people,
am I? We're
Indian people,
discussing Marcus
Asian
Garvey.
people, fucking
Are you
Arabs.
saying black Americans
Or
aren't mixed race? Are you saying black Americans aren't
you
mixed
literally
race?
don't like any of them
Marcus
yourself.
Garvey did not like mixed race
Stop
people.
repeating point. I'm saying
You
to
don't
black
like mixed race people.
Americans,
You
by
literally said,
I'm
yeah,
not
Rishi
fucking
Sunak
Marcus
shouldn't be the
Garvey,
prime
am
minister
I?
because he's Indian. Wait, hold on. You literally said Rishi Sunak shouldn't be the prime minister because he's Indian.
I'm not Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's hypocritical that you could even open up your mouth and speak about anyone's racism when you're a super racist yourself.
Veli, what are the rules on the G block? No personals, please. Gather yourself. No personals. Let's get back to the subject.
Brother, what to these
so
fucking
listen,
spazzes, old man?
say, there's two things that I've gleaned from that bit of information. Number one, no matter how racist these chubby tramps are to you, just know that the elites want to keep you here. Simple as that, because they don't care. The elites don't care if you're black or white, as long as you're paying your taxes.
Oh shit!
What are you talking about? We're talking about.
You can jump back on, man.
Wait.
Because they're chatting shit. These men are just chatting shit, man. They just want to basically they just want to say bad things about Garvey. But even though this shit has exonerated him and said that fucking the thing Nagasa.
So you're saying it's not true that he had meetings with the KKK. He believed in segregation.
You're saying you keep saying he had a meeting with the KKK like he's a fucking member. The only thing they agreed on.
Oh my God!
The only thing they agreed on was that black people should go back to Africa.
I cannot believe that you were not aware of that fact.
How is it a fact?
What's the fact? What's the fact? What fact am I not aware of?
Marcus Garvey had many meetings with the KKK because he believed in what the KKK wanted.
Listen, do you know what's stupid? Yeah, is that you keep saying he believed in what the KKK believed in, and what was that he believed in? What was it?
He did. He believed
that black people should be killed. Yeah.
Give me a minute.
So he believed black people should be killed. And they should be hung from trees.
When the KKK...
So we didn't believe the same stuff as the KKK.
So are you going to let me speak or are you going to calm down?
But I'm asking you, did he believe that black people should be hung and they should be fucking killed?
He believed in segregation. He believed that black and white should be kept apart. He did not like mixed race. He did not like mixed race people.
The KKK wanted to kill black people.
KKK
he still had many meetings.
They didn't want black people to live apart. They wanted them to die.
He still had many meetings with the KKK.
You're so dumb. The only thing that you can say...
I'm aware of it. You're not. You're not aware of it, Veli.
You're stupid. That's what it is. Is that you lack so much understanding. Or your understanding of knowledge
I lack so much understanding when I'm reading
your
it.
Understanding and your knowledge is so shut up for a sec, man. Your knowledge is so small, you spaz. Your knowledge is so small, and you're such a spastic. Listen, man. Let me talk, man. Stop talking over me, man. It's annoying. It's annoying. Nah, man. I ain't got no you, man. It's my channel, man. Behave yourself, man. Calm down, man. Like I said, yeah. Yo. Listen. Chill out, man. Chill out, man. If you keep speaking over me, then I'm gonna insult you, man. What's wrong with you? While I'm listen. Wait, Betty, behave yourself. Mute your mic, like I was saying. Yeah. When I was speaking, every time I'm letting Wendy speak, yeah, I let her get to the end of her sentence, yeah. And then when I'm speaking, when I make the first sentence, part of the sentence, you start flipping saying, no. I'm like, all right, allow it, cuz, yeah. I'm gonna let you finish. You have to let me finish, innit, yeah. So the only thing you can say, wait, hold on, listen. The only thing you can say Marcus Garvey agreed with the KKK on is that black people shouldn't be in America. Yeah, that's literally the only thing that they agreed on. Yeah, all the other things that you keep trying to make up or whatever is KKK didn't agree with segregation. They wanted black people gone, dead, out of it. Yeah, they still want the same shit today. So I don't know what you mean.
I'm reading something that literally says that Marcus Garvey agreed with the KKK when it came to segregation. That's why he had many meetings with them, and that's why the anti-Garvey movement rose the way it did.
He didn't want
Hear it.
segregation,
Oh, Wendy,
and nor
hear
did the
it, love.
KKK. It's
Oh,
nonsense
Wendy,
what you're
hear it
saying,
on the
Wendy.
screen, love.
Nonsense.
Yo,
I'm reading
what he
it.
said, yeah, is that
but Betty
listen,
knows.
yeah.
Betty knows.
Listen.
That's
You
amazing.
know what's yo, hold on a sec here. You know what's crazy as well, yeah, is that these men are trying to speak on Marcus Garvey's time like we're in 2025. Like there already wasn't fucking black and white Negro water fountains and flipping black people not allowed to go to certain schools, man getting lynched, people not being able to even get jobs and all that sort of stuff there. So Marcus Garvey obviously didn't agree with none of that. Literally, Taffy's just read out where it said Marcus Garvey was trying to get black people to be independent, have independent states, businesses, and be able to climb up from the bottom of the ladder to the top of the ladder within whatever industries or flipping manufacturing companies or whatever that can get built. So that's literally nothing. That's nothing like any of the stuff that you're talking about. And you know what's crazy as well, yeah? Wait, hold on, yeah? What's crazy about this whole thing though, yeah, is that at any time there is any black people that want to do stuff like that's beneficial to black people, yeah, these racist dons want to fight against them, yeah. But anytime there's any fucking things happening or whatever, these men are gonna say, but what do black people do? What do black people? The same thing happened when we was doing the fucking. It's a very shit comparison anyway, yeah. But the same thing was happening when we was doing fucking gang or whatever in Speaker's Corner. The man then wanted to speak to youths on different estates and tell them to like allow the knife crime. If anything, you man are gonna fight against each other. Do the fist fight thing, innit? Man, them can still live. People can go about their day. This, that, and the other. Who was the people that was fighting against them? Fuck gang. You lot shouldn't deal with them. You should deal with the police. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Wendy
haven't made that out of thin air. She haven't just made it up out of thin air. She's actually read it, like so.
Yeah, but she chose to bring that particular point, regardless of wherever she found it. She thought that was relevant, but it's not relevant to the conversation.
Relevant, and it's also relevant, Khan, that he did not like mixed race people.
You keep repeating this point, but it's irrelevant. The fact is, you said your claim was that he had the same intention as the KKK. That's crazy. That's unfounded. Like you refuse to take. Here's the thing, though, Wendy. You make unsubstantiated. Wait. You're making unsubstantiated claims, and when you're pressed on it, you refuse to take it back.
My article's only short. It's not that. Can my little Welsh dragon read my article for me, please, Taffy? My little Welsh dragon.
Indeed. Can I wet my whistle? Thank you. Okay, the Garvey Must Go campaign. When Marcus Garvey first arrived in the United States in 1916, he quickly found his way to many of the New York's most prominent black radical activists and intellectuals, and at least briefly, Garvey enjoyed their support. But by 1920, Philip Randolph and other black leaders, some of whom had supported Garvey after his arrival into the United States, came to believe that Garvey's program for black advancement was unsound and that Garvey himself was a charlatan. Though they admired his skills as a propagandist, these prominent black critics derided Garvey's proposed solutions for the problems of African Americans. They believed that his plans for black progress, including the Black Star Line and the establishment of Pan-African Empire, were unrealistic and ill-advised. They considered the Universal Negro Improvement Association grandiose titles and the military regalia.
Grandiose.
Thank you very much, Khan. To the preposterous, and they thought Garvey, with his assumption of regal posture under the title Provisional President of Africa, to be little more than a grandizing buffoon, Philip Randolph, who had introduced Garvey at the first American audience at Harlem Street Corner, said Garvey had succeeded in making the Negro the laughing stock of the world. Federal investigations into the finances of the Black Star Line, along with a blistering analysis of the shipping line by W.E.B. Du Bois in the NAACP's Crisis magazine, gave fuel to Garvey's black critics. Randolph personally critiqued the economic feasibility of the Black Star Line in The Messenger, an influential magazine he co-edited with Chandler Owen, and accused Garvey of squandering the hard-earned money of hard workers, poor supporters. Black opposition to Garvey's coalesced into what came to be known as the Garvey Must Go campaign. Supporters of the campaign, known collectively as the Friends of Negro Freedom, intended to unmask Garvey as a fraud before his black supporters. He also appealed to the federal government to step up investigations of irregularities in the Black Star Line and to look into alleged acts of violence on the part of Garvey's inner circle. The Garvey Must Go campaign gained momentum after Garvey held a secret meeting with Edward Young Clark, the leader of the Ku Klux Klan, in June 1922. Immediately afterward, Randolph and Owen's Messenger magazine published an article entitled Marcus Garvey! The Black Imperial Wizard becomes messenger boy of the white KK or Ku Klux Klan. Black leaders were further infuriated when they learned that Garvey, at the speaking engagement in New Orleans, remarked that because black people had not built the railroad system, they should not insist on riding in the same cars with white patrons. The Messenger vowed to begin a vigorous editorial campaign against Garvey and promised to fire the opening gun in the campaign to drive Garvey and Garveyism in all its sinister viciousness from the American soil. The campaign from this point was characterized by vitriolic personal attacks on both sides, and by escalating threats of violence. Garvey Must Go meetings were violently dispersed by Garvey's followers. Philip Randolph received a severed hand of a white man in the mail. It was accompanied by a note signed by the KKK. But Randolph believed that the hand had been sent by the UNIA. On January the 15th, 1923, a group of 8 prominent African Americans petitioned Attorney General Harry M. Doherty, asking the US government to continue as its prosecution of Garvey on charges of mail fraud and to investigate acts of violence attributed to Garvey's followers. Among them, the assassination in early January 1923 in New Orleans of J.W.H. Easton, Garvey's former deputy, who had been expelled from the movement at the August 1922 convention of charges of personal misconduct. The letter of petition ended by urging the Attorney General to use his full influence completely to disband and expirate the vicious movement, and imploring him to vigorously and speedily push the government's case against Marcus Garvey for using the mails to defraud. Garvey would eventually be convicted of mail fraud charges in 1923. He was jailed in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary in February 1925, where he would serve almost 3 years of a 5-year sentence. And in 1927, Garvey would be deported from the United States, as we now know, to Britain, never to return.
Is that it?
thank you, my little Welsh.
Betty,
So,
can you
like
also
it says on the screen, yeah.
Betty?
Wait, hold on. Let Betty go. Let Betty go. Let Betty reply to the thing, and then we go.
Okay, do my commentary. Okay, so like I said, Veli said that Betty had made that all up before when I paraphrased the article. I did not. This is from the article itself. So I just want to point out, I wanted to just share pictures of some of the people, black people, that first supported what you call it, Garvey. This is the guy, Philip Randolph. That's the guy that one of the guys that spearheaded that, Garvey must go movement. And like I said, because of the comments that he was making, when you can't go around saying that black people didn't build the railways in America and that you shouldn't be sharing coaches with white folk, that's obviously going to antagonize them.
But everyone knows the Chinese built the railways.
Let me finish. Yeah. Garvey is a foreigner. He's a Jamaican. He's not African American. So you can't go and bite the hand that feeds you. So from what I can see, the Garvey Must Go movement was before the FBI started investigating Garvey. Garvey had already started antagonizing some of his supporters, yeah? And then they switched it up on him, yeah? Meaning this Philip Randolph, yeah? Now, I want to also speak to what Wendy said about the colorism. I've managed to find an article about Garvey and his dislike for
all right, but wait, before you change topics though, yeah, onto what Wendy said, yeah, we can clear up this original topic, yeah, because obviously your original point, yeah, like DJ Soul I said here, was that you made a claim that Garvey's family have accepted that he was a fraud and even was speaking bad about him. And
yeah, I still stand because they asked for a presidential.
But there's none of that. But listen, what you read out doesn't show any sort of we accept that he was a criminal and he was a fraud or any of that sort of stuff.
No, what you read out, what was you read out, accepted it because he's a presidential pardon. A presidential pardon admits
No, it never.
guilt.
No, it never. No, it never. It's a posthumous. It's a posthumous pardon.
It's not exoneration.
Yeah, it's a posthumous pardon. No,
it's not exoneration. He did not ask to be exonerated.
Listen, Betty, you're clutching at straws and drowning now. Let me give you 2 armbands, cuz, yeah? Nothing that you read out proves the point that you originally brought up. Your original point was that Marcus Garvey's family has admitted that he was a fraud and even spoke bad about him. You've not been able to provide none of that evidence.
Pardon. That's why they asked for a presidential pardon, which admits guilt, and you're asking forgiveness of the president.
No. But that's not what you said though. You never said that. You said that they've admitted that he was a fraud. That's what you said. We can replay.
That's what asking for a presidential pardon.
But that's not what happened though. No, but see, this is now you're trying to do wordplay, yeah? And say that's what you meant, but that's not what you said at the time. Listen, no. I asked you. Listen. I asked you directly. At the time. Yeah. Are you trying to say that Marcus Garvey's family, his son in particular, has called him a fraud and rah? You was refusing to answer that, but still making the statement that they said he's a fraud. They said he's a fraud. Rah. But you haven't done none of that. You haven't proved none of that. You just now move. That's why you want to move on to these. That's why you want to move. That's why you want to move. That's why. Yeah, that's why you want to move on. That's why you want to move on to this. That's why. That's why you. That's why you want to move on to. That's why you want to move on to the side topics.
No, I just googled the presidential pardon thing.
Can you? Yeah, it's all right if you shout for a sec while I finish.
It doesn't mean the crime was didn't take place.
One sec, yeah. Like I was saying, yeah. Like I was saying, a posthumous presidential pardon clears the deceased names of any conviction, serving as a symbolic act. Bro, read it? Alright, look for what a posthumous presidential pardon actually means. You Google it. Right, Betty,
I just have.
Betty, yeah. Google posthumous presidential pardon, yeah, and then read out what the definition means, yeah. And then after it's like I don't know what he's doing.
Presidential.
Oh, Veli, did this dude like inspire people like Malcolm X, whatnot?
Yeah, what might not be their main inspiration or whatever, but inspired movements created that Malcolm X joined, like Nation of Islam and other people to do their thing in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard this dude's name, but
A posthumous presidential pardon clears a deceased person's name of any conviction serving as a symbolic act of reconciliation, acknowledged to the past injustices.
Where are you reading it from? Is it from? I'm just reading it from.
I'm reading what DJ Soul's read in the chat. Posthumous.
Pardon.
No, I don't want to know what DJ thing is ringing. I want to see.
Posthumous. We'll type it in.
Posthumous.
In the dictionary.
The legal dictionary. Let me go to the legal dictionary so I can get a definition of what this means.
Posthumous means like after the fact.
Yeah, like later down.
Yeah.
Pardon. Let's see. So we're going to Collins. The Collins dictionary. Let's see. It posthumous humorous pardon ensures one group of dead people and those who administer justice we now seek to overturn and rules another the accused soldiers.
So what does overturn mean?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
What does overturn mean?
He's not a soldier.
What does overturn mean? Yeah, but what does overturn mean?
I think overturn.
Does that mean remove the?
Yeah.
That taking the charge off, yeah? This is why you lot are so dishonest. You lot are so dishonest and even trying to debate this stuff on purpose here. When we've literally read out what it said in the other newspaper and even in Betty's newspaper, none of that said about any of the claims that was made or whatever. And now we're trying to dig on these other side claims.
Google says it.
Oh, alright, let me fucking take a screenshot of it.
The Sunday Times.
I don't know what you got trying to do.
I think the most important thing here is to realize that
wrong. I'm wrong, Feli. I apologize.
You can be wrong.
I apologize. Can we now move on to Wendy's point now? I apologize to you, Garvey.
I want to say something. You've been forcing me to listen to this. I need to say something as well.
You step out there.
No, but 1 minute. Let me just say something. I want to say that it seems to me that Garvey's descendants are claiming, which I agree with, that Garvey was the person behind this whole thing of black people having an identity that linked them to their origins in Africa. And it's not just about the boats and that little plan that he had. That was a byproduct, really. The man's trying to give people an identity of their origin, which obviously, looking in retrospect now, we can see that those people never had that. They never had the identity of we are from Africa. And that was robbed from them. And it was Garvey that sort of brought that back. So when we look at black people today in America, for example, we can see that Garvey did have a huge effect on their lives. So really,
hey, Con, turn your mic down a little bit, bro.
Sorry, bro. For him
actually, while you're speaking, let me turn it down for you. Go on, keep speaking.
For him to get a decision against him overturned, I think is valid. Because he's actually done a lot for his people, and he's actually done a lot for America by giving people their identity, which they didn't want to give them, right? But they thought, if these people learn about Africa, they're going to want to leave here. They're going to work for us. They're going to want to try and beg into our community. Like, let's not give them their identity. But God was like, no, if we give people their identity, they'll be stronger and better people. And in the long run, when you look at his idea, we can't say that he wasn't right. It was 100% right.
So why did he? Can we go back to Wendy's? Can we actually? I think it's fair to let Wendy. Wendy made the point, and I think it's really important that we look at this point because you're just making your opinion, Khan. Can we just actually get to Wendy's point, please?
To watch your videos and your points,
can I just ask this question a minute? Can I ask this question a minute? Why did he leave Jamaica? Was it to go to America? Was it to get his word out?
There's more people in America.
Because a continent is bigger than an island, so obviously, really and truly, a man was trying to make it over to Africa, innit? So,
yeah.
The more people, the bigger the group that you can get to come over and whatever, you know. The movement, you know what I mean, lad? The movement. Yeah, he did though, because there was supposed to be 22,000 people from the UNIA going over, like that was explained already in the Libyan movement. And then when I think a few thousand of them went over, the Libyan government had changed, and it was a new government that wasn't favourable to the movement, so they left.
Can I just make a point about what Khan said? Khan said that African Americans or the black people in America had no sense of Africanness before Garvey came in.
Yes,
that's not true.
One moment, let me finish this. But since I descend from African Americans that came to Africa in the late 1800s, that's not true. Because if my African Americans didn't know that they were African,
that's not Garvey's point, man. That's Khan's point, though.
They wouldn't. Yeah, no, that's what he said. He just said.
Yeah, we can just. I agreed with you and said it's not true, innit? Yeah. But he was one of the people. He was one of the people a long line of other people that helped to try to inspire like pride in yourself, starting your own business, being self-sufficient, working with each other. Working with each other and all that sort of stuff.
We're gonna get to that.
I don't understand that.
Can we get to
what do you mean you don't understand that? Listen, it's a time where slavery's just ended. At the time of colonization is in full force or whatever. At the time where there's segregation, like it was South Africa in America. You telling me, I don't understand anyone trying to make black people have pride in themselves? Come on, man. It's not like it was fucking 2025. And everyone's getting Black History Month and all that sort of stuff. It's not that time. It's actual time of oppression.
As I understood it with Marcus Garvey, he had a lot of pride in himself because he fell in love with a white girl.
Is that in the...
Jupiter, please don't put any more fingers because I don't want to find evidence for that. Please.
This is all stupid, isn't it, man?
Just get to Wendy's first point.
Yeah, but hold on. That claim. This is what happens. Yeah, when the Mongols receive facts, that mash up their story now we got a scattergun and do the what's it called, pebble dash. Let's try and pebble dash the building and see if we can get any of the other stones to stick on. Let the pebble dash commence.
That's about 14 grand. That's about 14.
Let the pebble dash commence.
No, Jupes, please.
Yeah.
Wendy made a point that said that Garvey had a disdain for mixed race Africans, people of African descent. So I found an article that puts so highlights what she's saying. So the person I want to mention, this is Du Bois. Yeah, he's a person of mixed heritage. You know,
he's anti-Garvey,
Black American, but
he's anti-Garvey.
Yeah. So he's one of the people that had criticized Garvey. Yeah, so I'm just going to go to what Wendy says about the mixed race thing and Garvey's dislike for mixed race people. It's quite a long article, so I don't know. No, it's not actually a long article. Let's read the whole article because it's not that long. Okay, and it makes what Wendy said. Yeah, so this is Garvey. Okay, my little Welsh dragon. Would you mind reading the article, my little Welsh dragon?
Yeah, but this is bollocks, man, because this is basically like saying Hector hates Nigerians because he's fucking married within Jupiter, and it's obviously not true, is it?
Please,
I hate Jamaicans because I fucking married Kate, but it's dumb.
Let my little Welsh dragon read.
He's a smart looking.
Yeah, carry on with your pebble dashing, man. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, he's already been slapped up, man. So.
I had a look. On a side note, I had a look at that pebble dash. It's £14,000 they want the pebble dash house, bro. Yeah. 100 years ago.
These lots are attempting to pebble dash Marcus Garvey's grave, innit? But like,
yeah. And we're gonna continue. Okay. So, do you want me to just highlight do you want me to highlight what he said about Garvey having dislike for mixed race people? Do you want me to get him to read that bit out in the article?
It's up to you, man. You can read out the whole article or the part of the article.
Okay, we'll read out the part.
Again, hold it. But before you read it out, obviously, let me just clarify again. Obviously, so this is a movement of the goalpost to try to score another goal in a different direction because the goal has already been mashed up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like 10-0 Garvey right now. So let's see if we can allow them to get one goal at least. Like 10-0 Garvey right now. Go on, tap it. Let it read.
Oh, what am I reading? The purple bit now.
You're reading this bit here.
Which bit?
Yeah,
from the top. Yeah.
Are you going to read it? Veli, is he allowed to read the whole article, or should he just read the bit that the anti-mixed race people bit?
Yeah, you could do as you will. You can read the whole article or the part.
Okay, well, read the whole. My little Welsh dragon. Have you had a drink of water, my little Welsh dragon, to read the article?
Can we have a look at who that woman is on the phone? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. It's a little mixed race, light-skinned woman.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, hey. Just making Taffy smile today.
So which bit do you want me to read?
Okay, yeah, we're gonna read the top so we can put it in context. Colorism and racism, Garvey, Du Bois, and the color line. Yeah.
Color line, yeah. Okay. 100 years ago this month, Messiah Garvey was 13. Messiah Garvey and 13 associates gathered in Harlem basement to found the New York branch of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA. When the stocky and dark-skinned Garvey arrived in the United States in 1916, he had no plans to stay. He intended to raise funds for a school in Jamaica, modeled after Booker T. Washington's world-renowned Tuskegee Institute.
Tuskegee.
Institute.
Tuskegee.
Yeah, Tuskegee. With Washington dead, Garvey sought out W.E.B. Du Bois at the New York office of the NAACP. Du Bois was absent, and Garvey said he was unable to tell whether he was in the White Office or that of the NAACP. The plethora of white and light-skinned people on the NAACP's staff and all the light-skinned black people in desirable positions in the Black America no doubt contributed to Garvey's decision to remain in Harlem and establish his UNIA chapter there in 1917. Scholars were also taking note of these light-skinned people 2 years after Garvey's jarring visit to the NAACP's headquarters. Sociologist and eugenist Edward Byron Reuter finished.
Is it all right if you pause for 1 sec?
The mulatto.
The mulatto guy has made a very strong point, which might shit in Wendy's mouth again. Yeah, that Booker T. Washington, checkmate, is a mulatto.
Yeah.
And Marcus Garvey was trying to model himself on Booker T. Washington. So he can't have hated mixed race people that much if he's like saying, I'm trying to model on my thing on what my man's doing. So anyway, go on, carry on. Let it play or let it read.
The mulatto in the United States, 1918, from his base of the University of Iowa, Reuter made a name for himself, arguing that anything black people achieved was in fact the achievement of biracial light-skinned people. He situated biracial light-skinned people as a sort of racial middle class, below superior whites, above inferior full blacks. Reuter was the latest in a long line of racist ideologies of colorism in the United States. An ideological line that begins with towering Princeton theologian Samuel Stanthorpe Smith in 1787, before members of the American Philosophical Society, some of whom would go on to write the U.S. Constitution that year. Smith praised domestic servants for having advanced far before the darker and Africanized field slaves through acquiring the agreeable and regular features of civilized society, light complexion, straight hair, thin lips. Colorism and all its forms of racism, rationality, its color inequalities with racist ideas. By claiming the inequities between dark and light-skinned people, are not due to discrimination against dark-skinned people, but the inferiorities of dark-skinned people. Racist ideas are not all the same because black people are not all the same. There are many types of racist ideas demeaning the different types of black people, including black women and black men, and light-skinned and the dark-skinned people. The light-skinned is beautiful because of the striking resemblance to beautiful white people. Is a different type of racist idea than a dark skin is ugly because the striking dissemblance from beautiful white people. The brand of colorism was anti-ethical to Garvey's philosophy, and Garveyites made it their mission to attack colorism and the man they believed to be one of its chief arbiters. W.E.B. Du Bois said only a matter of time before Garvey and Du Bois became locked in debate, as Du Bois and Washington had done a decade earlier. Ironically, through the Washington-Du Bois debate is remembered, while this was more enduring debate between Garvey and Du Bois has largely been forgotten. Du Bois and the talented 10th felt threatened by Garvey's exposure of the touchy reality of light-skin privilege. Garvey is an extraordinary leader of men, Du Bois admitted in the crisis at the end of 1920. But it had been a mistake for him to try to bring Caribbean color politics to the United States. American Negroes recognized no color line in or out of the race. Du Bois wrote, and they will in the end punish the man who attempts to establish it. It was certainly in the case of that light-skinned blacks and biracial people in the Caribbean had more privileges than their counterparts in the United States. But to claim black people in the United States were colorblind in 1920, it was probably the silliest statement of Du Bois' serious career. He sounded as obvious as the racist who had angered him for the decades by discounting the existence of the other color line. In denying this color line, Du Bois discounted the existence of color discrimination, in effect blaming darker blacks for the disproportionate poverty.
Yeah, it's all right to pause there for a sec here. I'm about to go and still I'm gonna be on mute for a sec still. But obviously is being explained there. They're living in a time of extreme racism and extreme colorism. Yeah. And what's weird is that no one's not saying, yo, it's bad that there was even fucking people having to create these movements because of the racism in these thingamabobs. They're trying to shoot down the people that was trying to create the movements to make people be like seen as fucking equal humans. At one time in America, the black Americans were seen as like 3/5 of a human and whatever. Like, so this is a strange argument, man. No, I'm just saying, like, it's a strange argument to make, yeah. Like, we're not arguing about any of the bits and pieces that Marcus Garvey might have got wrong. Obviously, he's not perfect, and there's going to be bits and pieces that he did get wrong, make mistakes on or whatever.
But do you think his cause was a good cause? Like,
yeah, but shooting at Marcus Garvey, and not the situation that created someone like a Marcus Garvey, is a wild.
Yeah, I'm just learning
angle to take.
So yeah, so anyway.
Listen, like literally, this is just after slavery, colonization, civil war, and
this is 100 years ago,
and all that sort of shit there, and all that. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah,
that's why it's wild still about that.
Prohibition and now, wasn't it? When they banned all the fucking liquor and whatnot as well. Capone, Al Capone days as well. You know what I mean?
Can we get back to the thingy now?
Oh, you just say it so nicely, you know.
Because so wait, hold on, before you go though, before you finish reading, also, Like,
Huh?
so I'm sure that there's a high number of Black Americans that would say that there's still like injustice, racism, and all that sort of stuff happening within America today. And people will say that there's been much more of an improvement than the days that Marcus Garvey was in to today, innit? Like, so that's even like another strange thing, innit? Like, so.
No, I'm talking about specifically the 3/5 thing. I don't know why people always go, oh, yeah, because they saw you as 3/5 of the... No. 3/5 was a compromise that was a political compromise to actually benefit Black people. And there's a video that I've dropped in the back to prove that.
God, 3/5 of a human being benefited Black Americans. Did you just say that?
No, she needs to explain. Let her
Please
explain.
let me
Let her
finish
explain.
my article.
She's got to explain that. Betty, come on, man. Listen, that was a wildest
evidence
statement
in
ever.
the back. I've dropped
No. Can you explain what you said first of all, innit? Because you know someone's going to clip that. I just brought it out. So explain what you said, because it sounded like you just said being classed as 3/5 of a human being in America helped Black people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The reason that there was a 3/5 compromise was all about getting freedom for slaves. And there's a video that explains it more articulately than me in the back.
No, but if you believe the video, there must have been something in it that
So
convinced
for human was something that helped.
I believe
No,
the black
that's
lady
bullshit.
speaking. Yeah, Carl,
Listen,
black lady, not a white man.
but so what if a Black person says it? Yeah, but how does being labelled as 3/5 of a human help
They weren't
you
labelled
being?
as 3/5. What I'm telling you is that was something.
You was counted as 3/5 of a
that was
human,
something
so
that
you
wasn't
can't vote.
true.
So
That was
when
like
you're
an
when
urban myth.
it's true because they couldn't vote.
Wasn't true.
So could they vote at that time when they was labelled as 3/5 as a human as well? Then
The woman explains it if you want to play the video.
Can we finish the bit about
finish Taffy,
Drake
please,
and
Finish
kids?
this and we'll move on to that.
What is this? I might as
For
well put
human was
AI on.
make sure that people can't vote and all that sort of stuff. There, you trying to act like that's not real now? That's wild.
Right. Okay, so if continue from me sounded as obvious as the racist, yeah?
No, you got it's certain that the case that light skin.
Okay.
No, you're right. He's sounded as oblivious.
Yes, as the racist who had angered him for decades by discounting the existence of the other colour line. In denying the colour line, Dubois discounted the existence of colour discrimination, in effect blaming darker blacks for their disproportionate poverty. Dubois had eyes. He knew light-skinned people dominated in the most desirable political and economic positions available to black people. In his own talented 10th essay in 1903, he named 21 present and past black leaders. All of them except Phyllis Wheatley were light-skinned and biracial. He probably heard the circulating black children's rhyme: if you're white, if you're right, if you're yellow, you're mellow, if you're brown, stick around, if you're black, get back. Dubois knew elite light-skinned people were still using brown paper bags and rulers to be dark-skinned folks from churches, jobs, civic groups, historically black colleges, black fraternities, and sororities, and even neighborhoods.
What's rulers and paper bags got to do with it?
No, we'll discuss that later.
They would, yes. Yeah, but wait, hold on. Explain it as it goes, isn't it? Explain it as it goes, because it's a point that we've been keep going on about. Like, if there wasn't no such thing as colorism or whatever, they wouldn't have done things like this paper bag test to see if you're light enough to be able to join the club and all that sort of shit there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's insane, man. That's insane.
Like, these are in these times that we're talking about.
The lighter skinned you were, the straighter your hair was, you got more proximity to privileges that white people had, because there was a high likelihood that you were mixed with white people, as to why you had lighter skinned, straighter hair, thinner nose, thinner lips. Yeah. So what they had elite societies.
Who was doing this?
Basically, they was they are people who have more European ancestry or more native ancestry than African ancestry, and they were what they call free colored in America. Yeah, so basically they got more privileges than the people that were just like black and looked African, like, you know, without any intermixture, and they were given more privileges in America. So what you'll find is some of the people
like 3-4 tier system,
yeah. So basically, like people like Du Bois, because he's has more European ancestry than someone like Marcus Garvey or any other, or let me just say another black person in America. Like for someone like no, basically, the more white blood you had, you got better privileges because in slavery. In the house,
I'm saying in legislation, literally, there literally was this testing that they did.
No, it's not. No, it's not them that do the testing. No, what they're saying is mixed race people, mixed race Africans had groups. Yeah, so they had a group that said if you were darker than a brown paper bag, you couldn't be part of this group.
Wow.
Yeah, so you couldn't go into the club, you couldn't get certain privileges, maybe like get a better education or, you know, etc., etc. That's what they were doing.
That was done on a first sort of like visual, like so they were just judged.
That's for the whole.
Liner, because their man was saying we was the black bin liners. You get me? So
because in slavery, the mixed race slaves that were fathered by the white slave owner were living in the house, and some of those mixed race slaves were educated. They were because they was the slave master's children. So sometimes they were taught how to read. They got better food. Can't shut up. They got better food. Yeah, they were living in the house because their father.
So basically, out of jealousy, you had black folk who said, "If you're not black enough, you can't be in our fraternity."
It's not jealousy; it's privilege. It's privilege.
I was just gonna say that. I bet you listen, yeah.
So
you know what's gonna be funny?
They were mixed race. They weren't really black. Jupiter. These people were mixed race. They were mixed race, but they weren't black. They were mixed race because they did this. The people, if your dad is a white man, you're not just a fully black person, are you? You're mixed race. And then those people that got freed, because some of those mixed race people were freed because their slave owner father freed them after they died or something, then they continued that sort of prejudice towards black people that just had two black parents.
It was all mulattoes, checkmates, ancestors.
No, but on a serious note, right? Yeah, that's bad. But no one's arguing that one set of people should have been allowed to be enslaved and another set not, right? I'm not arguing that point. But what I'm saying is that when it comes down to people getting a benefit out of who their father is, when it comes to privilege, like say inheritance, I think it's ridiculous for people to start going, oh, well, if you're mixed race, you're more likely to get something passed down. And therefore, you know, that's unfair, because even in white society, everybody, depending on how committed your father was to putting finances away or looking after his children or leaving a will, we could all have different privilege levels of privilege.
Yeah, of course.
So what Jupiter, we're talking about
crazy,
time
we're talking about
in slavery. We're not talking about after the end of slavery.
This man's gonna have a flipping a stocks and shares ISA while he's a slave. Come on, man, this is crazy.
No, I agree with you.
People getting redlined and you're not even allowed to open up bank accounts.
Look.
God, remember, people weren't allowed to open bank accounts. But people weren't even allowed to open up bank accounts. Yeah, just in general, the majority of the people at that time, innit, like you say, people weren't even allowed to open up a bank account in certain banks.
Let me make a small point. The small
housing, work in certain places, just walk about freely.
These white men that were having half black children with black slaves were well-to-do, rich men who owned land. They weren't the average white person that was brought over from Europe in the army or working like a shit job. Like, these were rich people. So for them to pass on their status to their children was not something that was alien to what white people in their culture, because rich people always done that. And that the fact that they were black the fact that they were half black and they weren't fully white, to them white guys that died, that's all they had in that country. They didn't want to import their relatives from Liverpool or Manchester to come and inherit the farm. They were saying, no, this is my daughter. I don't care if her mum was a black slave. I'm leaving everything to her. And that's
Yeah, all right.
Make it right. It doesn't make it
Can't
right.
you talking absolute bullshit and poppycock, right? Because that happens in every country around the world.
That's what I just said. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, you dickhead.
Like, hang on, like Jupiter. But even though I said that, they are anomalies. There's someone like Martin Delaney who was a black man. He had 2 black parents, but he was one of the first. Shut up, Khan. Let me finish. Yeah, no, he was one of the first black people to be admitted into Harvard to study medicine. So he wasn't mixed race in that sense. He didn't have a white. He wasn't the offspring of a white slave owner as a father. So they are still anomalies. That there were still black people who were able to progress. And he was able to sail to Africa and then get land off the chiefs in West Africa to repatriate people to West Africa. And he came before Garvey. Yeah, but he's an African American man. So just to put that into context, but he's an anomaly. Normally, the lighter you were in American society, the more you were treated better.
What was his name? Dubois?
Martin Delaney. Martin Delaney.
Did he actually go to Africa himself?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Well, I've got more respect for that man, straight up.
He went to Africa. What happened was the American Civil War stopped him from being able to repatriate people back to Africa, because once he got the agreement with West African chiefs to have land for black people to return, when he got to America, the American Civil War started, so he was not able to complete his mission. But he was one of the people that Marcus Garvey was inspired by.
Land, went to actual Africa himself, observed it, bought land with his own money. And I've got more respect for that man.
Why
There's
would
somebody
you have more
that
respect for
wanted
him?
to be a king of a nation without any soil for the people to live on, and took money off them and fraudulently done it. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just get to. I just definitely want to get to the point that Wendy was making about the race distinctions in Garvey. So just want to, you know what I mean. So can we get back to? Do you know? Can you go to Du Bois? Was probably not oblivious.
We can indeed, my love. We can indeed. Du Bois was probably not oblivious. More likely, he was light-skinned. Peers felt their light-skin privilege was threatened by discussions of colorism and color equality, not unlike whites who felt their white privilege threatened by discussions of racism and racial equality. And so Du Bois copied his enemies. He used racist ideas and his punishing power to silence anti-racist challenge to color discrimination. However, Garvey was not completely anti-racist in this debate. By 1920, Du Bois was reeling from the rise of eugenics and influenced by anthropologist Franz Boas, allowing him to shed his earlier biological concepts of race, and that the racial groups were genetically distinct. Geneticists have since proven that the races are 99% genetically alike, and there is more genetic diversity between people of African descent than between black people and their people and other people. Garvey still believed wholeheartedly in the fallacy of biological racial distinctions, in there being such a thing as black blood and white blood. He thereby joined with eugenicists and Klansmen in looking down on biracial people and light-skinned people, inhaling President Warren G. Harding when he said in 1921, racial amalgamation there cannot be. Instead of viewing light-skinned blacks as naturally equal to dark-skinned blacks, from an anti-racist standpoint, Garvey fashioned the other less acknowledged ideological side of colorism. Garvey more or less looked down on light-skinned blacks as inferior, holding dark skins as the standard of blackness, as some black power activists did 50 years ago, and as some black activists do today.
Exactly. Yeah.
I used to be reeling from this side of colorism. I can still remember when I was awakening undergraduate student at Florida A&M University. I made it my mission not to date light-skinned women, but my friends thought I had lost my mind. I desired dark-skinned women. The darker, the better. And I looked down on my friends who desired light-skinned women. The lighter, the better. I hardly realized my own racist hypocrisy that in turning colorism on its head, I was still exhibiting colorism. And so was Garvey. But to be clear, Garvey was neither a eugenicist nor a segregationist, in contrast to eugenicists who were advocating white racial purity and opposing interracial reproduction due to the intrusion of inferior black blood. Garvey advocated black racial purity, opposing interracial reproduction due to the intrusion of different white blood. We should not confuse Garvey separatists, who actually believed in separate but equal, with segregationists who really believed in separate but unequal. We should also keep Dubois as a static figure. By the 1930s, he had shed much of his elitism, and his elitism and colorism seemed to be superseded. He had moved to the right side of history, this time engaging in a very public debate against the new NAACP Executive Secretary, Walter White, a strident integrationist and assimilationist, raging the newfangled black nationalism of Dubois. White once reported, expressed, and that mixed Negroes were inferior, infinitely inferior now. From an anti-racist perspective, no group of black folk are inferior, not now, not ever, not dark skins, not light skins. A century ago, both Dubois and Garvey were wrong. We have to recognize light skin privilege and the other color line. We have to recognize that dark skin is not the essential and pure standards of blackness. We have to recognize colorism as racism.
Thank you, my little Welsh dragon.
You're
so
very
when
welcome.
does that speak? I know it took us a long time, but does that speak to the point of you say we're talking about that Garvey did have a certain amount of disdain for mixed race people?
Yeah, that answers it. Yeah.
They do.
Okay. And I like the way this guy wrote the article, because he basically said that both of them had both of them were wrong, you know, and both of them were right. Do you know what I mean? But I think in the Jamaica, the colorism is worse in Jamaica, because in Jamaica, what you have is light-skinned people. They still rule that country. It's very rare to look at Jamaican Prime Minister and see like a dark-skinned black person there. Even if you look at the Jamaican Prime Minister now,
white, aren't they? They're practically white. Some of them.
Not much now, but in the beginning, like if you look at because like if I go to the Jamaican Prime Minister now, and I think that's what Garvey was complaining about, that in his days, if you were like brown like me and Vele, our black ass wouldn't have been able to get anywhere. We would be just doing the menial jobs. But if you look at the Jamaican Prime Minister now, this is a picture of Jamaican Prime Minister. It is obviously he's a black man, but I think he's got green or hazel eyes. Do you know what I mean?
But I'm glad you said that.
You don't see a lot of
because
you don't see a lot of
quite like kind of like with the light complexion. Don't you have a lot of light in
like
your
you don't
picture
see many. I don't. You don't. I've not seen a Jamaican Prime Minister that's dark like and the Nigerian criminal Jediah. Do you know what I mean? And that's one of the things that people. That's why Garvey was moaning because they're basically getting discriminated against. Dark-skinned black people to this day are still getting discriminated against in Jamaica. That's why you've got people like Vibe Cartel. You know, the one that the cakes up, bleaching their skin. You know, because if you're too dark, in Jamaican society, they say that you couldn't work in a bank. You could. There's so many things that you weren't allowed to do.
What about like lighting effects that people use on their, the brush ups on their pictures, yeah, and lights that they use and so on. You got all these filters you can use, yeah. Like, was it your complexion to be quite
do you
want
to go to your point now? Jupiter, I put that Martin Delaney, the biography in the back chat, so you can have a look at him and stuff. But I know Jupiter had a video that she wanted to play, so I'm gonna do that because
you're avoiding my question, Betty. Betty, why are you avoiding my question?
Let me
wasn't your picture that you put up.
Video. I'm just gonna go
I just wanted to clear up the 3/5 thing because it's not true the way it's portrayed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to your video. Oops.
Yeah, so I never heard of mulatto until Checkmate come around. Do you know what I mean?
One of them.
Okay, so
I thought it was a bloody coffee and mulatto.
Sorry, just my signal was going funny.
Yeah.
Can you see it? Sorry, my signal was going funny with my laptop. So I'm gonna play this video. Yeah. So I think I might have to stop every minute or so because it's someone else's video. Do you know what I mean? For copyright reasons. So I'll stop every minute when I'm playing it, and then you can have a little debate and then carry on. Do you see what I mean? So Felly don't get a strike.
Yeah.
Most misunderstood clauses in the United States Constitution is found in Article 1, Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the states by adding to the whole number of free persons 3/5 of all other persons. Known as the 3/5 Compromise, it raises an obvious question. How could the founding fathers who endorsed the idea that all men are created equal also endorse the idea that some men aren't? In 2013, James Wagner, president of Emory University, answered the question this way. The 3/5 Compromise was an example of difficult but necessary political bargaining. Without it, Wagner argued, the northern and southern states would never have agreed to form a single union. No 3/5 Compromise, no United States of America. Many people, including 31 members of his own faculty.
That's 1 minute, so just do your little talk and then I'll play the rest of it.
I'm a bit baffled. I don't understand what she's saying.
Right, so basically what they're going to explain is that some people from the black community go around saying that America regarded black people as only 3/5 human, but it wasn't. Where it stems from is that they wanted to unify America between the North and the South, okay? But one side were into slavery and the other side wasn't, right? And they wanted to get rid of slavery and they wanted to balance it out, right? But the only way that they could get unification and be able to have enough political sway to keep the slaveholder territory, I think they're the South, I think, out of having the sway by numbers because they would use their slave votes, yeah? They had to sort of like lessen the amount of people who could vote to even it up. But she explains it better.
Oh, okay.
Vehemently disagreed. Wagner, the faculty member suggested, was excusing the inexcusable. They signed an open letter stating that the 3/5 Compromise was an insult to the descendants of slaves and an example of racial denigration. So who's right? Let's look at the text again. Representatives shall be apportioned among the states by adding to the whole number of free persons 3/5 of all other persons. Note that the Constitution does not say that a slave is not a person. It explicitly says that they are persons. And it also does not say that a slave is 3/5 of a person, as many today mistakenly believe. The 3/5 description had nothing to do with the human worth of an individual slave, but everything to do with how many representatives each state would have in the U.S. Congress. For that,
that's another minute, so carry on debating and then I'll play it again.
Yeah, well, that makes more logical sense about how much each state would have in the Congress. Because the 3/5 of a person is a bit cruel, isn't it? If you look at it the other way. That makes more logical sense as to why the founding fathers would, yeah.
Yeah. And now they're going to explain why that was so important as well. So let's listen.
Purpose, states could only claim 3/5 of their slave population. The 3/5 compromise was devised by those who opposed slavery, not by those who were for slavery. Or to put it another way, it wasn't the racists of the South who wanted to count slave populations less than white populations. It was the abolitionists of the North. The framers of the Constitution were deeply divided on the issue of slavery. The free states of the North wanted to abolish it. The slave states of the South wanted to expand it. You might say that the Southern slave states wanted to have it both ways. They wanted to count their slaves for the purpose of representation, but they didn't want to give any representation to their slaves. Why did this matter? Let's look at the numbers. In the 1790 census, just 3 years after the Constitution was ratified, the free states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware had a population of about 1.8 million free whites. The slave.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this video back myself because I'm a little bit confused as to what she's trying to say. But yes, let me.
What she's saying is that the racist South, right, wanted the slaves to be counted, but not have any what's the word I'm looking for? But not have anything given to them, not be recognised in any way. They just had to be counted on the census. That it's like political, Betty. It's all political movements.
Basically, they wanted the slaves to count as having the right, having a choice of power. But as the slave owner who owned them, he would be able to say that he represented all of their slaves, all of the slaves underneath him. So in other words, it would give the slave owners a lot more clout in getting their own way. Should they have unified the country and then they took power, they would have continued slavery. But they didn't want slavery to continue in the North. So to unify it, they come to a compromise. Yeah.
Okay.
The slave states of Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia had about 1.1 million free whites and 633,000 slaves. Add those two numbers and you get nearly equal populations between the North and the South. By the time of the Civil War, the slave population had grown to 4 million. Imagine how much more powerful slave states would have been without the 3/5 compromise. If 100% of the slave population had been counted, slavery may very well have lasted into the 20th century. Why, you might ask, didn't the North simply insist that the South not count slaves at all? Because the slave states would never have agreed to join the Union. They would have formed their own country, and we would have had two nations, one free and one slave, living side by side in conflict from the very start. The 3/5 compromise was the solution to the most difficult challenge the framers faced: how to create a single country out of people so divided on a fundamental issue. As discordant as the compromise sounds.
I just have to stop it, obviously, for figure.
I mean, the South was well known, Betty, for wanting to be a country of their own. I mean, even today,
this, from what I'm getting from the video, the point, look, my African American ancestors, I don't care whether the slave owner wanted to count them as a fucking human being. The fact of the matter is they were still enslaved. So it's irrelevant to me whether or not they wanted them to be counted. you know, by you know, and then the
No,
North
what
did it.
what they're saying, Betty, is that if the slave owner had been allowed to
still
count
wanted slavery.
every individual slave, right? The South, right, would have gone off and made their own little country, and those people would have continued to be slaves.
I know. But Jupiter's saying that the slaves were not seen as 3/5 of a human being, but it's irrelevant because they're still enslaved, and the South still believed in slavery, and they still went on to enslave my ancestors. So for me, it's a moot point. What I'm saying to Jupiter is I don't see how this is. I don't see how it's proving your point in the video. But I'm going to continue to play the video, and then after that, you can try and explain your point to me more.
Yeah, I will. I'll explain it again.
To modern ears, without it, there would have been no United States. Following his defense of the compromise, Emory President James Wagner issued an apology to his outraged critics, asking for forgiveness for his clumsiness and insensitivity. As it turns out, Wagner had nothing to apologize for. The 3/5 compromise didn't deny the humanity of Blacks, it affirmed it. I'm Carol Swain for Prager University. Thanks for watching. To keep our videos free, click here.
Okay, so basically, to sum it up in layman's terms, it wasn't saying anything about the quality of whether a Black person was a 3/5 of a human being or 100% of a human being. It was nothing to do with that. That was a myth that came along and was used by people to degenerate the 3/5 compromise. Because the reason that they did 3/5 is that they were talking about proportional representation.
No, but it's to keep the white South, the 3/5 of the human being. That video was telling me that they wanted to keep the white South that were enslaving part of the Union. That's what it's
right.
about.
Yeah, that's what
it
it's
was.
about.
To keep them part of the Union, but they didn't want to allow them to have the power to keep slaves.
Yeah, so do you know what I mean? So it's like
that's what I was getting from
like,
the video.
Do you know what I mean? So but to me, it doesn't like, you know, when you can say that the 3/5 of a human being, but you still enslave the people. Do you know what I mean? My ancestors from North Carolina, where they were enslaved, they were still fucking slaves. Do you know what I mean? So whether the North is trying to tell me that it seems
they were still divided.
It's more about
the
white Southern states together with the North than the slaves.
I thought after the Civil War, though, that slavery was abolished, or am I wrong?
And that is the problem. That is the problem, Wendy. What they were saying is
the American Civil War didn't. Did the American Civil War abolish slavery? I thought it was just kept. I thought the American Civil War just kept America together. Did it?
No, it was all about the American Civil War. Was about the biggest
slavery.
argument was over slavery.
About it.
Yeah,
American Civil. Because like the American. Let me just Google it. The American Civil.
Not stayed in now, mate. Let me tell you.
America, the US. So what date was the American Civil War? Let's have a look at what date the American Civil War was. The date of American Civil War.
It was nasty.
So it says American Civil War is 1861 to 1865. Okay, and then let me have a look at the end of slavery. When did slavery end? The end of slavery in the US and the slavery December the 6th, 1865. Oh, yeah. Right, so you're right. Oh, okay. But even after, didn't they still make them do indentured servitude? Didn't they still have to work another 7 years after the end of slavery?
I don't know, Betty. I'm not going to claim to know that. I don't know.
I think there's another clause, Wendy, from what I remember. They still had to wait for about 7 or something years after the end and stuff like that. But another thing I want to say about these abolitionists that people don't mention is one of the reasons why the so-called North that claims to be not racist and about human rights wanted to end slavery was because they created machines that could do the job faster than the slaves could. That's what the Industrial Revolution plays into it. The mechanizing of the cotton industry and, you know, tobacco and
the spinning Jenny and
coffee. It's not just about, oh, you know, I'm not knocking those white people in America that generally, you know, the Quakers, big up to the Quakers, you know what I mean? Some of them, you know, came up on my ancestral timeline. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't just about recognizing black people as human beings. They basically invented machines to do the job faster than what the black slaves could do. So we have to remember that. Remember,
I think the South was a horrendous place to have lived in. If you were a black person, I really do, Betty. Horrible.
Of course it was.
Awful.
Of course. And let me just say, I'm going to say what God Jacob says. Sharecroppers, basically, the former slaves worked the land they were formerly enslaved on. Basically, yeah. Yeah, that's basically what they did. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, and like also...
a lot of them, I think, a lot of them were so used to living where they were, they didn't want to leave, but they would get paid instead. Do you know what I mean? There was a lot of that going on. But what I always do is jump forward and think to like the 1950s, the 1940s. Black people in the South were still being treated really badly, really horrible.
You're talking about Jim Crow. You're talking about the Jim Crow era.
All horrible things went on.
Yeah, it was disgusting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, you know, one of the things that I found quite interesting, and I know everybody, I'm not even going to try and get upset. I did not know that I didn't know Italians got lynched in the South as well. I thought it was just black people. But I came across an American Italian lady that brought up articles of Italians getting lynched in the South.
That wouldn't surprise me.
They were seen as not pure whites. Well, we know what that's about, the Moors and you know, the Italians. Southern Europe has a lot of African and Arab ancestry, doesn't it? So, so I thought, you know, because, you know, people always talk about blacks getting lynched, and obviously it's terrible, but I didn't know Italians got lynched in the South as well.
When was this?
Let me bring it up. Let me bring up this Italians getting lynched in the South for years.
Was this
after even World today War... though, Wendy? I always
Italians getting 1 moment.
Because Mussolini sided with it, didn't he? That's after World War II. Before then, is it?
I think it might be. I think it might be before then. I think it's an ongoing problem. Because if you know the Southern Italians, they do look mixed. Many of them, they don't look what I would call white. They look stereotypically Arab. If you come across some of these Southern Italians, so I've got an article here. So we got it from the Law Library of Louisiana, and it talks about the mass lynching of Italian Americans in New Orleans, and the date is 1891.
Fucking hell!
Oh, after the
that's quite late, isn't it?
It says the murder of Police Chief Hennessy on the evening of October 1589, Italians and Italian Americans were rounded up by the hundreds. Some of these men were held at the old parish prison for trial, and the closely watched trial of a number of these men resulted in several acquittals and mistrials, and a large crowd of New Orleans citizens unhappy with the result marched in and broke into the parish prison, and they murdered both the men on trial and those yet to be tried. 11 in all, and the police did nothing to stop.
Oh, right. So peekaboo put in the chat to that. I've seen gangs in New York. That's what it's about. Is it? That's what he's.
Oh, I've not watched the Gangs of New York.
Oh, it's a great film. It's a fucking great film. It's a great film. Yeah.
Someone's saying whites were lynched who were thought to be horses and cattle thieves.
I thought that was Irish or peekaboo. Gangs.
Yeah, I think it is Irish, isn't it? But I think with New York is run by the Irish mob and the Italian mafia. Do you see what I mean? So I think that's what he's saying, that they were both.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Both the Irish were treated like blacks. They received discrimination. Bloody hell, these white Protestant Americans, that they're no joke, are they? Even some white people getting lynched. Fucking hell.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck.
Fucking hell, man.
When I hear the Southern drawl even today, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of them people. I always think of hillbillies and rednecks and.
I'm Deliverance. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
So, was there any other topics that anybody wanted me to say?
I've actually learned something in the last sort of 2 hours. To be I didn't have a fucking clue of Marcus Garvey. I heard his name, but I didn't know what the fuck he was about. I thought he was a boxer.
I'm glad we were able to answer.
He was a boxer.
It was boxer. Did anybody say, like, I don't even know why I'm banging on about this, but did you hear about, can I say rest in peace to George Foreman, one of the great boxers? Because I love my little George Foreman grill. You know what, people? I thought George Foreman was just a grill. I had no idea that he was a boxer. I just loved my George Foreman for so many years. Not knowing.
Oh no!
Oh, the fucking Rumble in the Jungle was one of the come on.
I know. I watched the film with the Rumble in the Jungle, but I didn't align George Foreman's grill with George Foreman the boxer. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Ali done the rope-a-dope on him. That's where the rope-a-dope comes from.
Yeah, the Rumble in the Jungle. So
he took punches off our big bastard for fucking rounds. Yeah. And then when he knew he was fucked, he just come off the ropes and fucking clipped him. Yeah.
What do we think of? Let's talk about Trump. Have you heard? I've heard that Trump has gone down now, and he's saying that he's got rid of the tariffs now, and the only tariffs are on China now. He said that it's a 90 days suspension on the tariffs.
Oh, he hit China with 105 fucking percent tariff.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Fucking hell. He don't give a fuck. He's ruthless, Trump is,
but he's gonna.
I wish he was running Britain. Honestly.
No, he's gonna crash. He's gonna crash.
Like we're living in a mad world, though.
I want him to run Britain. I do.
No, he's gonna crash the world economy. And you know another thing is,
he can do that from Britain. He can do that from Britain.
I don't know if, because Trump's mother is Scottish, isn't she? She's from the Scottish Islands. Yeah, so I don't know what's British citizenship, but your grandparent. If your grandparent is British, you can get a citizenship. Yeah. But I don't know if it. I think it might be through the mail line instead, isn't it? I don't think they'll give you citizenship if your grandmother's Irish. I mean, grandmother's British.
Oh, anyone can get British citizenship. Pay.
No, via descent.
Yeah,
Elon Musk's grandmother is also British as well. That's why a lot of these right wingers, a lot of people don't understand why Elon Musk and Trump care so much about Britain, because their grandparents are British women. That is why.
Betty, he got an 18-hole golf course in Scotland. That's why he cares about Britain.
His bloody mother's Scottish, man.
But Elon Musk now has had to back away from all of the things he was doing because he's now part of the United States government, and he can't be seen to be interfering in Tommy Robinson and all the other stuff. He stopped paying for Tommy's barristers or whatever the hell it was. He's having to back away from all that now.
Did you hear what Alan Sugar said about
Are you sure he stopped paying for it, Wendy? Because I thought Elon recently come out and said that or rather Trump did, that Elon Musk is going to be moving away from the roles that he was doing because in government.
If he moves away from the government, what Elon Musk was going to be moving away from the government?
Yeah, because he's near enough finished what he was asked. He was tasked.
Oh well, yeah, but for now, he's had to back right off.
Take the back
yeah,
seat.
He's going back to his rockets. He's going back to his rockets.
Do we think he gave that Nazi salute at the convention?
No.
You don't. Bloody hell!
No.
I'm sorry. I really like Elon. No, I don't. No.
You jokers, son.
I think he was trolling. I think
I wouldn't get into an argument over it.
I think he had like a spasm, and he just had it like
spasms.
It was a little accident. It was a little accident.
I mean, if he meant it, he would have threw a little bit of fucking black fucking pen on his tush. Yeah.
Oh God!
So
what do you like about Elon? What do all you Elon supporters? What we like about Elon?
I like the fact that he made a rocket that can actually go to fucking space and land itself.
I like listening to his talks when he goes to Saudi Arabia and he's telling them all how he wants to make AI more personal and to have a conscience. And all the rest of it. He's such an intelligent man, and it's unbelievable how intelligent he is. It really is.
Isn't he autistic?
So I'm indifferent to him. I'm not a fan, but I'm not a hater either.
I think he's on the spectrum. Yeah.
Oh, he's a clever cunt. He's a clever man.
Jason says the UK has gone soft over decades. They used to be our Robin.
Robin.
I agree with him though. I think our country's gone mad. I think
we are run by
so do I. Yeah, I'd agree with God as Jacob.
We are run by spineless clowns.
You seen they're going to cancel the grooming gang inquiry? It's disgusting.
Oh, have you heard about what they're going to do for like remembrance and all? Because
it's
elitists. They said it's elitists, so they're trying to get rid of it in certain parts of Britain.
Oh. No, that's not going to happen. That won't happen.
Sadiq Khan. Yeah.
No,
again.
You see, there's some things. Listen, Taffy. There's some things they'd be able to get away with, and then there's others.
Yeah, well.
Actually, I must remember what me and Jupiter have spoken about. You know, the straw that broke the camel's back. It could be anything. Let them get on with it. Yeah, let them get on with it.
I agree,
that's my attitude now.
But he's literally fucking.
It's not if, but when. And I just
he's literally fucking around with our history and
Well, let him. Yeah.
Yeah, changing London and that.
Yeah, but you know what? If America and China go to war in a trade war, it's going to affect everybody because China makes everything for lots of us, and America's like the world's reserve currency.
Yeah, how can I put it? China relies heavily on exports, right? Heavily, more than America. So it's China. It'll be China that'll give in first, if you know what I mean.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't be Trump.
Oh, I don't think the Chinese are gonna.
You will not be Donald. You will not.
I'm going to put some money on that. Let's put some money. I'm going to put some money on that debate. If China will say that China's going to go down, and I'm going to say that no, America's going to buy.
If China say right, I'm going to put it up to 125%. Trump will go right now. I'll put it up to 150. You don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's the problem.
China really does rely on exports for everything.
He knows what he's doing, but he knows what he's doing. Have you heard, guys, what Alan Sugar said about Keir Starmer?
No.
That's interesting. He's wondering where he got his business. Who's advising Keir Starmer about his business because he hasn't got a clue. Basically, he's called him out.
Well, we all know that.
Yeah.
You know what makes me laugh?
AliExpress.
What
makes me laugh is when the school holidays have a holiday, the fucking MPs have a holiday too. That makes me laugh, that does.
I tell you what I found funny today, all right, was Birmingham have got this bin crisis collection, black bags everywhere.
Have you seen the state of Birmingham? My God.
Yeah, apparently, you know, because of the sun that's been out, it stinks, and rats are everywhere, like cats, right? This dude dressed up as a rat. I went into the council. Yeah.
Mm.
You should check it out. You should check it out. And they actually listened to him dressed as a rat.
It doesn't surprise me though, because Labour in power. Oh dear, you know, let's have a strike.
Look at this.
Right, we're not collecting the rubbish. We're not going to collect it anymore.
But
it's
it's not
piling up on the streets.
What I've noticed, it's not just black bags. Because if it was just black bags, that would be something. This is mattresses, fridges,
everything. They're not collecting anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but only the council will come and collect fridges and mattresses, type of thing. Yeah. Not
Yeah,
black
but it's the bin men. It's the bin men that are on strike.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, right, it was a shithole before they went on strike. So.
Yeah, but can you imagine living amongst all, you know, you're out your front door and there's all those black sacks piling up week after week after week.
I bet it stinks. I bet it fucking stinks.
Yeah, but see, this is where there's a grey area, isn't there? Because I saw someone on GB News, one of the presenters, saying, oh, you'd think that people would come together and they'd be removing it. But then I thought, but if you do that, then the strike isn't going to be any benefit because you need to prove to them that they need to be doing something about it. If you start cleaning it up, the government are going to take advantage of that and just go, well, carry on you doing it. You're still paying us council tax, but you're doing it. Carry on. You know what I mean?
But Birmingham
and the people that are on strike are actually stopping the ones that are not on strike from doing their jobs. This is so reminiscent of Labour. It's typical.
So some people
fucking
are buying
trade
their
unions again. Yeah.
Some people are buying their own sort of bin collectors to do the job. But
well, if it was me, I'd be and I could drive, and I was a fella, and I had a van. I'd be going around saying, "Do you want me to take the dump?" And get money out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny because the dude
Go
off
knock door to door.
GB News said this dude and he was bringing over a black sack of shit and to chuck onto the pile, right? And he said, "Oh, can I have a word with you a minute?" And he was telling him, "Oh, I seen this girl the other day, little girl, and she was just playing around with the rat."
Yeah, but it shouldn't be happening. It really should not be happening, you know. But Labour in power, so what can you expect?
Yeah, well, if
they
you
give
look,
the trade unions all their own way.
If you look at all the councillors for the certain areas of Birmingham, none of them are called Dave Jones. You know what I mean?
Oh right, okay.
Mohammed, Mahood, whatnot, and that sort of.
Abdul, yeah.
Listen, all this stuff ain't unexpected. It's all similar to what we had in the 70s.
Oh yeah, I mean, next, you know, if they get their way and nationalise the railways and everything will be going on strike again.
Yeah, I know it'd be
but
mad.
It's the way they work.
Yeah, but look what happened to the miners. That didn't work out for the miners, did it? So.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't, Taffy. No, but you know, I can remember when everything was on strike, including the bin men, the postmen, the railway men, the electric board. They all went out on strike in sympathy with the fucking miners.
Yeah, blackouts. I remember.
Yeah, everyone went on strike. You had the bakers, they went out. You couldn't get any bread. It was terrible.
You had to go down to a tap in your street to get water.
Yeah. The water board went. The fucking water board went
they
on
all
strike.
Went out, all out. Yeah.
So who's the ginger woman next in command to Keir Starmer? What's her name?
Angela something.
Right, Growler.
Yeah, but she should be sorting this out. She should be condemning and sorting this fucking nonsense out.
They won't sort it out.
I think you talked about the winter of discontent.
Yeah, 1979.
The winter discontent. I was.
Taffy was three.
That means your mum.
I heard that the grave diggers went on strike as well.
The grave diggers went on. Everyone went on strike.
Everyone went on strike.
Yeah.
I remember standing in the queues for bread with my mother. I was asking, "Mum, why are we standing here? Oh, we've got to stand here. It's the only bread we're going to get this week."
I was 3.
But you know what? Like, I spoke to an old English guy, and he said to me that I was amazed. He said, you know, back in his days when he was working, he said that, you know, he used to be at work, and then the boys would just come and say, "Look, come on, lads, there's down tools."
Yeah.
You didn't
Yeah, they
draw
would,
that
yeah.
notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a Carry On film now. Carry On at
Carry on at your convenience. Yeah.
There's down tools in that, yeah, and they're making toilets.
I'll have to have a look at that one then.
Oh, you need to watch that one. Yeah, that's quite funny because it's like one out, all out, but they turn up for their annual works trip, don't they?
Yeah. Okay, guys, down tools and everything. Yeah.
Carry On Laughing was funny though. That was what was what was that one on the buses as well?
Oh yeah, Olive, and God, Stan and Olive,
Yeah, all of these
I'll
things
get
were
you,
sort of major in
Butler.
those times.
I'll fucking get you, Butler.
All that, like all those, like those, like even those things that are not politically correct. Does anyone remember Alf Garnett?
Oh God, yeah, bloody hell, yeah.
And I remember watching Mind Your Language as well.
Old Smithy from Tooting, that was another one that used to go.
Adam Smith, right, posted a clip, a short of Alf Garnett, and it's got like 1 million views within a week.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
But you know what? My favorite one. It's got to be Only Fools and Horses. Only Fools.
Come on.
Do you know you get when you watch that now? They put a warning up. They do actually put a warning up. Some viewers might find it offensive. I mean, please.
Yeah, Only Fools and Horses. Only Fools and Horses is timeless. It's freaking
like. Was it offensive, Only Fools and Horses? Because
no, I don't think it was offensive at all.
It was very funny.
He's like Rodney. And my other favourite one was Bread.
Bread was there. That was funny, wasn't it?
The Boswells, the Boswells, isn't it? Yeah. Joey Boswell, isn't it? Yeah.
And Grandad was claiming housing benefit for his daughter's house, and the daughter was claiming housing benefit
for the that's right, yeah.
For all their money in the chicken. For all their money in the chicken.
God. That was like, they don't make. You know what? Have you noticed that there's a lot of repeats nowadays? They don't make shows anymore. Everything's all this reality nonsense.
No.
Like Love Island, I've never watched that show, and I never will. I just
rubbish.
I've
been forced once or twice by certain daughter-in-laws, and I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, what do you find bloody interesting in this?
I used to like Columbo, and I did Columbo,
Columbo,
yeah.
What does it feel? I used to like The Equalizer. The Equalizer was good as well.
Yeah.
There's so many classic shows like Quantum Leap. I used to watch that.
Edward Woodward was the Equalizer back.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Edward, that's the one I used to watch. You know, The Equalizer. Yeah. And you know what I didn't like though? I didn't like that Mrs. Marble. I've fallen off so far.
Mrs. Marple, you mean?
Is it Mrs. Marble? That lady that used to go and do investigations in the middle of some
Mrs. Marble, not Marble.
Yeah. Who was Dick Van Dyke in that? Dick Van Dyke someone as well, didn't he? Remember Dick Van?
I don't remember that.
Diagnostic murder. All right then. All right, hold on. Was you Neighbours or an Home and Away? I
like both of them, to tell the truth. As a teen and a kid, you just watched both of them, weren't you? Just obsessed with it. I remember when Kylie and Jason got married, and it's like,
oh my God,
bloody hell, man!
Especially for you. Oh God.
I will dream about tomorrow, number kisses and the sorrow.
Oh my God, he knows all the songs.
I remember Cell Block H, and I remember Cell Block H. I was the bollocks, man.
Yeah, that Big Brother started again, right? And that Trisha Goddard's in there. So she announced us last night. Yeah, she announced us last night. Oh, I've got stage 4 breast cancer, and I'm thinking, Yeah, it's come back, right? And it's master-sized. I thought, well, ain't you got anything? What are you doing in that house? Do you know what I
master
mean?
size? What does master size mean? I don't know much about. I'm not.
It's like spread, hasn't it? Kind of
Oh, it's
thing.
spread. Yeah.
She got bright blonde hair, cut short.
You know what? She might be just need a paycheck, because that's a lot of these celebrities. You know, when this, like you said, like if you've got a serious illness like that and you just like you're in Big Brother, a lot of them just need a paycheck. Because remember Jay Goody, you know, may she rest in peace.
Oh yeah, she was in the Indian one, wasn't she? When she got told, yeah.
And she just did lots of work to make all that money for her kids, isn't it? So that's probably what Trisha's doing. She probably wants to make a little, you know, God forbid anything happens to her, she probably wants to make a little nest for her family if she, you know, she dies of breast cancer.
Well, she now lives in Los Angeles.
They've all been.
Oh, does she?
Yeah,
she had a Trisha show there, didn't she?
Yeah, she now lives over there. Yeah.
But they've all been on Big Brother, like.
Well, she don't look like that now. She's got really cut, short hair, and it's dyed blonde.
It's probably the breast cancer, isn't it? Because she knows she's going to lose her hair, isn't she? You know what I mean? She's probably got.
Yeah, it's cut really close to there. She is. Yeah, that's her, isn't it? Yeah. Because I didn't recognise
she wants to show people that at the end of your life, you know, that you still want to be relevant and that you can still live even though you're at the end. And in a funny kind of way, I agree with that, Wendy, because do you remember that story of that poor man who went on to talk about cancer ghosting?
Palliative care. Yeah, palliative care is the end of life care, isn't it? Palliative care is the end of life.
Yeah, with a bloke, it's like a midlife crisis type of thing, where you buy a photo.
No. Palliative care isn't. No, Taffy. Palliative care is end of life, where your life's going to end. A midlife crisis is where you go out and buy a sports car. Or something.
Right. So like Fat Dan then type of thing. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to hear
Brian
he's
Earl,
that ill.
Yeah, or Brian Earl type of character. End of life. Right.
I just think it's sad.
Sorry, my signal's always going on this laptop.
Yeah.
It's sad because I used to, but she's 67, so to tell you the honest truth, quite a few people died at 67, and she's had quite a bit of a life, hasn't she?
Fucking hell.
Good God.
I knew what you were going to say, Betty. You are funny.
She was a talk show. She done like a Jeremy Kyle show type of thing, didn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Oh, another one that I want to say R.A.P. to Jerry Springer. Fucking love that show.
Jerry.
Oh, yeah, he died, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think he fucking started the fucking gang. I've written he was responsible for the Crips and the fucking thing.
Yeah.
The way he went on.
I brought you on
with Jerry Springer.
Do you remember the weddings he used to have on his
tell you I'm having an affair with an hamster.
Jerry was funny, man. And I watched a Netflix documentary on Jerry Springer, and he was caught with porn stars. Jerry Springer after the show.
Oh, do you remember he had the Ku Klux Klan on there? And he had that was bong. That was the worst I've ever seen. That was.
Yeah, that was.
Betty, see if you can find a picture of that.
Do you remember he used to have last thoughts?
Yeah, final thoughts. The final thoughts.
Never made no sense.
Yeah, this one. This is the picture. Yeah, this is the picture with the Ku Klux Klan.
Look, they was fucking raccoons, but
yeah, that was. It was. He was. Did he start? Did he start fighting with the?
Very controversial, that is, isn't it?
Unbelievable, but.
Yeah, that was classic Jerry, wasn't it?
And the bell would go, the bell would ding like that. They start fighting, ding ding.
Oh my God! Look at them with their fucking hoods on. Oh God!
Look, it's bonkers, isn't it? Weirdos. This was 1997.
But it's important, like, because remember we believe in free speech, so it's important that free speech is upheld, and especially in America.
Yeah, I used to like,
and it must have been uncomfortable because Jerry Springer was He's an immigrant, isn't he? I don't think Jerry was born in America. Was he? His parents were Jewish immigrants, weren't they?
Yeah.
From the Nazi war, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't think he was actually born in America, Jerry.
Yeah. So the guy who used to do the sort of the bouncer for Jerry, he was called Steve.
Yeah, Jerry was born in London.
Steve Wilco.
He's a Londoner, Jerry. So he would have been British, Jerry, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He would have been eligible for a British passport if he was born in London.
And if you think about it, guys, right? When Jeremy Kyle went, Britain fell apart. Yeah.
Huh? What?
In what way?
When Jeremy Kyle went, Britain fucking turned to shit.
In other words, all the people, while they were busy going on Jeremy Kyle, fucking arguing with each other.
Yeah. Because they go on the show and they'd be scruffy little fucking...
No, but that was sad because people actually commit suicide.
Yeah, but
because of that Jeremy Kyle and his lie detector test. That guy committed suicide.
So the first time they go on there, and
I mean,
like scruffy and unwashed and greasy hair, and then the next time they go on there, they're like all smart.
Well, yeah, because production do that. They do it.
Yeah, they obviously seen themselves on telly and thought, "Fuck me, why do they do that?" Like,
you'd be amazed what goes on backstage. I mean, they turn family members against family members, and then like open the floodgates and say, "Get on the stage and fight it out." Yeah.
But they used to give alcoholics drink in the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they used to do like a lie detector thing and that, and they pass the first lie detector, and they go, yes, told you, and then fail the next one, which is totally
Yeah, but those lie detectors, they're not admissible in court. No, so I don't know. I don't know whether to believe them or not.
No, I haven't. Although I do believe the DNA
they're not
100%
on
the other one.
Do
you remember the other show? What was his name? The one begins with M. I can't remember his name. Where he used to at the Maury show or whatever it was. He used to have them all on there. There'd be two white people sitting there.
Yeah, I remember that. Black guy.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Polish guy. The Polish guy you're talking about. Yeah. The Polish guy.
And there'd be there'd be a black baby on the fucking screen, a mixed race baby. A white couple come in, and the dad would sit there saying he believes it's 100% is. You've only got to have a look. You know it's not going to work in his favour. The wife's sitting there saying, I don't know why he's accusing me. Right? Yeah. They go off and have the blood test, and it comes back. It's not the dad. You think we could have told you that just by looking?
Yeah. So I think he might be another Jewish fella, Povich, some Jewish. Maury.
But don't you think it gave people, just normal working class people like trailer trash, a chance to be a TV star?
Yeah. Oh,
that's 15 minutes of fame. Yeah.
I think that's important because when first TV came out, it was a lot of those posh folk had their copyright and being on the TV.
I think working class would rather be known for something other than the fact that they're fucking pretending that, I don't know.
Yeah, that Oprah Winfrey is fucking evil. She is. She's fucking nasty.
I don't like her.
Yeah, I don't like her either.
She's nasty.
Poverty porn.
Yeah, she's something to do with Epstein and all that fucking wrongness, I think.
Yeah, I don't like the way she really profits off other people's pain, and it's not nice, and she's also a lot of skullduggery, that one. Wasn't she with that god of that Brazilian guy that was running that cult in Brazil that was trafficking children and having that sex cult in Brazil?
I don't know.
Yes, she did.
But another one is Ellen. Do you know that Ellen show?
Oh, Ellen. She's a degenerate or something. Ellen,
She left America because she didn't like Trump getting into power. She's in Britain, apparently.
Yeah,
because she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. That's why she's left the LGBTQ people.
Aye, come on in then. Yeah. Walk Britain to the liver. Fucking lefties a liver.
She in Devon.
All we need is more legislators in Britain. Come on. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. I love my salad.
Does anyone remember Kilroy? Yeah, Kilroy.
Yeah.
He
was
all right.
what you call. He was one of the first ones to get cancelled because he said there was too many Arabs in London. And they got rid of him. He got yeah.
You know what? Because when people say there's too many hours, like, because I'm not from London, so I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, but apparently, it's probably because there's a lot of these rich Arabs in it. Because I heard that they were racing their cars in these nice neighborhoods in London and disturbing the neighbors, and people were getting fed because they used to fly their cars, all these Gulf Arabs, to London over summer and race down in Knightsbridge, those nice areas of London, and the residents were getting fed up of it because it was so loud, their sports cars, which obviously you would though, wouldn't you really? I'd get fed up if I was that night.
What was the one with Leonard Rossiter in? Is it Upstairs?
Oh, I couldn't stand it. Rise and Damp.
Rise and Damp. That was kind of racist too, that program.
Oh, I've heard of it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah.
I didn't really like Rising Damp.
I didn't. No.
As I got older, I've seen a couple of episodes and thought, oh, okay, they're a little bit funny, but I never found them hysterical.
No, neither did I, Jubes. No.
Did you like Faulty Towers?
Oh, yeah, loved Faulty Towers. Yeah. What an idiot. Honestly,
what about Mr. British and the baby?
Oh, the British Empire is brilliant, the British Empire. Yeah.
Do you like Mr. Bean? Do you like Mr. Bean?
Oh, no, I hate Mr. Bean.
No, I didn't like Mr. Bean either.
Yeah, I found him really annoying, like, to be fair.
I like Blackadder.
I like Blackadder, and I like Blackadder.
Yeah, Blackadder was all right, but Mr. Bean wasn't funny. Yeah. Well, I mean, he used to frustrate me. Yeah,
fucking annoying. Like,
yeah, I like the real McCoy and the Goodness Gracious Me.
Yeah. I like real McCoy crisps. Steak.
The real McCoy was like a black show, a humorous show, and it started taking the piss out of slavery in the sense of this is what they did. Like, so you got these Caribbean people going on, like they're getting all dressed up and they're like this, it's obviously it's based in London. They go, oh yeah, we're gonna go on an all expenses paid cruise, all expenses paid. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Just like and that guy from the Nation of Islam, is it Leon? The guy that goes to the park, he was an actor in it.
Oh, right.
It's Channel 4, a TV show. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, the thinking now, right? Telly back in the day, right, was like literally like the bollocks, like, yeah, it just changed from black and white to color. And you had blankety blank, you had fucking Bruce Forsyth, and it's like we used to like stay in and just like on a Saturday, Noel's house party, fucking crazy like this to think.
Listen, I don't remember Girls on Top, Deborah. I don't remember Girls on Top.
No.
And Desmond's, I remember. Desmond's as well.
Yeah.
And what was his name? Matthew, the Ghanaian student.
Yeah.
They used to sit in the barbershop, although they cut their hair hours ago. I'd have fights over games of dominoes.
Yeah. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, come on. Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what used to wind me up, that shopping show that Dal Winton used to do.
Supermarket
sweep.
Oh my God, that used to make me really angry.
Yeah, you only hear a beep. It's supermarket fucking sweep.
Yeah, Dawn French and Ruby Wax. Yeah, I remember them. They were good as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember them. There was some, but you know what? This is what they're saying why the rise of reality TV shows, because they don't want to invest in making proper shows.
No.
They want to pay actors. So reality TV shows are just cheap for TV companies to make, which is just wrong, isn't it? Because I'm sick of these reality TV shows. There's too many of them. That Love Island, I'm so sick of it. It's just
It makes no sense, that program. Yeah, it makes no sense, that program at all. I don't understand why it's even exists.
Who remembers the original Love Boat, that little midget guy and the other guy?
Me, I remember that, Jukes, yeah.
Yeah. I think that
You
was
know what
better
show
than
I used to
fucking-
hate? That fucking I Love Lucy. Fucking hated that show.
I Love Lucy.
I hated it. I didn't mind the Love Boat, but that I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
It was Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley. I don't know. Then.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember the Waltons? I used to watch that every Monday.
Come on. Good night, John Boy, Bob.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another one that used to scare the fuck out of me, the Planet of the Apes. Oh, fucking
Oh, yeah, that one.
just gave me the creeps. And does anyone remember the Incredible Hulk? That one scared me
Yes,
too.
yes, yeah.
Aye, Luther and
But the ones I liked was the $100 million man, the Bionic Woman.
Lee Majors and the $6 million man. Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember. Don't you remember the woman, Lindsay Wagner?
Yes, she was. I remember that.
Wonder Woman. Anyone remember?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Come on.
I even used to watch Batman. Did anyone watch Batman?
What, the original Batman?
Yeah, the original one.
Where the thing had come up with pow and splash.
You can see Joker, you can see his mustache and that under his
Oh, what's those little the Fraggle Rock? That one that scared the fuck out of me as well.
Come on, baby, with that.
Fraggle Rock.
Yeah.
The puppets are like kind of crazy, like
yeah. And Grot Bags and that. She was a scary mate.
Who?
Grot Bags.
Grot Bags, yeah.
Yeah. But I remember like Finger Mouse. I remember Button Moon, the Magic Roundabout. Finger Mouse. Fucking hell.
Does anyone remember that cartoon, Johnny Bravo?
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it, when you look back, was shit, to be honest, though.
Yeah, Bagpuss and that. Bagpuss was shit. It was like a dusty old fucking cat that never beat. Yeah.
Fucking Rosie and Jim and fucking...
come on, Jupes.
Rosie and Jim.
Bopping along on the old...
There's some classic, like has anyone noticed? Like, I used to like that Karate Kid film, but now like Will Smith and his son made the Karate Kid. Now Jackie Chan's done another one now.
Oh, okay.
Karate Kid, so that's coming to the cinema. So I think I'll probably go and see that. I like the Karate Kid. I'm a fan of Jackie Chan as well.
Yeah.
I used to like Rush Hour 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, they were funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Does anyone remember Beverly Hills Cop with Eddie Murphy as well? They
were funny as well. Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was like all this classic.
Yeah, that's weird. Do you know the Crazy Frog Town? That Crazy Frog Town is Noyan Town. That's where they come from, dude. Yeah.
This is
I don't know if any of you can remember Deliverance, the movie, but there's a few people on here that remind me of the fucking banjo player.
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
The link, ding, 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 ding. The link, ding, ding, ding,
ding, ding, ding. Oh yeah, creepy people.
Squeal like a pig. Squeal like a pig.
Yeah.
Squeal like a pig, boy.
Yeah.
I tell you, he was a very handsome white man. I don't know if anyone remember Christopher Reeve as Superman.
Come on, Betty.
Oh,
yeah. Come
There's
on.
a good documentary on Sky about him. Yeah.
It's so sad about his accident, isn't it? It made him a... Yeah, I think he died later on, didn't he? But what was it, a horse accident or something? Falling off a horse or something?
Yeah, he fell off a horse. And he couldn't move from the neck downwards. Yeah, it was really sad.
Yeah, but when he was a very handsome man, do you know what I mean? I used to love Superman. But do you remember as a kid, he used to say, kids don't try this at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know, if you saw something on TV, there'd be some stupid kid that would try and fly off the wall.
You only see that now before WWE fucking wrestling starts.
So they don't do it anymore. So they don't do that warning anymore.
I've never seen it. Only on the wrestling WWE I've seen that. Yeah. Don't be suplexing your little sister.
You know
It's like these Britain's Got Talent. No, I think that's all rigged. I think they know who's going to win it. From the beginning.
Probably.
Yeah. Because you notice how a lot of them crash out at the end when he doesn't do anything with them one-hit wonders. Sometimes the person that doesn't win it has a better career than the person that actually won it.
Exactly.
The finalists.
True. I only remember that Potts woman who won.
You want me to play it? I don't know. Play.
Oh no, don't you get him a strike? No.
Because you wouldn't expect that voice to come out of that Potts woman, would you? When she started singing
Who?
Ellie wants me to play
Potts. Is it Potts? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Potts is a bloke.
Oh no, not him. Not him. The woman.
Oh, Susan Boyle.
That's the one. That's thank you, Wendy.
Yeah.
Potts. Yeah.
What we playing here then? What's this? Oh no.
Oh.
He wants us to. If anyone wants us to play, Donald Trump pauses worldwide tariffs for 90 days. I told you, people. He's paused them now. Now he's tanked the economy.
Susan Boyle. Let it play.
Is the plan, or was he panicked and has now chosen to reverse ferret? Simon Marks, what do you think?
This was not part of the plan, Tom. There's no question about that. This is a complete 180 by a White House that has totally panicked over the last 24 hours because of the sell-off in US Treasury bonds. Remember that US Treasury bonds are normally considered the safe haven for investors when they flee the stock market. And the fact that people were fleeing treasury bonds indicated to most sentient economists in the United States that Donald Trump was taking the country into the abyss, not just a
I've got to stop it of his start and stop as well. You see, that's true, because China has a lot of American treasury bonds and they spend that treasury bond money, the dollars, in Africa. That's how they get rid of the American currency. They spend it in Africa.
But
do you want to say something, Wendy?
Yeah, they make me laugh the way they talk. The way they talk, it's like that they have personally achieved something and they haven't. It's these people, these lefties, just make me laugh. They really do. What's he done? What he's postponed something, has he, Trump?
Yeah, he's done 90 days. 90 days tariff hold on it, except for the China one. 90 days.
Oh, okay.
Well, when we see him talking about the Ukraine war and all that, he did a very similar thing. He said, they're not going to go to war. Zelensky's going to sign the deal, blah, blah, blah. Zelensky went there. He said, no, I'm not. I want different sort of like terms and conditions. Went off and sulked. He kept his foot down. And then the proper negotiations happened. And then, and I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't his tactic again. Apparently, he's like that. Apparently, they say that he throws out the worst case scenario
and does something completely different. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Remember with TikTok, he said he was going to ban TikTok.
Banned
it for one day, then let it come back again, and said, right now let's negotiate terms of you having TikTok. So I think it's just his modus operandi.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Speaking of TikTok and that, I'm going to make a quick exit. And nice, lovely talking to you girls. Be safe.
Oh, you too. Thank you, my little Welsh dragon.
You're very welcome.
Oh, nice to meet you, my little Welsh dragon.
I went out. Raw. Be good, people. Ta-da.
God bless.
a recession, but the real possibility of a Great Depression style meltdown. And so I think you've seen Republicans over the last few hours on Capitol Hill and big businesses, Delta Airlines. We were talking earlier about Jamie Dimon of Goldman Sachs, you know, all saying to the president, you've got to do a U-turn. And you heard Scott Bessent there and Caroline Levitt making a desperate attempt to indicate that this was all due to the courage of Donald Trump's leadership, and also in the case of Caroline Levitt insisting, of course, that it was all the fault of the media for misconstruing the president. This is a president of the United States who last week was waxing lyrical about the American economy of the 1880s and 1890s and postulating that, like then, the United States of 2025 could end up in a position where its entire government was being funded by tariff revenues and
so many in the Trump administration that I've watched over the last few days who have so much egg on their face because they went onto the media and they said that this was the right thing to do. Of course we're going to go ahead with this. The rest of the world needs to know that the US is in charge. We're going to keep these tariffs in place. There's no negotiation possible. This is the new world as we know it. And
okay, that's another minute. So carry on talking and I'll play it again.
I just can't stand the way they behave. It's like they've done something personal to change everything. They haven't. And people are just guessing at what Trump had in his head or what Trump... Do you know what I mean? They're just guessing at it.
I don't know. I just think from his past actions that it's something that he's always done. Just thrown something out there and gone to the extreme and then negotiated. But whatever. I mean, I'm not no economist, so I don't know. What would I know? I don't know. You know? And
even Simon suggesting, and this is where, you know, the shark was really jumped, that the cuts made to the federal government by Doge and the job losses that would be brought about as a result, that those people cut from those jobs would go and work in the factories that were about to come to America to start up to make textiles. What?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I mean, and screwing little micro screws into Apple computers and iPhones. I mean, that's what I think Howard Lutnick, the craven commerce secretary, was postulating over the weekend, which of course has given rise to an enormous number of memes on social media. This is the biggest U-turn American politics and the economy has witnessed in the modern era. And, you know, it's a little bit like, I mean, one can compare the scale of this to the ultimate...
I disagree. I think the biggest U-turn is Keir Starmer promising 100 things and not doing any of them.
And not doing nothing, no.
What are they on about?
Well, they're excited of Liz Truss and her handling of the
It's all right, Bertie, carry on.
Economy, along with Kwasi Kwarteng. But of course, in the United States, there is no 1922 committee. So Republicans have no mechanism for getting rid of Donald Trump and his senior lieutenants, except to drop the arm on him and to use their business associates to say, this cannot continue. I think also, you know, the fact that Rachel Reeves today was indicating that the UK was now willing to put itself out there as a stable investment haven, given that the United States has gone haywire. That cannot have played well in the corridors of power in Washington, D.C., because they could see a prominent European ally and many other countries essentially laughing at this self-inflicted wound. We talked about this on American Week last Friday.
Well, Rachel Reeves needs to keep her... I mean, she needs to keep her mouth shut. She was... honest to God, what are they doing? All right, so he said a 90-day delay or something. Big deal. What's all the fuss about? It's fucking stupidity. That's why I don't watch these lefty programs.
When Donald Trump said a week ago, the patient has survived the surgery was important, now the recovery is beginning. It was elective surgery. The patient never needed to have the operation in the first place. And how he puts everything back together again after this, while claiming victory. I mean, doubtless by the end of the day, he will be pointing to the soaring stock markets as an indication of triumph.
5.5% up.
But, it's been a disastrous week for him.
All right. Simon, really appreciate it as always. Thank you very much indeed. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent.
Yeah, I don't really know what that was all about, because even if he has delayed it, it doesn't mean that he stopped it.
No, exactly. That's what I mean.
It's crazy. I mean, if he stopped it and then said he's not doing it after all, that would be a U-turn. But at the moment, he's just sort of like delayed it. I don't know. People are so quick.
It's like
premature ejaculation at this point. The people.
Pardon?
Who's this?
How? Just a minute. Did you just say premature ejaculation?
Oh, fucking hell.
No, hang on a minute. Prudist. Can you imagine if I'd have said that?
Other women, if I'd have known that you knobhead was on the panel.
Well, to be fair, Jupiter, I thought I'd been in the back chat.
I've got to go, ladies. Bye.
Yeah, I'm going as well.
Okay.
See you later.
Wow. Wow. A prudist. Premature ejaculation. How is that even relevant in context to what they're talking about? Some sort of, sexualized analogy from the fucking chief prudist on the panel. And by the way, I thought I was in the back chat for about 40 minutes. And to be honest with you, Bella, it's not right good fucking gatekeeping. I mean, I know you're a busy bloke and you work, and fair play to you. You're a good upstanding fella of society, but fucking helmet. Anyway, now they've dropped this fucking clanger on me. I guess I'll have to do somewhat of a show. I actually come on for a civil conversation. But yeah, premature ejaculation. Fucking what? It's like premature ejaculation. What? Something related to politics? Are you off your fucking rocker, Mrs. Prudist? That don't like a fucking MTV music video. Perfectly legal. No signing or verification required to watch. And you're gonna bring fucking premature ejaculation? Something definitely fucking relatable to a man's sexual organs. See what a cunt that fucking fat fucking ogre is? She's a fucking twat. A venomous fucking demon. She's a fucking fake-ass fucking manipulating cunt. And the amount of fucking times I don't tell people who can and cannot go on panel. No, what you do is you sit there and you do a manipulating tact with the panel host. Something along the lines of, not quite directly saying who can and cannot go, but it's, come on, Billy, I just want a serious fucking debate. No, you fucking don't, you evil old cunt. You just want to fucking stir it fucking up, you race-baiting cunt. And then she'll do some sort of emotional play. She might piss up someone's fucking back. She used to do this with Easy. And ultimately, it's that. She wants to control it herself. Right, now I've got that off my fucking chest and out the way. I'll come to my original first point. I was earwigging into this. Betty was playing something Gangs of New York related. No, she wasn't actually. It was New Orleans. New Orleans. Something to do with after the apartheid era in the US of A. And she said about these southern Italians being hung because they were Arab looking. And okay, I thought, okay, interesting topic. It's quite shocking, especially after, apartheid, slammed shut, and they were still, doing these hangings, even with Italian people. I thought, fucking hell, that's bad. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody said something about New Orleans, Gangs of New York. Now, I got this bit wrong. I said, fuck me. How is Gangs of New York related to fucking New Orleans? One, it's probably the most fucking liberal fucking city in America, probably somewhere after fucking Los Angeles. Two, at that time it was full of immigrants, all ethnicities, Italian, Irish. I mean, if there were one place you were probably more safe in America at that time, it was probably somewhere like New York. So I thought, where's this come from? And I scrolled in the chat, and I'm not digging that person out, but I thought, this is what Gangs of New York was about. The film. What? It's a piece of fiction. Well, half and half. New Orleans. So I Google searched it. 1,300 fucking miles as the crow flies. What fucking planet are some of you lot on? 1,300 fucking mile. In fact, it might be a little bit further. I don't know. But anyway, 1,300 fucking mile. What? Betty talking about a fucking article explaining about how they were still hanging people, even after the fucking bad apartheid, noosing fucking southern Italians up because they look a bit fucking Arab looking, has got some relation to a fictional film in New York, 1,300 fucking mile northeast. Definitely not the fucking deep south Bible bashing fucking racist as fuck fucking part of America. Is this what I'm fucking dealing with on here? And you fucking wonder why sometimes I like to fucking troll cunts like that. And you wonder why premature ejaculation used as an analogy on a fucking panel relating it to politics. And she's a fucking prude who's easily offended at a fucking MTV music video. And she fucking contradicts herself, the massive fucking hypocritical bitch, licking fucking ice creams, sarong, granny gyrating on chairs, trilby hats over her fucking fanny flaps, that part, paddling pool, annoying squeezy fucking breast tube. You're right, I was wrong. What you actually did, because I've now watched it back, forgive me. You just sort of strategically placed your forearms, your biceps, and you sort of just perk them, just squeeze them on each side of the fucking bosom, and it went like this. It went, Jade, I'm proud of my fucking body. I'm a fucking mother, 57 year fucking old Jade. Look what I've got. That's the last time you did that. The first time was in the paddling pool. In fact, there was 3 times. One was in the paddling pool. The next one was when you were in the fuck on the lawn, and you went, look at my moves! Look at my moves! That one where you had Sky Church on the panel, yeah. This is all fucking prudish here that's fucking run and fucking legged it. Anyway, forgive me, Vele. I thought I was in the fucking back chat, and then all of a sudden, after waiting 35 minutes, I was bang smack in the middle of a fucking game, and I thought, fuck, I'm on panel. I'll have me fucking say with them, but they've legged it. They've shithoused it. Anyway, I'm off for the fucking was. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Fingers crossed somebody wants to keep me company. I was looking forward to taking a piss out the evil fucking bitches. Betty, I don't quite class you in that, but you seem to keep wanting to fucking stir it and prod and poke. So I think at some point in the coming months, you might have to get your fanny card out your knickers and start playing that woman card like these 2 fucking female victims do. I'm well aware. I liked weaving it up. Neither do I give a fuck. But I thought, yeah, Betty's going to end up fucking having it at some point in the next 3 months, and probably should be getting that fanny card out. You'll have a load of fucking simpy males because they're the ones that get fucking played by these women of that type. And I'm well aware fucking men play women, but specifically the ones with these character traits online, the men just fall fucking head over heels for it, that fucking damsel in distress routine. So Betty, keep going. You know what I'm like. I'll be back in 5, lass.
Yo, yeah, man. So fucking that video.
Stop being a wee fella. I'll be talking to you in a minute.
Happening? Yeah, that video there was showing now. 1 sec. We sort out this mic real quick. So that video there was showing how Trump had to do a U-turn on his policy.
Billy, I'm having a wee fella. I can't hear you. Just bear with me, man.
Yeah, that big. I'm speaking to the chat as well anyway, yeah. So you don't in the chat can hear me, yeah? So yeah, like I was saying, that video was showing how Trump has done a U-turn on his policies, or at least a 90-day U-turn on his policies for now to show that obviously all the big business in his country or that's even got influence was saying to him, yo, listen, this tariff thing's dead, isn't it? Obviously,
yeah, I've got a question.
Free trade.
Sorry, I thought you were
fucking what's it called?
Really quickly, are you going to review that Telegraph interview with Rupert Lowe?
Telegraph interview with Rupert Lowe?
Yeah, from Reform. It's not that on. I think it's only been done about a week ago, but that cunt is a fucking rat, right? the big giveaway, what's going to happen with them is, like, you think it's fucking bad now. These cunts are talking about capitalism like it were fucking like 20, 30 fucking year ago, like everyone had a fair chance. And he's bigging up privatisation. He's saying how, like, and it's fucking mental. So the big giveaway, what a fucking rat that cunt were two things I picked up on. One, social care. Wait till you get to the point where he's talking about social care, and they says, so what are your plans on social care? And pretty much to a T, I think one of his quotes are, something about £60,000 helping people save up. I'm like, what? This cunt, by the way, Rupert Lowe, has made his fucking billions. He's made his money in.
He used to be Southampton chairman.
Yeah. And he's also made a lot of his money in care, in the care homes, businesses, massive business. That's a large part of how he's made his money. So this cunt's talking about privatisation, and they're asking him questions about how he's going to help people afford later on in life care. And basically, you'd have to get to it, because I can't quite remember it. Save up. And also, his other big giveaway, being a football fan, is when he starts talking about the Premier League. And I'm yet to meet a football fan after a Man City fan or someone like this that thinks where the Premier League's going is a good idea. And so he touches on this, and this cunt thinks he's in touch on this, right? He thinks he's with the general man. He's talking about the Premier League and the regulation and the reform the government are going to bring in. What's going on? And I'm like, it does need regulating. It's going too far. It's going way too far. It's a late stage capitalistic corporatized fucking business, and it's just getting too hot to fucking handle. And the way they're going, they're going to be NFL franchises, and this cunt's talking about it like this is a bad thing. This cunt, this Rupert Lowe, and this fucking Reform Party, right? Mm-hmm. This isn't fucking capitalism 30, 40 years ago. This is late stage capitalism, and these cunts are wanting to send it off into another fucking stratosphere of fucking capitalism. It's fucking madness. They're running rings around the fucking lot of you. They're taking the fucking piss. You're all voting these cunts in next. It's the same fucking face. It ain't Labour. It's going to get fucking worse. Anyway, and people are complaining about what Labour are doing to the... Well, people are complaining about what Labour are going to do to the benefit system as well. And if you listen to some of the that he was saying, they're just going to obliterate it. They're going to absolutely obliterate it. And I'm like, are people listening to this cunt or what? I'm done anyway. Telegraph, Rupert Lowe. That's the one you need to YouTube search and sit and review that fucking rodent twat in disguise, pretending he's there for you all.
Alright. So I got two videos still, man. But one video from some dudes from my ends. Well, at least close to the ends anyway, yeah, still. So speaking about why things like violations are handled in certain ways by certain types of people and all that sort of stuff there. And obviously I've got another video about IDF lies, you get me? So,
IDF lies. Yeah, let's start with the juicy stuff first. Yeah, IDF lies. Definitely that one.
Is a Holocaust. And Netanyahu and Trump are open about their final intentions, which is the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. If it walks like a fascist, if it talks like a fascist, and if it kills children like a fascist, then it is a bloody fascist. As the son of a Holocaust survivor, I find it difficult to make the Nazi analogy. But over the past 16 or so months, it has been very difficult to watch the genocide in Gaza and not think back to the horrific images of what was done to Jews by the Nazis. It enrages me to see the Holocaust that Israel is committing, justifying it by the Holocaust that was committed against the Jews, including my mother's family. Israel and the West have normalized the killing of children. Israel has now killed over 17,400 children, 1,720 aged 1 or below, babies who were never able to take their first steps. And to call these innocent children enemies or future enemies is to participate in the worst possible form of inhumane, racist white supremacy.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs.
The majority of Israeli citizens don't regard Palestinians as human beings.
כולם שם מחבלים, לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
This is the sort that in...
Yo, yeah, that's peak still. God damn. You know what I'm saying? Mad.
I don't know what you're saying.
Still.
I wanted to discuss rigor mortis of the body and directly relate it to a video Adam Smith put on his rigor mortis, stiffening of the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
And Adam Smith put a short up thinking he was being clever doing is one of his great. I'm surprised he wasn't picked up on this actually by a few, but then again, I'm not because I also know how it suits their agenda. But I'm surprised a few people didn't pipe up and say, Adam, that's very conspiratorial what you're doing now. This is mainstream media news. You shouldn't really be debunking somebody on a deathbed pretending they're faking a death. I mean, think about this logically, Mr. Smith. If they wanted to make a video of somebody caught in an Israeli airstrike, why would you go to all the trouble to put somebody on a stretcher who's actually alive and film it, pretend, and risk getting caught? There are hundreds of people dying every day. Why would you go to all that trouble when you could quite easily, genuinely, which is what was in that video, put somebody on a wheeler, rigor mortis, stiffness, whose hand is caught on the fucking sheet next to her. They lift the body, the sheet is caught, and the arm, through rigor mortis, makes that movement. You've then done a video narrating over the top of it why you think this is a big fucking ploy, it's a conspiracy, they're faking deaths, they're faking people. Why would you do all that? There are people dying in Gaza. Hundreds by the day through missiles. Why would you do that, Adam?
Listen, yeah. If
this is the fucking level.
What happened when there was the what's it called, exchange, the hostage exchange, and there was people there that was acting all happy and all that, yeah. These men were burning fire on that. Oh, look at them, they're savages. Oh, look, they're celebrating dead people and so and so, so and so. These two ladies said they don't care about dead children in Palestine, yeah, and a random is saying, yeah, but, well, don't the Palestinians feel the same or whatever? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just random got different energies when it's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
ask Adam Smith if you've got permission to play that video that I did where he's narrating that one. You'll see exactly what I mean. If you could ask Adam Smith politely for his permission to play that video from his channel, the one where he's done what I just described previous, and play it, and we'll do it scene by scene every 5 seconds until the point where he's convinced they've gone to all this effort to lay somebody on a trolley alive to pretend to be dead, when you could not just do that, not risk it, put a dead person on the trolley from the hundreds dying. Adam, can we play that video that you did, you backwards cunt? I had it on a par with your Jamie narration video, the one where you also got it bang on to the money. I'm being sarcastic, but go on. Can we do that, Belly? It's on his channel.
Play the video?
Yeah, from Adam Smith's channel.
Let's do this video first, innit?
Okay.
Do this video first.
Yeah, no one is.
Or do the next video still. It's Andrew Feinstein, son of a Holocaust survivor. Yeah, South African Don. Play.
Enabled the Holocaust against the Jews and 6 million others to take place.
The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
Just imagine looking at the pictures that we all see every day of slaughtered children, sometimes decapitated, sometimes with their limbs pulled asunder, and supporting these atrocities while thinking and loudly claiming that you are the victim.
Will you hide me? Like, if it comes to that, will you hide me and my family?
There is a psychosis that has overtaken the world, and Sheryl Sandberg is an example of this, who now thinks that America is dangerous for Jews. The reality is that nothing has changed for any of these people, let alone the lives of billionaires who live a life so far removed from any insecurity, material, personal, and it would appear moral, that it's simply absurd. In no sane world is a nuclear-armed, occupying power, armed to the teeth, with the support of the world's superpower, the victim. It is a psychosis of a complete and utter unwillingness to engage with the truth of the world as it is today. And it is only by living in this post-truth world that people can continue to justify their support.
And you know what? Yeah, I remember when we first started speaking around these speakers' corner circles or whatever, online, Google Hangouts and so on, so on. So one role that everyone wanted not to play was the role of the victim. Like, and things have changed lately because, like, now everyone wants to seem like, right, somehow they're being victimized by the system, held down, and all them sort of stuff there. You know, it's crazy still. Much.
I'm listening. Can I just respond to Banterline in the chat? Any love for Christians, muckers? No. Sorry, Belly. Go on, lad.
You're not going, Karen? I don't know if you've got a delay, mate.
No, I can hear you, Belly. Sorry, what did you say, sir? I was just responding to a spastic in the side chat looking for my attention.
Yeah, trust me, I like game. Man, them on a U-turn, cause
yeah, I'm watching. I am
debates
listening.
and discussions where the first times we were speaking, yeah, if you tried to call someone a victim and say, "Ross, are you a victim of it?" Someone, so the man would say, "No." But now, the man them are saying they're victims of bullying, they're victims of racism, two-tier policing, all these different things. Like, even though the figures, stats, and facts and all that show it's the other way around.
Yeah, Belly, can I ask you something? And I'm not trying to be personal here. Have you had a bit of weed?
About what?
Are you a bit stoned?
Do you know what? Yeah, it's hard to hear what you're saying. It's not.
Can you not hear me?
Just about hear what you're saying. You say it again?
I'll join back.
No, I could hear you, but it's the headphone, isn't it? Funny still. Should I get the shit? Okay. Alright, let me play the video.
Support for the genocide that continues in Palestine day after day after day. 15 medical workers in Gaza were murdered and buried in a mass grave, some of them with...
Yo.
What about now? Can you hear me better now? Are you sure it's from my end, Valley?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's not your microphone here. It's, one of the headphones is a little bit funny.
Oh, I see. Sorry, right. Go on, I'll let you continue with the video. Thank you.
Yes, like I was saying, yeah, that before when we first started speaking with the right wingers and that, yeah, they would never say they were victims of this, that, and the other. Man, them would say, yeah, the man might be victims of racism, oppressed and so on, so. But the man them keep fighting, innit? Yeah. But now these men are victims as well. It's crazy still. I'm like, raw. What? Yeah. It's crazy still. Imagine, yeah, in a system that's like sort of balanced to your favor, feeling like a victim. Wild still, man.
Imagine having the greatest sort of heralded intelligence agency on planet Earth, surpassing CIA, MI5, MI6. Imagine being this sort of upheld, put on a pedestal as in the know, when you've got these other Western nations going to Mossad for these insider bits of info as an ally. Imagine you've convinced a population that these sort of national security terrorist watch lists, these people you employ, imagine convincing them and getting people to believe that national security switches off for a public holiday, because some of the excuses I saw wrote after that, it went along the lines of this: oh, it was some sort of Jewish holiday, yet how can you pop a fucking Palestinian child's head off at 300 fucking meters one day through a fucking like telescopic lens on a fucking highly powered rifle? You can bundle children into jeeps, wheel them off to scare the life out of them because they might have touched a fence or come close to a fence. Yet all of a sudden you've managed to convince people that national security is switched off. Paragliders are going over the top. Bulldozers are managing to roll up to these fences. You've got them sweeping around fucking Israeli streets. My opinion was this fella, Netanyahu, let it happen. And I caused outrage saying that, but I'm still convinced people on that sort of level view us as cattle for a greater game. And in reality, they don't give a fuck.
There's intel muckers that actually suggest and actually prove that they knew this was coming. And let's not forget that out of the 1,000, let's just say, the body count from October the 7th, Israelis, many of them were killed by the Hannibal Directive, by their own people. And they're saying now that the kill count, okay, it's not official, but it's well over 300,000. So let's just compare 300,000, mostly women and children, to under 1,000. It's genocide, plain and simple. I don't care what the fucking big mouths say that get on here with a loud mic and start screaming like babies. It's fucking genocide. And people that know their stuff know about the Oded Yinon plan. This was planned many, 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 many years ago. But yo, man, what's happening, B?
Oh, go on, man. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Netanyahu letting it happen or whatever. I'm not gonna go far against that. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me say my bit though. Yeah, because I was saying, I was listening a bit earlier, and you reminded me of something that when Triller and Babs was speaking a little bit earlier, when
Please don't ever say that I remind you of that in the same sentence.
No. You reminded me of a point that they was making earlier. They was arguing about earlier. It was about the Hamas, the citizens of Gaza voted Hamas in, so they should hold part responsibility for Hamas being voted in. But I was saying that, well, okay, if they're going to hold responsibility for that, then Netanyahu and any of his government that was allowing Hamas to receive funding and even champion them to get voted in rather than the PLO or any of the other parties, which were more moderate or more looking to be with be more moderate than Hamas or whatever. Then if the Palestinians are to blame for their vote, they've got a role to play in Hamas even being able to get voted for. They would have to have been a terrorist organization or freedom fighter organization, depending on what side you look at it. If they weren't championed in that, and obviously like Luke keeps talking about the 1974 charter, I'm sure Netanyahu knows more words in that charter than any of us on the panel.
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, listen.
If he knows that these men are saying that they want to do this, that, the other to Jews, while allowing them to get funded and champion them as being the ones to be elected over PLO,
Listen,
then
you're gonna have the idiots that just know their basic stuff on here, right? Yeah, the basic fucking mainstream media fucking goons. I'm not mentioning any names, but I certainly don't wish to be on a fucking panel with them. But Netanyahu has literally stated that they need Hamas. They need Hamas, okay? He's also on record stating that they need to maintain their white ethnicity. That's why they fucking deported all Eritreans. So yeah, but also I'll say in argument to whatever Bab said as well, is we vote in plenty of times. Well, I don't personally vote. I won't vote. But what about the times that we vote in parties that fuck us over? Yeah, time and time again. What about those? Yeah.
I agree. Listen, I'm going to jump off. Nixie, I'm glad you've come to take over the panel.
Yeah, I've only got
I don't mean that. I mean, I'm glad you've come to
to
keep the panel going. Now we're struggling.
yeah, no, it's a subject that needs to be discussed.
It is.
I'm glad, Bay. Big up, Bay.
I'll
Next
catch
one
you
over,
later. Vele,
yeah,
I'm
see
sorry
you
I
later,
ruined
Patrick.
I'm sorry I ruined the Nana's playtime. It wasn't actually a trolling at that point, but eventually it did go to trolling when they'd all fucked off and pulled that stunt. Please don't let her try and convince you and manipulate you at a later date, probably on her panel.
Right, because I've missed the IDF live. Listen,
hey,
I
listen,
know.
yeah, I don't know. All right, listen, this anyone can just will me to do whatever they wish in all situations and any situations. It's undoable, isn't it? Like
I know. I caught what she said to you on a live stream. It sounded very easy-esque at the time. She was trying to keep certain people off his panel, and she's got a very good sly, slippery tact and good words and mouth at doing it. She's good.
I don't know.
Not you, Nixie. Nana
I know.
Jupiter. I'll catch you later anyway.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. No, I've literally just come in now because I've only got like a little bit of time off, and I wanted to have my say about this, and I wanted to find out. So what is this lie about? Because literally that is all Israel has got a history. That is all they've done is lied throughout history. I mean, they even lied with the was it the Laverne affair? Like we had British soldiers killed because of them, but I don't know what it is, Belly. People seem. I know there are games being played here. There's certain groups of people, right? I don't want to say much more than that, but no matter what facts or what sources you give them to suggest that they've been playing fuckeries, yeah, they just don't want to accept it, man. And that's where I've got to the stage where I'm like, is it even worth coming up here to even discuss these things? Like, like with an honest kind of, heart on you. Do you know what I mean? Because some people just don't care for the truth and what's right or wrong.
But still, did you say that? Did you your 300,000 number? You're talking about all together or
that's
in this last conflict?
Well, I mean, I've got a 1
That sounds like a lot of people.
Yeah, I've got a 1 minute video if you want to play it.
A lot more than.
Hang on, let me just give you this, right?
Than
yeah, well, look, I mean,
I can't share videos still.
I can. They've literally wiped out the whole damn place. And if you know anything about the Odidion plan, it was in 1982 this dropped. It's a plan for a greater Israel. So all of these, what they're doing in the Middle East, they're playing it out like clockwork. Yeah. So this was always supposed to happen. And I don't know how anyone can be defending what they're doing. They're literally picking off babies. I mean, what about that guy, the Israeli soldier that was called out for raping a prisoner, right? And then you've got all, loads of Israelis campaigning for his release. Yeah. I mean, if that doesn't show you it's just disgusting. It's literally disgusting what's going on. But everyone seems to turn a blind eye to that. And I don't want to be here as a champion of Islam because that I'm certainly not. And we've already kind of got into that with Ghost. Yeah, Ghost should be up here doing this shit instead of bitching about women all day. But you've got the same people that are saying about Muhammad and all of this, and you want to look at what the Talmud does, yeah, and says about you know, what you should do to children under the age of 3 years old, right? You know, I'm not Islamic, I'm not Jewish, you know, I'm just like impartial and looking, you know, from the outside. I'd say that our bigger, you know, the biggest threat for us is what's going on with Israel and what their
I
plans
thought
are.
you said you was Jewish, Nixie.
Huh?
I thought you said you was Jewish.
When did I ever say that?
I'm just saying. I thought you did.
Garvey, mad Scooby-Doo plot twist, am
You thought wrong as usual, Baz.
Okay.
You need to
enough.
clear your ears out, love.
Nothing
Clear
wrong
your
with my
ears
ears.
out. Yeah. Invest in some cotton wool, Baz.
Sephardic Nixie.
Nothing wrong with my ears. I thought I'd heard you say that. Okay, I'm wrong.
No, that would be very wrong if you've ever listened to me talk about my stance on it. Yeah, that's a bit dumb, isn't it? But this is here you go. There's a video, and I can share this. It's only like 1 or 2 minutes long.
Let me run the rest of this one.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Their hands. You want to say something?
Yeah, did you have something to enlighten us with, Baz?
No.
No.
You jumped on the sword. Did you want to say something before I play the video?
Nope.
We can't hear you still. If we're trying to.
I said no.
No, not you.
Right. Oh yeah, I do want to quickly say something. I don't think it's as clear cut. I mean, I mean, Nixie knows that we've got a different opinion on this anyway. I'm not here to sort of like get into personal. She knows that.
Yeah.
But it's not clear cut. It's not as easy as saying, oh, either you're on Palestinian side because of all the people being murdered, or that means you're sticking up for Jewish people. Not at all. It's more complex than that, Nixie.
It is complex, but it's quite easy to see that throughout history what wars have been and why they've been. Yeah. It's not kind of like Israel or the Jewish people that are suffering, is it? It's the Middle East that's being attacked time and time again. It's Jewish wars. Yeah.
But it kind of depends on which way you look at it. There was a point in history they were offered 90% and 98% of the place, and they refused it because they want 100%.
It's their place. I don't get it. I don't.
But it's also Jewish people's place as well, though, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Well, okay, if we're going to go back to like what the Bible says, okay, you know, or be righteous about it, then everyone from America should get out. If we're going to be righteous about it, who owned what originally, then every American person should get out of America, shouldn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't even think we need to even go back that far. I mean, I'd be one of the first people to stand up and say, right, so we all know how identity politics is in the UK.
Yeah.
If they suddenly said every black person had to get out of the country, I'd be one of the first people to stand up and go, hold on a minute, were they born here? If they're born here, you can't throw them out.
Well, yeah, because you've got a vested interest. Your kids are mixed race, you know.
Before that, I used to march for anti-apartheid and a lot of other stuff. So before I even met Hector or whatever. And to be honest, probably my politics meant that I was able to get into an interracial marriage because I wasn't against black people. But what I'm saying is that you don't have to go back thousands of years. Yeah, it's horrid what's going on out there. But you can't just say, oh, well, because you've got a more defensive army and because you've got a bigger army and because you've got a stronger nation, we're allowed to come in and slaughter you on the 7th of October and you're not allowed to retaliate.
But aren't you going to say anything? I mean, what about the initial reaction on October the 7th with the beheaded babies and all of that? I mean, that in itself, I mean, these lies have been debunked, yeah? Right? It's a history of lies. You've got the King David Hotel, all sorts of stuff, 9/11, right? Yeah. Why is it a certain set of people are always behind it? I don't understand why you've got this blind kind of devotion to them, right? And like I say, and there are certain people that I just won't speak to on a panel because they just bring it down to baby level, basic level. They don't have an idea or an inkling about this. But I just don't understand because I'm standing from an impartial, I've got no dog in it. Like I have got no affiliation with Judaism, neither have I with, with Islam. okay, I mean, you'd actually argue the case that actually because I'm a Christian, more Judaism, but from the way I've seen them treat Christians, and no. But I just don't understand it.
Okay,
Because
I will try and explain for me, because first of all, I am aware that I think that this is partially a religious war and not just over land, right? That's what I think. But for me, I'm somebody that looks over there and says, well, I don't think we've got the right to tell Israel what they can fight for or how to defend themselves. And the same thing for the Palestinians. So I'm very much more worried about what goes on in this country. And as a British person, I've never seen negativity in my country come from Jewish people. I've seen it come from radical Islam. Not all Muslims. I must say that. There are decent Muslim people that I know that I talk to on panels, mainly women, that are really decent, and I get on with them. But there are radical Muslims that have caused problems in this country. I don't see radical Jews.
So let me throw it back on you. Right, number one, I remember you and maybe Babs and everyone saying, well, this isn't our country, right? But then you use that argument.
I can see I'm not going to be able to get much
you're not.
words in anyway, so I'm going to jump back out and just listen.
But then you use that argument when some babies were killed, if I recall, what was going on in Israel. So I kind of find that a little bit dishonest, because when it suits you, you use the argument, yeah, but look what they're doing to babies over there, and number two, let me also, we've discussed this before about the NGOs. I've shown you, proof. I've shown you evidence that Israeli NGOs, so if you've got such a problem with Islam being here, they are behind the push. They are literally going over to these countries, handing out leaflets, assisting them over to the West. So why have you not got any kind of anger at them? Because your anger is directly at the people, Islam, that are coming in. But why not be directed literally at the people that are actually behind this agenda and that are driving them here? Let's look at Israel. Let's look at who they literally hardly take anyone.
Let me answer some of that stuff. First of all, when it comes to the baby stuff, right? Maybe I'm wrong for this. By the way, this is only my opinions. I'm not saying I'm wrong or I'm right. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Yeah.
In war, we know that in war, horrific things happen. We know that a lot of people can get killed. We know that because we know we suffered here in Britain through World War II. I've heard all the stories from my grandparents. I worked with somebody whose house got bombed and his mother and his baby sister died, and he was the sole survivor from that house. Yeah. So those kind of things you expect in war. What you don't expect is that when there isn't a war or any declaration of war, people to go in and slit children's throats, grab people, kidnap them. It's a bit like Southport.
You're just talking about the propaganda you've been told from the liars, okay? IDF lied is the title, yeah? They are literally known for lying. Again, I'm going to go back to the beheaded babies and all of that stuff that has been debunked, right? But what about, so let's talk about the under 1,000. Anyone dying is bad, yeah? Under 1,000, yeah, Israelis, and many of them killed by their own. What about the babies, the hundreds of thousands of babies that have been massacred by the IDF, that are literally just sniping them, picking them off, and you act as if this just happened on October the 7th, Jupiter. It didn't. The Palestinians have been treated like dogs since 1947.
Right, so I don't condone any soldier that would sit and just pick off children just for the fun of it. I think that's sick. That's a war crime, and I'm sure that'll be dealt with when the war's finished.
There's footage all over the place that shows this, and people seem to have kind of selective I don't know. We don't need to talk about that, but let's talk about the beheaded babies. That has been that's been debunked. All of that's been debunked.
Well, I believe there's propaganda coming out on both sides.
Well, who controls the media?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, our legacy media don't exactly tell us the truth over here.
You only have to do a little bit of research. I mean, I don't have to spell it out.
Well, no, but I don't believe that. I mean, you're going to say Zionists or Zionists, however you say it, right?
Head of the WEF
I'm not somebody who
BlackRock
sits
and all
here and
these.
says that, look, there isn't going to be any extreme Jews, because there's extremes in every country, right? So there's bound to be some extreme Jews that are really racist against everybody else that is not Israeli. Okay, fine. An Israeli Jew. Okay, fine. There are those people that exist. But to say that those people are running the world, to me, it's just too
Okay,
much.
but we've agreed, okay, to call it elites, yeah? We've on my panel, we've discussed this before. Let's agree, and we both
Yeah, I
agree on
believe
that.
it's a group
Okay,
of,
so
yeah,
let's talk
yeah.
about who the elites are on top of the echelons, okay? If we really want to go there, head of BlackRock, Zionist, WEF, Zionist. BlackRock essentially owns this country now. You know, they control our politics. So I believe that you should be concentrating on these people more. You say they haven't done much to us. Well, not directly, but snakily, yes, because they're in our politics. They're in the Western government's politics. They literally control Trump and America. And you only need to know what their plans are for us and for Islam. To I just don't understand why you are.
Okay, so let me
championing
look
your
at
own
it this
demise.
way. Let me try and make you understand the way I see it. Even if I was to believe, which I don't, that it was just Zionists, right? Even if I was to say, okay, for argument's sake, these people are running the world and it's all part of their big agenda. You might say, okay, inadvertently, Israel benefits from all the Muslims no longer fighting them and coming here.
Mm.
But the biggest person that it actually benefits is Muslims that are coming here, especially the extreme ones. And once they take over our country, they'll have a whole nation and solid land to actually go fight with Israel. It wouldn't make sense to me.
Well, no. Like, because if we're going to look at the bigger picture, and we both agree the elites control everything, do you really think they're going to allow? Do you think they're going to allow Islam to take over? No, that's not the greater plan. That's not going to happen. And for idiots that are, the people's champion of Islam, rather than, bitching, doing 10-hour live streams on women, crying, he really needs to up his game and learn, learn what's going on. No, if we're going to agree, okay, I think we need to kind of really reach an area that we can both say, okay, let's talk about elites. Okay, we agree the elites are controlling things. Do you really think they're going to? Let's not forget, Islam is a place that they've literally bombed the fuck out of, literally torn apart. The Middle East. Do you really think that they want Islam to take over? Helen James, why don't you stop gobbing off in the side chat, you racist bitch, and jump on the panel for once, you little snake? Yeah.
Well, you're saying that you're
that PAKI on your comment section, love, have you? You sit in that side chat with your mates all night calling us NIGGER, don't you? Yeah. Stop gobbing off and just, get on the panel if you've got so much to say. Yeah. No, but why don't you stop that? Because you lie a lot, Helen, don't you? You said that I hate you because you're Jewish. That's a lie. Why don't you get the fucking evidence? Sick of your lies, bitch. Yeah, go on, Jupiter.
What I'm saying is, you said that the NGOs, and I do know that there's some evidence to suggest that Jewish NGOs are helping, but they might just be humanists. I mean, you get humanists from every single country. That I mean, look, we've got Veli here. Veli would stand down at Dover and say, "Refugees welcome." You know what I mean? So, at the end of the day, there's always going to be a group of people from every country that believe that these people can go in and that they should be allowed into the West, and it's better for them if they go into the West, etc., etc.
If they're humanists, I'll argue, Jupiter, why aren't they taking any themselves in Israel? If they're humanists, why are they plowing billions into the illegal immigration agenda? Billions, but not taking any themselves. Yeah. Why? Why did they deport all Eritreans? I mean, you only have to go onto other platforms to see how they treat black people over there. That's the one country, trust me, I would never be
Well,
going
we
to.
hear that Eritreans and all these people are being sterilised in Israel and stuff, yet there's a YouTuber out there
that, and you've seen an article. I remember showing it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But there's a YouTuber,
disgusting.
there's several YouTubers actually that I've been watching in Israel. And they've been going around all different sort of types of Israelites and Hebrews that live in Israel. And actually, all these people have got children. They're still having babies. And I'm like, but this isn't what they're telling us. So I do think that there's quite a few lies coming out all over the
fact
place.
that they've deported all Eritreans, I think, is enough to tell you. They've literally deported a few years ago all Eritreans. But the news stations didn't really say much about that, did they?
But Nixie, don't you agree that every country should be allowed to decide who they want in their own country?
Yeah, they should, without interfering in our countries. And that's what I'm saying to you, is they are knee deep into our politics. They literally control the West. You've got Barbara Lerner Specter, who literally told us in 2015 their plan, okay? And she said, we're not going to like it. Jews are going to be hated for it, but it's going to happen. Immigration is going to happen, and we are going to have to get used to it. So but that excludes them, because I mean, Netanyahu, like I say, he is on record stating we need black people are a threat to us. We need to maintain our white supremacy. Yeah. You only had to look at Elon Musk take the knee. He dared to say something.
Yeah, but Jews aren't white. That would be stupid of them to say. Jews aren't white.
Well, I mean, you say that, don't you? But you only have to look at people like Biden. You only have to look at all. Come on, Jupiter. There are plenty.
Jews aren't white, though.
Oh, well, Helen Janes looks pretty white to me. You saying she's not Jewish?
The majority, well, yes, but the majority, she is Jewish. But
Isn't
the majority of Jews would be Arab looking.
Well, you'd imagine so. Semitic is.
I'm not saying there's not white Jews, but I'm saying the majority of them are not very pale skinned, and they don't look that. At most, they have olive skin. Most of them.
Well, I mean, that would suggest what a Semite is. Yeah. But there are plenty of white Jewish people that come from the Khazarian line. I call them the Khazarian mafia, and you only have to look at what their history is. I can't spend long, but I really wish I could, because this is a subject that I like to talk about, and we managed to do it without screaming at each other, so I appreciate that. I just don't understand it. It's kind of got me to a stage where I just I don't really want to jump on panels with certain people that are just there to just kind of have a loud microphone and go, well, no, I mean, the mainstream media say this and that, and try and get you into this. Oh, are you a Holocaust? All that bullshit. No, I'm here. As you know, my stance on Islam lately, the way certain Muslim people have shown themselves is, I'm not here to defend that either. I mean, look, you've seen the way I've been treated. The moment I said that I wanted to, I didn't want my culture to be overtaken by Islam, I've been attacked left, right, and center. So, I find many of them have shown themselves to be self-centered, very selfish, and arrogant. And if that is Islam, I don't like it. But again, so I've got I have no affiliation with either. I am just saying this is how I see it. This is what I've researched, and my research has taken me there. If everyone is so upset about the immigration and what's happening, you really just need to look at, who's pushing that agenda, who's plowing billions into it, and who is not taking any illegals themselves. Anyway, guys, I've got to go. If you're on later, I'll pop on, but I'm on borrowed time. But bye, guys.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, sorry. I got a few spare minutes, but he's on his way back now.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, it's all good, Nixie. I mean, the way I see it, I think you're entitled to have your opinion and speak your opinion, and it definitely will have this conversation again. But look, for me, I can't see how the bigger picture works out well for Israel. Even if Israel was to manage to get everybody that's got mixed blood with Israelis out of the country, and you have to be pure 100% Israeli to live in that country, I don't see how that's beneficial to them. I really don't.
Well, I'd say a lot of the Semitic Jews, a lot of them have got the same opinion as me. And I've seen them, not on YouTube, but you only have to look at other platforms. They're getting battered by the IDF for merely having the same opinion as me, for daring to call it out. So, and you can't call them anti-Semitic, because I know a lot of the idiots, something anti-Semitic and all that bullshit. I'm just saying it as I see it. But of course, these labels are placed there to try and silence anyone who dares to challenge their narrative.
But that's why I'm not calling your names,
and that's why I appreciate talking
and have the
to you about it. And you never have done, so thank you for that, Jupiter. You never have done. But you do have the people that do do that, and it's just a low blow. It's sad because it stops people from having this discussion, and it needs to be had, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's more to it, and I do believe there's an anti-Semitic agenda playing out right now, which involves people like Kanye and Candice. You know, listen, before I go, I mean, do you really think they would still have their platform if it wasn't an agenda? What they do need for the Greater Israel plan is they
Well, I
need
do think, how can I put it? I do think that there's a lot of stuff that's being let slid against Jewish people right now because it's popular to be on the Palestinian side. I do think that.
No, it's not popular. It's because they need Jewish people to fear for their lives to go back to Israel before they can usher in their Messiah. So they're really at the last phase of their agenda.
I do think that that's a possibility as well. I do think that's a possibility.
Remember, Candice Owens is married to the establishment. She's married to Lord Farmer's son. And Kanye, I mean, look, people have been, you know, taken out for far less, you know, what they're doing at the moment. So you just got to think critically. And, you know, I noticed that Piers Morgan when Dan Blitzen was on, he was calling him all the anti-Semites under the sun. But
but let's be honest though, Nixie, if there is an agenda out there where they're trying to scare Jews into going back to the homeland, i.e. Israel, then aren't British Jews victims? Because I don't like the way that because I would say that they are.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. They're being used as well in this. Yes, they are. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. So people that think that they're safe or whatever, you know, I don't know. But like when I've got time, oh my God, Triller.
Yeah, we'll have to discuss it another time when you're. I'm up for discussing the stuff and going into it. But
I know you are, and thank you.
That doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with you, or you have to agree with me. I'm not sitting here saying.
But we can do that, and we can come away without, you know, calling each other all. Do you know what I mean? And that's what we should be able to do. But guys, listen, I think Triller might come up and take my place. I don't know.
No, it's all right. I'm going off as well now. Nixie, I'm going off.
But yeah,
I'm going to bed.
Big up,
all right,
man.
then. I'll speak to you later. Take care, people.
Take care,
Bye.
Billy, stop watching your phone and come back.
Yeah, my bad.
Billy, I hope you got some appreciation for my name. Anyway, I'm out later.
Big up.
Big up.
Yes. Alright, let me carry on with the rest of this video before we run off, you know? Alright. Yeah.
Tied behind their backs, Israeli soldiers have admitted operating a sub-army of slaves, Palestinians forced to enter homes as human shields before they get taken over by the Israeli army. Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. It's strange to me that liberals seem to have no problem calling Farage and Trump fascists. But those two have nothing on Netanyahu, who leads an openly and proudly fascist government. What really distresses me as the son of a Holocaust survivor who lost dozens of her family, mainly in Auschwitz, is that none of the myriad institutions created out of the horrors of the Holocaust, none of them are speaking out about this genocide. We see it most palpably in places like Germany and Austria, where German police are beating up Jews who are critical of Israel, where they think any criticism of Israel, even while it is committing a genocide, is unacceptable.
German immigration authorities have ordered the deportation of 4 foreigners for their involvement in pro-Palestinian protests. None of the accused has been convicted of any crimes.
In the US, they attack and arrest their own citizens and make free speech.
You heard that, cuz? That the people have been deported for attending a Palestinian protest, not for being found guilty of causing trouble or breaking a crime, for attending a protest. Like, mad. Let it play it. Like, Germany ain't playing.
And journalism a crime. and deport people who have the right to be in these countries who have committed no crime whatsoever. In the UK, the Metropolitan Police forced an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor to attend a formal interview at a police station for having the temerity to lay flowers in honor of those who have died in Gaza. The West has a choice: stop supporting genocide or mutate their own democracies and destroy international law forever. The West has chosen the latter.
I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem. And most importantly of all, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal. I was there 4 years, gave them billions and billions of dollars. I was the best friend Israel ever had.
It used to seem that Israel was America's watchdog in the Middle East. It now seems that Donald Trump is Israel's watchdog in the White House. You have to ask, why are our politicians so enslaved, so subservient to a foreign country? Keir Starmer, my own MP, and David Lammy talk all the time about seeking peace. But why do they do everything in their power to ensure the continuation of the genocide? This includes the provision of huge amounts of weaponry, spare parts and components, the flying of intelligence flights over Gaza by RAF planes and personnel. And Keir Starmer, who wraps himself in the Union Jack at every opportunity, has now conveniently forgotten that 3 British aid workers were murdered by Israel. Whose interests is he serving? While Israel
Well, when those 3 aid workers died that were British soldiers, former British soldiers, Wendy was banning fire on them. Fuck them and all that sort of stuff there, you know what I mean? Like, God damn. Yeah, it's crazy. Mad, Wendy Starmer. Let it play.
Continues to mutate our political class. The vast majority of ordinary people in the West see through this toxic relationship that has normalized this extreme, murderous violence. People are rightly repulsed by seeing yet another Palestinian child pulled out of the rubble with its head missing or its limbs missing. The people will not forgive nor forget, and will one day judge our political leaders and the media class with the disdain and venom they deserve. There has never been a more important.
Yeah, mad. I got one more video, then I'm out here. So, yeah, pay attention in it, yeah. Shout out Winners Talking Podcast. Shout out RTM Podcast, you know, review the RTM videos on there also as well. Yeah. So let's run them.
The man will move the goalpost. So remember, let's talk on this then.
There's a lot of street fights.
A lot of street fights. You know, listen, man's from Lewisham, bro. Like, what do we do on? Yeah, like, man, them have scraps.
Yeah.
Woolwich.
Come on, man.
Where did the man them do in Woolwich?
We grew up on
man.
scrapping.
Them grew up on scraps. So whatever.
and Rocky and them man there. That's how I grew up on scrapping.
Come on, bro. Listen, whatever else man was into, whatever else was going on, whatever other kind of more hardcore stuff that might go on, man, them would scrap. If Lewisham man them, whether it's ghetto man them, Catford man them, whatever, man them have scraps, bro. Man them would. Oh, there's man on block. Man them would fight, fist fight you, bro. You understand? And up the road in Woolwich, when I was growing up, a little older than me and them, man, and older than you as well. Yeah. Murray and them man was there. Was Lee Murray and them man was.
Pick up Murray.
You have to pick up Lightning Lee, bro. Them man,
I grew up watching these man scuff it out.
Come on, bro.
Scuff it out, bro.
Come on, bro. Paul Allen breaking brother's jaws.
Come on, man.
You understand?
Epstein.
No, Epstein as well, bro. Epstein's the original. And Epstein used to teach in my gym.
Yeah, serious.
Everything you stick to my gym. But enough of you Woolwich man talk. Brother, Julius Francis was my boxing coach.
Big up Julius. I see Julius the other day. He said, right, when you having me on the show and all of that. I said, we'll get to that.
Come on, that's easy. Yeah, no,
big up Julius.
You remember Julius? Same Julius. Brother, man, Julius was in my gym as the boxing coach for about 4 years, bro.
Big up Julius, man.
You understand?
Yeah.
Solid. Him and Poundz used to do bear work, brother. Just walking down Poundz. Like, come on. Poundz trying to light him out. Just come on. Is that it? Is that it?
Hey, Julius is big, you know. You can't play with
Julius is huge, brother. Julius is huge. Julius is walking down, man, and saying, "Is that it? Come on." Just walking man down. So, like, we grew up on that. So, when I made that shout and that call, like, you lot know where it comes from. It don't come from a place of like, I think I'm bad or I want to fight people. No, it came from a place of, listen, a guy's been talking a lot. It reached all kinds of people that were thinking, is it more serious than it was? And I said to them, no, it's not. People that I love and that love me. So that's making things dumb. But then it reached my little son. My little son come to me and was like, Dad, who's this guy on the internet calling you a P? So I explained it to him, said, no, that's just some... I broke it down to him, it's trolling and this, that, and I let that one slide.
Yeah.
Then it's continue on, you saw he shouting and screaming at the camera that we're dickheads, and if he sees man, he'll tell man's dickheads and all of that. So I'm like, okay, what can I do here? My hands are tired, but let it slide. But then once you say, I'll fight anyone, I'll box up everyone, and I'll fight man, So I want to see if man's seriously about it.
Okay, cool, let's do it.
Let's see that. I'm happy. I'll put up the bread. If you're talking like that, I'm thinking that's what you're on, because we all grew up in that era. So I ain't a professional fighter, bro. Where's that coming from?
What man don't understand is like all this narrative I see getting painted around social media. Man, I understand. We never started this
at all.
We've had no part to play in this being where it is now, where it's all this talk of man. We don't care. We never cared. For years, if people don't understand, for years we've said nothing. Till the Dear Stan episode for what, 2-3 years? 2 years?
A couple years at
least. Yeah, we said nothing, innit? Like we kept it look like we heard man dissing man week in, week out, and we just let it ride. And I see certain people chatting like, this competent. But it was never that.
No.
It was never that.
No, that's not the agenda, and that's not what we run off. That's not what we're on.
And people need to understand and get the facts straight. Like, man has just, from day one, been shouting at the show. Man made it what it is today. Do you get what I'm saying? This ain't on us. We could go from this day forth and not talking about man ever.
Facts.
But can man do that though? Can man continue their show not chatting about so and so from Nam, so and so from Ends, and so here? You get what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what's mad about this story, yeah? What's mad about this story, yeah, is how similar it is to another scenario that's playing out right here, right now, right? You hear me? Like, yo, we tell the people them to chill out. All right, yeah, it's funny, first of all. Relax now. And they want to keep digging and going and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, until we said, yo, all right, cuz. Can we link up and swing out or whatever? Hire a gym, whatever you want to do and all that. Man, you still want to don't want to do that. So that's what you know, man, ain't serious, cuz. Yeah. Man, ain't serious, cuz. Yeah, big up Poundz, big up Doggy. Shout out Spray as well, yeah. I know you man don't get on here, but yeah. Alright. Yeah, they play, yeah, but yeah.
Or does that, or is that what helps your thing spin? Do you get what I'm saying? Because we can, bro, we'll gladly not chat about man and crack on.
100%.
But every time we have to, because we have to address something that's being said. Do you get? And if we
that's
don't
why
address
this
it,
episode,
you know what I'm saying?
I would like to just address anything you need to address whatever, and then just put it to bed, because I'm not interested. Like, I said what I said, and I meant it. For those that don't know, the offer that I put up was, man can either cage fight me or have a boxing fight with me. I'll put up the bread. I can see that he's not on it. There's been silence. He's not on it.
Yeah.
And then, like, some people have been, he tried to put people, look, I see things for what they are. He tried to put a guy that's like one of his brethren to come and say, like, yeah, he'll take it and all of that. And this was a personal offer for a personal reason. I'm not interested in being some, like, this is what I want to do. I want to call. I've never been interested in that. I already said before that I'm not even on all of this.
We're not in it for the bag.
Not in it for the bag. Because I've said I put up bread, man think, oh yeah, I'll take the offer. It's not an offer to the public. You see what I'm saying? This ain't, you know.
There's a lot of street fights.
A lot of street fights.
Yeah, because I just rewinded it a bit still. But yeah, that's an important point that you're saying, yeah, because again, the offers for that certain people is for the violations that they try to take. So, you know what I'm saying? But that's how I go, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I see that one still. With Justo, yeah? Yeah, it's a bad one still. Make sure it's in the right place.
So I explained it to him, said, no, that's just some... I broke it down to him, it's trolling and this, that, and I let that one slide.
Yeah.
Then it's continue on, you saw he shouting and screaming at the camera that we're dickheads, and if he sees man, he tell man's dickheads and all of that. So I'm like, okay, what can I do here? My hands are tied, but let it slide. But then once you say, I'll fight anyone, I'll box up everyone, and I'll fight man, So I want to see if man's seriously about it.
Okay, cool, let's do it.
Let's see that. I'm happy. I'll put up the bread.
Yeah.
If you're talking like that, I'm thinking that's what you're on, because we all grew up in that era. So I ain't a professional fighter, bro. Yeah. Where's that coming from?
What man don't understand is like all this narrative I see getting painted around social media. Man, I understand. We never started this
at all.
We've had no part to play in this being where it is now, where it's all this talk of Mike. We don't care. We never cared. For years, if people don't understand, for years we've said nothing till Dear Stan, till the Dear Stan episode for what, 2-3 years. 2 years,
a couple years.
Yeah, we said nothing. Innit? Like we kept it look like we heard man dissing man week in week out, and we just let it ride. And I see certain people chatting like, this competition. But it was never that.
No.
It was never that.
No, that's
you
not
get what I'm saying?
And that's not what we run off. That's not what we're on.
And
we
people need to understand and get the facts straight. Like man has just from day one been shouting at the show. Man made it what it is today. Do you get what I'm saying? This ain't on us. We could go from this day forth and not talk about man ever.
Facts.
But can man do that though? Can man continue their show not chatting?
Mad, what does that sound like, man? Like, do you think that fucking these Nazi youths that wanna try to go through sharing people's family details online, obviously they can't do that. There's no way they can do a show that attracts people to watch that isn't about any sort of we've found so and so dress, or we've done this to that one, or we've done so, but just online gayness. You know what I'm saying? Nothing tough, man. So it's wild.
About so and so from Nam, so and so from Ends, and so here. You get what I'm saying? Or does that, or is that what helps your thing spin? Do you get what I'm saying? Because we can, bro. We'll gladly not chat about man and crack on.
100%.
But every time we have to, because we have to address something that's being said. Do you get? And if we
that's
don't
why
address
this
it,
episode,
you know what I'm saying?
I would like to just address anything you need to address whatever, and then just put it to bed, because I'm not interested. Like I said what I said, and I meant it. For those that don't know, the offer that I put up was, man can either cage fight me or have a boxing fight with me. I'll put up the bread. I can see that he's not on it. There's been silence. He's not on it.
Yeah.
And then like some people he tried to put people. Look, I see things for what they are. He tried to put a guy that's like one of his brethren to come and say like, yeah, he'll take it and all of that. And this was a personal offer for a personal reason. I'm not interested in being some like, this is what I want to do. I want to call. I've never been interested in that. I already said before that I'm not even on all of this.
Yeah. We're not in it for the bag.
Not in it for the bag. Because I've said I put up bread, man think, oh yeah, I'll take the offer. It's not an offer to the public. You see what I'm saying? This ain't Make a Wish. This ain't the Make a Wish Foundation. This ain't Make a Wish.
This ain't get the deposit for your house. This ain't get the deposit for your house.
Risk it all, boy.
It's not that. It's not that.
Everybody start rubbing hands and counting figures and that.
Not all of that. This was a personal offer because of something that became a bit personal.
Yeah.
You understand? So I was trying to make that happen just so that we could put it to bed as men.
Yeah.
Pause. You understand? But
Poundz, you get me? That's the exact route there, right? Like I said to man bare times, cuz listen, I'm link up, swing it out. You can do what you're doing, I'll carry on doing what I'm doing, and then that's it. Or just stop calling out my name and blah 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 and the rest of the bullshit. Chill out in it. Gotta do something else. Gotta stalk someone else, you know, weirdos and all that. But you know, the saga continues.
He don't want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, cool.
We move. You understand? We get on with life. The offer was boxing or cage fight. Want the boxing? I said first 10 seconds, man can. I'll just block. Man can throw at me. You understand?
Yeah.
I thought that would be a very good offer because I wouldn't. If a man gave me 10 seconds to throw at them, their dance is done.
Brother, it's a win-win.
You understand? But he didn't want to do it, and that's fine. We move. I'm safe.
But yeah, that's a mad offer still. But like, again, like, if it's a thing of raw, man's got to put up some bread and all that. I'm down for that as well. Both put up some bread. Winner takes all. Crack on with whatever, you know what I'm saying? But you're not even on that because just on some pussy or business. I was hiding behind some beans like a dickhead.
I'm taking my money and doing something else with it.
Yeah.
There's not. It is what it is. That brothers that say shit like, that wanted to say like they'll take the offer instead of them and all of that. Like, look, if you just want to test yourself and see your competition levels and see where you're at.
Yeah, that's the fact as well. Yeah. The offer's for one dude. One dude only. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Ain't for no one else. Ain't for man's cousin. Ain't for real extra this one, that one, and the other one. The offer's for you, for only. Not for no side people or whatever, innit? Like, let's get it cracking, cuz, or just shut the fuck up, man, and move on, innit?
Like, I own gyms. I'm around people that own gyms. You can come down and we can do some sparring if you want, with no money involved, no clout to be gained, nothing. Just test your skill set. No cameras. Just work on what you want to work on. That's fine. If it's a genuine, like, you just want to test your skills, because to me it just looks like clout chasing. You see what I'm saying? So to me, I think it's a clout chasing, and that's not the approach for what you lot should be doing. You lot have got your platform. Don't follow what you see certain man doing and think, yeah, this will give me a forward by dissing people or calling people out. All you're going to do is burn bridges. It's better that you just, like, say, just build. You understand? Because then man will respect what you're doing and whatever. That don't take that approach. You understand?
Get you nowhere.
Because man ain't going to, because...
That's what man really wants to do. You know, the one's bleeding the heart to take the fucking bout and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yo, what are you doing? And also, bleeding the heart, what are you doing, man? You're weird. And you've got other stuff to get on with. Instead of stalking people online. You know, it's mad how you act like a victim as well. Yeah. But literally, every single show you do is talking about someone's name or someone's family or someone's children or someone's situation where they can't see their children. You know what I'm saying? Someone else's court case or something this or something that or rah. But you're the biggest victim because it's weird. Mad. Yeah, fuck that, man. It could be any gym you want. Your gym, one that's nowhere near yours or whatever, cause you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Put up or just shut up now, man. You know, it's that time now, innit?
I ain't gonna shout your podcast and give it then, because that's what you want man to do, so I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that's not the approach to take. That's not how we move as men. Big up my people. I big up Ras Nardo, big up Chop Shop podcast and them. Because you know why I want to big up Chop Shop podcast? Because, and I meant to do it anyway, because they've been going about as long as we've been going. And they're carrying themselves like fucking proper. I don't see them man pushing no mad fuckery.
Nah.
I don't see them man on no madness. Like, they just stick to their script.
I think, I'm not too sure, I might have got this wrong, but I thought the Chop Shop podcast was some of Triluminati's friends still. Big up Triluminati as well. And Jedi Online, and subscribe to his channel still. Subscribe to Winners Talking Podcast, the RTM show, and obviously subscribe to the Blizzard, Blizzard.
And do what they're doing, heads down and just working. So people look into them.
Long game.
Yeah, long game. Look into what they're doing and try forward. Russ Nardo, I see he's been working. He always bigs up man them. He always hits me a message and bigs up man them. And who's the next one as well? Russ Nardo, Chop Shop podcast. It will come to me if there's any other ones of them. But no, there's another set of brothers, but I don't know the name of.
Okay. Yeah, I might have got that one twisted still, man. But yeah, big up Chop Shop though, still, man. Yeah, man. I feel like the point's made, innit? Yeah, big up Poundz Sterling, all tight Doug, all tight Jan Spray and them as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I say nothing that still. But yeah, just to drive the point home, yeah, we're gonna finish with this.
I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've got my name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
My
I'm
middle
doing it
name's
to amuse
Thomas.
myself. Would you like that?
That's fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole
Do you
obituary
mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about?
Before I fuck you in the arse, you cunt.
Well, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So fuck you. Fuck you.
Wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
You
Do you want me to send you some up-to-date pictures of everyone bleeding?
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date ones of. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
because
out,
you're
yeah.
not getting it. I
help you
don't
out.
speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right.
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but.
Man, fuck all that, man. You can buy a sister, so let's do a tranny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person. I'm doxing Shay. I've never done anything to anybody